Chapter 1559. This was a boundless ancient battlefield. Jiang Qin didn't know what major event had happened here in ancient times, but he had heard some legends about this place. The ancient Golden Clan was once buried here. In other words, a powerful clan was buried here. The bloodline of the Golden Crow divine bird flowed in their veins. Jiang Qin wasn't interested in exploring the secret of the Golden Clan. After all, it had been too long. Countless almighty experts in the immortal world were powerless to find out the truth, let alone Jiang Qin himself. However, Dong Fangyu had told him that the supreme sovereign weapon of the Golden Clan, the gold feather fan, was left in this battlefield. Until now, no one had found it. It could be said that every time the Golden Horizon was opened, the biggest dream of all the geniuses who came in was to find the gold feather fan. Unfortunately, this wasn't such a simple thing. It required too much luck. In addition to the gold feather fan, there were also countless experts who had fallen in this ancient battlefield. These experts were likely to have left behind their own orthodoxies and inheritances. If one was lucky enough to obtain them, he or she would soar into the sky and advance by leaps and bounds from then on. The few of them were seizing the opportunity to refine the blood dragon fruit, but only Dong Fei showed signs of advancement. An hour passed very quickly. All of a sudden, a powerful wave of qi erupted from Dong Fei's body, rolling like a tide. With the help of the blood dragon fruit, Dong Fei finally broke through to the half-step immortal emperor realm. This was a tremendous improvement, completely breaking away from the immortal king realm. Dong Fei's eyes were brimming with tears. He had been waiting for this day for too long. He was glad that he had entered the Golden Horizon this time. If he continued to cultivate Ingenious Prefecture, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to reach the half-step immortal emperor realm even if he was given another year. Now that he had reached the half-step immortal emperor realm on the first day of his arrival, it would be a lie if he said that he wasn't happy. Just as Dong Fei advanced to the half-step immortal emperor realm, a commotion was heard from the Zulong Tower. Of course, only Jiang Qin could sense the commotion in the Zulong Tower, and it wasn't just one but two. In the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower, De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu had advanced at the same time. De Huang Dog's cultivation base had also reached the half-step immortal emperor realm. His qi was still rising, about to advance to the early immortal emperor realm. However, as a divine beast, De Huang Dog's foundation was just too strong. Just like Jiang Qin, each advancement required a tremendous amount of energy. The energy of the two blood dragon fruits was indeed enough to support him to advance to the early immortal emperor realm, but De Huang Dog couldn't advance blindly. If he directly advanced to the early immortal emperor realm, it would affect his foundation to a certain extent, which wasn't worth it. Therefore, it was best for De Huang Dog's cultivation base to stay at the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm for the time being. As for advancing to the early immortal emperor realm, he would have to wait for an opportunity in the future. This was the same situation as when De Huang Dog obtained a large amount of sovereign weapon essence from the immortal execution sword. At that time, if it wasn't for Jiang Qin's reminder, De Huang Dog would have rushed to the next realm. This time there was no need for Jiang Qin's reminder. De Huang Dog already knew what to do. On the other side, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base had also reached the peak of the intermediate immortal king realm. Just as Jiang Qin had expected, Wu Ningzhu had no problem advancing to the late immortal king realm with the help of the blood dragon fruits. The reason why De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu could advance so quickly was because of the time law. An hour in the outside world was equivalent to 30 hours in the 33rd level. After another hour, everyone opened their eyes and kept the blood dragon fruits in their hands. A total of 2 hours of cultivation was also King Fan's idea. After all, this was a dangerous place. 2 hours of cultivation was enough for them to taste the benefits. As for the remaining blood dragon fruits, they could refine and absorb them at any time. Although it was only 2 hours, everyone had gained a significant improvement. Wang Yi, Liang Qiao and the other two had reached the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm. It seemed like they weren't far from the early immortal emperor realm. As long as they continued to refine the blood dragon fruits, it wouldn't take more than a few days for them to advance to the early immortal emperor realm. The one with the greatest improvement was, of course, Dong Fei. His cultivation base had completely stabilized at the half-step immortal emperor realm, which was many times stronger than the other late immortal kings. At this time, Master De Huang Dog rushed out of the Zulong Tower. Although everyone was a little surprised to see De Huang Dog's improvement, they also expressed their understanding. After all, De Huang Dog had eaten 2 blood dragon fruits. The current De Huang Dog had reached the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the early immortal emperor realm. Given his current combat strength, he could easily kill an ordinary early immortal emperor. Even if he faced an early immortal emperor like Yang Bufan, he wouldn't be afraid. Even if he had to face an early immortal emperor like Yang Bufan, he wouldn't be afraid. De Huang, well done. Jiang Qin patted De Huang Dog's head. As for Wu Ningzhu, under the request of Jiang Qin, she was still in seclusion in the Zulong Tower. Wu Ningzhu was making use of her time to break through to the late immortal king realm. This realm was nothing to Jiang Qin and the others, but it was different to Wu Ningzhu. Her foundation was weak. Advancing 2 levels from early immortal king realm to late immortal king realm wasn't a joke. She had to treat it carefully. Seeing that everyone has made a certain improvement, this trip has been worthwhile. To us, getting such great benefits on the first day is a good start. It's time for us to leave, Yang Bufan said. Yang Bufan spoke. They had already spent a lot of time in this forest. It was time for them to leave. Although a month's time was long, it was still very difficult to travel across the millions of miles of large domain. There were more than one forest in Golden Horizon, and the treasures weren't the only one either. King Fan Jiangchen, do you think we should go forward or go back? Wang Yi asked. Of course we should go forward. The way back will lead us to the place where we came out from the spatial passageway. There's nothing there. It's better for us to go forward, Jiang Qin said. Let's go. Everyone be careful. I heard that there are many hidden microspatial zones in this place. Don't fall into one of them. It won't be fun if you're caught in the turbulent spatial flow. Yang Bufan reminded. Everyone nodded. Yang Bufan's words were absolutely not an alarmist. In the mysterious ancient battlefield, anything could happen. They had to be prepared for any crisis, especially the turbulent spatial flow. Even to an immortal emperor, falling into the turbulent spatial flow wasn't a joke. Even if they didn't die, they might not be able to get out of it for the rest of their lives. Their speed was very fast. It didn't take long for them to appear in a wilderness. Yang Bufan and Jiang Qin, who were flying, suddenly halted. Both of them knitted their brows. Apparently they had sensed something. King Fan, why did you stop? Wang Yi asked. I'm afraid we can't leave anymore. The surrounding spatial zone has been sealed. Jiang Qin smiled. Who's here? Show yourself. Yang Bufan yelled at the void. As soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, the surrounding void began to tremble. Then, one after another, powerful figures emerged from the void. These figures were divided into 3 different directions. There were 4 of them in each direction. There were a total of 12 of them. These 12 people had very powerful cultivation base. The leader was an early immortal emperor, the same as Yang Bufan. The rest were half-step immortal emperors. In total, there were 3 early immortal emperors and 9 half-step immortal emperors. Such a powerful camp was rarely seen. The geniuses of Xuanhuan Gate, Corpse Yin Sect and Divine Line Sect. Wang Ye's facial expression changed slightly. Apparently the other party had sealed the void here just to wait for them. Even a fool could figure out what they wanted to do. Ling Du of Xuanhuan Gate, He Kuei of Corpse Yin Sect and Wang Duo of Divine Line Sect. The geniuses of the 3 major powers have gathered together. It seems like they have something to talk to us about. Yang Bufan's eyes fell upon the leaders of the 3 camps. As for why they were here, Yang Bufan knew very well that they must be here to kill Jiang Qin and himself. Jiang Qin had once killed their people. The major powers of East Xuanyu valued their reputation the most. Killing their people was equivalent to slapping their faces. They must regain their reputation. Ah, King Fan, I haven't seen you for 10 years. You have improved a lot. Which one of you is Jiang Qin? He Kuei of Corpse Yin Sect spoke loudly. I am. Jiang Qin took a step forward. It wouldn't be easy for these guys to deal with him. If it was at the beginning, such a camp might give Jiang Qin some pressure, but now Jiang Qin could only chuckle. Jiang Qin, how dare you kill the people of my Corpse Yin Sect? Today I will make sure that you die without a burial place. He Kuei harumphed coldly, not concealing his killing intent at all. Damn it. How did they know our location? Hundreds of major powers and tens of thousands of people have entered Golden Horizon. This is millions of miles away. It's impossible to find a person precisely here. Not to mention that they have joined forces. It seems like they have been waiting for us here. Wang Yi couldn't help but curse. Even a fool could see that something was amiss. Unless someone had deliberately exposed their location. De Huang Dog's eyes shifted to Liang Qiao. Liang Qiao couldn't help but shiver. His expression began to turn unnatural. Liang Qiao, don't tell me you really betrayed us? Dong Fei glared at Liang Qiao. The only explanation for the current situation was that someone had exposed their location. All eyes fell on Liang Qiao almost immediately. No one would have a good impression of a traitor. No, why are you suspecting me? Maybe they found us by accident. Chapter 1560. Everyone's face turned incomparably unsightly. The way they looked at Liang Qiao began to change. The only explanation for such a situation was that someone had betrayed them and deliberately exposed their location. Otherwise, how could the other party be waiting here coincidentally? What made them even more puzzled was that Corpse Yin sect, Xuanhuan Gate and Divine Line sect had obviously joined forces from the very beginning. They had made sufficient preparations in advance and knew that Jiang Chen must have come to Golden Horizon. If they didn't join forces in advance, it would be impossible for them to join forces in such a short period of time. Of course, this wasn't the only thing that made him puzzled. It should be known that the relationship between the 11 great forces in the eastern Shen region wasn't good. There were many conflicts between them, and the relationship between the 3 great forces was the same. If they didn't have the same goal, they wouldn't be so friendly with each other. This was almost certain. It wasn't their fault that their faces turned unsightly, because the other party's camp was just too powerful. There were 3 early immortal emperors, and each of them was at the same level as King Fan. Given King Fan's ability, he could at most deal with one of them. The other 2 weren't a match for them at all. The reason why Jiang Chen was able to kill the Blood Demon King was that he had a special flame that could restrain the Blood Demon King. Although the 3 types of supreme flames could restrain the Blood Demon King, it might not be able to restrain Wang Duo and the others. However, compared to the worries of Wang Yi and the others, Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan were much calmer, because they understood that these people in front of them were no longer a threat to them. If Wang Duo, He Kuei and the others had besieged them the moment they entered the Golden Horizon, they might still be a little afraid, but now the situation was completely different. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill the geniuses of my Divine Line sect? I really don't know where your courage comes from. Previously, you have been hiding in Genius Prefecture, relying on the protection of Great Qian Empire. We couldn't do anything to you, but today you can't rely on anything. Not only you, even King Fan is going to suffer because of you. Jiang Chen, if you kneel down and kowtow to us now, we may consider letting you die a little easier. Wang Duo sneered, totally not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes. In his point of view, Jiang Chen was just a powerful immortal king. As for the others, except for Yang Bufan, there was nothing to worry about. The 3 of them were early immortal emperors. It was more than enough to deal with Yang Bufan. Many people have said such childish words in front of me. Unfortunately, all of them had a very tragic ending. He Kuei, Wang Duo, Ling Du, today the 3 of you have been used as a tool to besiege and kill me. You have really made an ignorant decision. This will be the biggest mistake you have made in your life. Unfortunately, you won't even have the chance to regret it. Jiang Chen looked at the 3 of them and spoke in an indifferent tone. Jiang Chen would never be polite to his enemies who wanted to kill him. Whoever wanted him to die would have to die before him. As for the enmity of Corpse Yin sect, Xuanhuan Gate and Divine Line sect, Jiang Chen really didn't care about it. In any case, he had already killed the geniuses of the 3 major powers, which meant that he couldn't be their friend anymore. Similarly, Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. The geniuses of the 3 major powers had obviously been used as a tool. Someone in Great Qian Empire wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife, but he couldn't do it himself. So, he found the geniuses of the 3 major powers to besiege and kill him. Given Jiang Chen's intelligence, he could see this very clearly. Just like what Wang Yi said, someone had deliberately exposed their location. This person was among Jiang Chen's group, but now Jiang Chen didn't have the time to care about it. He was going to use what would happen next to tell this person how ignorant and wrong he was. Humph! What an arrogant brat. Since that's the case, you can just wait to die. You'll definitely die miserably. After I kill you, I might be able to obtain your luck. A genius like you will definitely have an exuberant luck. Wang Duo harumphed coldly. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so arrogant. Initially, he thought that after Jiang Chen saw their camp, he would certainly be frightened and kneel down to beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. This made them feel very embarrassed. Of course, they had no intention of letting Jiang Qin go. Even if Jiang Qin knelt down and begged for mercy, the outcome would still be the same. There would be no chance of survival. In addition, Wang Duo and the other two were also very interested in Jiang Qin's luck. They had long heard about Jiang Qin. This man was able to kill a figure like Fu Wei when he was only a half-step immortal king. It was enough to show that his talent was brilliant and incomparable to ordinary geniuses. If it was outside, even if they killed Jiang Qin, they wouldn't be able to obtain his luck. However, it was completely different in Golden Horizon. The laws here were controlled by the immortal court. Jiang Qin had his identity brocade pouch. As long as they killed Jiang Qin, they would be able to obtain the identity brocade pouch. At that time, not only would they be able to absorb Jiang Qin's luck, they would also be able to obtain the treasures that Jiang Qin had obtained in the Golden Horizon. Could be said that it was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, the three of them didn't have any hope of obtaining treasures. After all, this was only the first day they arrived in Golden Horizon. Jiang Qin might not be able to obtain any good treasures. Little did they know that Jiang Qin had the same thought as them. By killing them, Jiang Qin would also be able to obtain their luck. If I were you, I wouldn't be standing here talking nonsense and wasting time. Jiang Qin spoke in a slightly sarcastic tone. There are some who can't wait to die. Ling Du of Xuanhuan Gate sneered. He felt that Jiang Qin's arrogance was simply meaningless. In his opinion, Jiang Qin was merely relying on Yang Bufan, an expert. King Fan Jiang Qin, what should we do now? I'm afraid that we won't be a match for them. Wang Yi asked worriedly. The enemy's camp was just too strong, much stronger than the blood demon. Moreover, the enemy seemed to have come with the intention to kill them. How could they be a match for them? Don't worry. Just stand there and watch the show. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth revealed a faint smile. Wang Yi and Dong Fei really didn't know where Jiang Qin's confidence came from. It seemed that no matter what kind of predicament he faced, Jiang Qin would always be able to maintain the basic calmness and confidence. Whether it was because he was too arrogant or not, Jiang Qin's confidence made them feel at ease. Don't talk nonsense with them anymore. Kill them directly. Kill Jiang Qin first. It's best to kill Yang Bufan as well. He Kuei spoke ferociously. Corpse chi began to emerge from his body, incomparably cold. The people of Corpsine sect were the most insidious and ruthless, 100 times crueler than the people of Devil Cult. In East Xuanyu, no one would be willing to offend Corpsine sect. Even the other major powers wouldn't be willing to confront the people of Corpsine sect for no reason, because encountering them would only result in death. Alright. Everyone listen up. Attack together. Kill all of them. Leave none alive. Wang Duo yelled and gave the order to kill. Hong. All of a sudden, waves of powerful qi rushed out from their bodies. 3 early immortal emperors and 9 half-step immortal emperors. What a spectacular scene it was when such a powerful camp unleashed their qi at the same time. 12 experts rushed towards Jiang Qin's side at the same time. Each of them was filled with towering killing intent. Their purpose was to wipe out Jiang Qin and the others. This was the Golden Horizon, an ancient battlefield, a true land of slaughter. No one knew how many people had died in this place since ancient times. Even if there were tens of thousands of geniuses who entered this place, it would already be considered good if half of them could walk out of this place alive. Therefore, there was no rule to the slaughter here. King Fan, you deal with Wang Duo. Jiang Qin spoke. Alright. I also want to see how powerful the geniuses of Divine Line sect are. What makes them so arrogant? Yang Bufan's chi fluctuated. His combat intent soared to the sky. His entire being turned into a ray of holy light, carrying endless chi waves, lunging at Wang Duo. As the evil lord, Yang Bufan was a battle maniac. In this Golden Horizon, there was nothing more interesting to him than fighting. Although King Fan had a powerful cultivation base and was the boss of King Fan Prefecture, in this Golden Horizon, Jiang Qin had already taken the dominant position. Even King Fan had to obey his opinion and command unconditionally. Long. In an instant, Wang Duo and Yang Bufan clashed fiercely with each other. The battle between the pinnacle geniuses of the two major powers was destined to be magnificent and earth-shattering. Both of their attacks were big and powerful. If it was a one-on-one fight, it would be impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. You guys stay here and don't move. Jiang Qin said to Dong Fei and Wang Yi. Jiang Qin die. On the other side, Ling Du and He Kuei lunged at Jiang Qin at the same time. They were scrambling to be the first, fearing that they would be a step slower, because they knew very well that whoever killed Jiang Qin first would get the identity brocade pouch. To these geniuses, Jiang Qin's luck itself was a treasure. Naturally, they wouldn't want to miss such a great treasure. The two early immortal emperors lunged at Jiang Chen at the same time. They had already locked onto Jiang Chen. Wang Yi and the others' faces turned even uglier, but Jiang Chen wanted them to stand here and watch the show. They really didn't know where Jiang Chen's confidence came from, nor did they know what trump card Jiang Chen had to deal with the joint attack of two early immortal emperors. Big brother, second brother. Just at this moment, Jiang Chen bellowed. Two rays of blood light flickered beside him. Two blood demon kings appeared instantly. Master. The two blood demon kings bowed to Jiang Chen at the same time and respectfully addressed him as master. Chapter 1561. Go kill the two of them. Jiang Chen said flatly. Each of his gestures revealed the domineering aura of a superior. It was like a king of the heavens and earth. Any gesture of his could rule the world. Yes, master. The two blood demon kings naturally didn't dare to show any neglect. After being edified, their consciousness only had Jiang Chen's command. Jiang Chen was their everything. The two blood demon kings roared at He Kuei and Ling Du. Their gentle eyes instantly turned blood red. Their bodies were filled with tyrannical qi and endless killing intent. Then they lunged at He Kuei and Ling Du respectively. Damn it! What the hell is this? Ling Du couldn't help but curse. They hadn't thought of this at the beginning. It was completely beyond their expectation. On the other side, Wang Yi and Dong Fei were dumbfounded, but immediately, their faces began to reveal a look of ecstasy. They finally knew why Jiang Chen was so confident. It turned out that the two blood demon kings weren't killed by Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen had just hidden them away. They could play a vital role at the critical moment. Haha, so that's how it is. The blood demon kings were not killed by senior brother Jiang at all. Instead, they were hidden. Senior brother Jiang had used some powerful means to completely subdue the two blood demon kings. Now that he is using them in battle, it is simply amazing. But why did senior brother Jiang lie to us and say that he had killed them? Dong Fei was incomparably excited. What do you know? This is called a trump card. Who would be willing to expose their trump card? But since Jiang Chen asked us to stand here and watch the show, let's just watch the show. The gloomy and worried expression on Wang Ye's face was swept away. He crossed his arms and began to watch the show as Jiang Chen had said. As someone who had witnessed the terror of the blood demon kings, he knew very well what kind of powerful opponents He Kuei and Ling Du were facing. The three early immortal emperors were too many at first, but now it wasn't enough at all. Compared to the excited reaction of Wang Yi and the others, Liang Qiao's face suddenly turned unsightly. His heart instantly had a feeling that he had been deceived. Liang Qiao, your complexion looks terrible, Wang Yi said snappily. Several people had doubts in their hearts, but on the surface, they had begun to stay away from Liang Qiao. Liang Qiao, if you're a spy, then your fate will definitely be very miserable. You should be very clear about senior brother Jiang's methods. Dong Fei spoke indifferently. His current cultivation base had already reached the half-step immortal emperor realm, which was the same level as Liang Qiao and the rest. Naturally, his tone had become much tougher. Who's the spy? What proof do you have that I'm a spy? Liang Qiao quibbled and looked very angry, but Dong Fei and Wang Yi were not fools. They naturally had no evidence, but they had good eyesight. Big brother and old two roared. The blood demon kings were born to fight, and they were naturally warlike. They were like docile sheep in front of Jiang Chen, but in front of the enemy they were killing machines, real ferocious tigers. Long. The battle between old two and He Kuei was a draw, but Ling Du didn't have such good luck. He was fighting against Big Brother, whose cultivation base had already stepped half a step into the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Not even Yang Bufan was a match for him, so He Kuei was naturally the same. Motherfucker. What kind of monster is this? How can Jiang Chen control such a powerful evil spirit? He Kuei cursed, having the urge to spurt out blood on the spot. They had already made a foolproof plan before coming to kill Jiang Chen. Plus, they knew very well about the combat strength of Jiang Chen's side. With three early immortal emperors working together, it would be a piece of cake for them to kill Jiang Chen. However, He Kuei and the others had never thought that there would be two powerful experts hiding beside Jiang Chen, especially the blood demon king that they were fighting. Even with their abilities, they weren't a match for it. If this situation continued, not to mention killing Jiang Chen, it would already be good enough if they could retreat unscathed. Hurry up and kill Jiang Chen. Ling Du yelled at those half-step immortal emperors. In his point of view, 9 half-step immortal emperors should be enough to kill Jiang Chen and the others. Long. The 9 half-step immortal emperors killing intent soared to the sky, lunging at Jiang Chen and the others. De Huang, I will leave these people to you. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Little Qinzi, you should do it. Most of these guys should have an identity brocade pouch on them, but I don't have one. You can get their brocade pouch and absorb their luck by killing them. If I do it myself, it will be a waste. De Huang Dog spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but nod. He had actually forgotten about this. According to the rules of Golden Horizon, only those who had the identity brocade pouch could obtain the luck and treasures of others. If one didn't have the identity brocade pouch, he wouldn't get anything even if he killed the other party. The brocade pouch of the other party would explode and all the luck and treasures would vanish. All right. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin instantly transformed into his dragon form. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. Given his current combat strength, these half-step immortal emperor geniuses were nothing in front of him. He could kill them easily, especially when he was in his dragon form. The gap between them had been widened. Ow! Jiang Qin wielded the long sword and slashed at one of them. Arg! They weren't on the same level at all. The half-step immortal emperor was from Divine Line sect. He was slashed to death by Jiang Qin. His body was slashed into two halves. Then his identity brocade pouch automatically drifted out and fell into Jiang Qin's hand. The moment the identity brocade pouch fell into Jiang Qin's hand, Jiang Qin suddenly felt a surge of luck entering his body, making him feel refreshed. Luck was an illusory thing that couldn't be grasped or touched, but Jiang Qin had cultivated the great divination art, which allowed him to sense luck. Especially after killing a half-step immortal emperor, Jiang Qin actually felt his own luck. His luck was like a vast ocean, whereas the luck of the genius from Divine Line sect was like a clear stream that flowed into Jiang Qin's vast ocean. The difference between a clear stream and a vast ocean was unimaginable. This showed the extent of Jiang Qin's luck. What? Seeing how frightening Jiang Qin was and how he killed one of them as soon as he arrived, the expressions of the other men changed dramatically. The arrogance they had before had completely vanished, replaced by fear. Ah! You bunch of rotten potatoes and stinky eggs want to kill me, Jiang Qin? You've overestimated yourselves. All of you shall die. Jiang Qin laughed wildly and slashed out with his long sword once more. Chapter 1562. Arg! Blood-curdling screams sounded one after another. In just a few blinks, all 9 half-step immortal emperors were killed by Jiang Qin. All of them had identity brocade pouches. Now, all of their brocade pouches had fallen into Jiang Qin's hands. Their luck had also been completely absorbed by Jiang Qin. The increase of luck had also increased Jiang Qin's foundation. The whole scene was too shocking, too bloody and too brutal. 9 of the 12 experts were killed in just a blink of an eye. Wang Yi and Dong Fei were stunned, unable to speak for a long time. One should know that every one of those who had been killed by Jiang Qin like chopping melons and vegetables was a genius on the same level as them. Whether it was Divine Line sect, Corpsine sect or Xuanhuan Gate, all of them were major powers in East Xuanhu, on the same level as Great Qin Empire. In other words, the geniuses that had emerged now would be the same as them in Genius Prefecture. What? Such a scene was witnessed by the 3 of them who were engaged in a fierce battle. They couldn't help but exclaim at the same time. Each of them looked at Jiang Qin as though they had seen a ghost. Apart from shock, there was no other emotion. How is this possible? How can this bastard be so powerful? Damn it. The news given by King Ping isn't accurate at all. He said that it would be a piece of cake for us to kill Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan. Damn it. Now it has come to this. Ling Du and Wang Duo's facial expression changed. They no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. First, 2 inexplicable evil creatures appeared. Then Jiang Qin's strength was unimaginably abnormal. All 9 half-step immortal emperors had been killed. Now only the 3 of them were left. It was impossible for them to kill Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan. Not to mention killing Jiang Qin, they couldn't even break through the 2 lines of defense. Hey Kuei, where's your corpse puppet? Hurry up and release it. I guess these 2 evil creatures are being manipulated by Jiang Qin, just like how your Corpsine sect manipulates corpse puppets. As long as we kill Jiang Qin, these 2 evil creatures will automatically die. Release your corpse puppet and kill Jiang Qin. This is our last hope. Ling Du yelled at He Kuei. This was their last move. Both he and Wang Duo knew that He Kuei had a powerful corpse puppet that obeyed He Kuei's command. As long as Jiang Qin was killed, the Blood Demon King would die for sure. Unfortunately, Ling Du was wrong this time. Even if Jiang Qin died, the Blood Demon King wouldn't die. They would lose the restraint of the edifying light and turn back into the evil creatures, wreaking havoc everywhere. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to kill Jiang Qin. Even if He Kuei released his powerful corpse puppet, it wouldn't pose any threat to Jiang Qin. All right. He Kuei gritted his teeth. He waved his hand and a black light flashed. The black light rippled in the void, and then turned into a powerful corpse puppet. The corpse puppet looked very majestic and its face was stiff like a zombie. It exuded endless death chi, giving people a very gloomy and frightening feeling. As soon as the corpse puppet appeared, it let out a blood-curdling roar. Its cultivation base was also very strong. It was an early immortal emperor expert. This was the terrifying means of corpsine sect. They could refine the dead into puppets and turn them into deadly killing machines. That's right. Corpse puppet, go and kill him. He Kuei gave the order to the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet immediately let out a roar and stretched out its sharp claws, which were emitting an extremely gloomy gray light. It then lunged at Jiang Qin. Humph! An early immortal emperor corpse puppet is nothing in front of me. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint's sword carried boundless flames and slashed at the corpse puppet. Tila. The terrifying long sword was like a blood-red dragon, slashing at the corpse puppet's body. Despite the corpse puppet's strong body, it couldn't withstand Jiang Qin's long sword. One of its arms was chopped off on the spot. Chichi. The flames were like tarsal bones. It couldn't get rid of the corpse puppet no matter how hard it tried. The corpse puppet roared in agony, as though the flames on its body were the most terrifying thing in the heavens and earth. As a matter of fact, the scariest part of the battle between Jiang Qin and the corpse puppet wasn't his combat strength, but the terrifying flames. Flames were the greatest nemesis of the corpse puppet. Under the restraint of such a natural enemy, the early immortal emperor corpse puppet was utterly vulnerable in front of Jiang Qin. Die completely. Jiang Qin struck once more. The terrifying dragon sword had completely turned into a green dragon. In a split second, the long sword pierced through the corpse puppet's body with a poo sound. The three types of supreme flames exploded like a terrifying bomb. The flames exploded, turning into a vast sea of fire. A gap was torn in the void. The corpse puppet's body had been blown to pieces and was then incinerated by the sea of fire. This kind of corpse puppet had been refined by corpsine sect using a special method. After a long period of time, all the blood essence and qi in its body had disappeared. Therefore, Jiang Qin wasn't interested in using the Zulong Tower to refine it. What? This time He Kuei was going completely mad. Both of his eyes were as round as a camel bell. He simply couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Apart from shock, there was also intense anger and heartache. It was such a difficult thing to refine a corpse puppet of one's own, especially a powerful one. The amount of effort needed to refine an early immortal emperor corpse puppet was unimaginable. The combat strength of this corpse puppet wasn't any weaker than him. It was his biggest trump card and could be said to be his greatest pride. Today was the first time he had sent this corpse puppet to the battlefield, but who would have thought that it wouldn't make any contribution and would be crushed to death by his opponent? He Kuei's eyes were as big as a camel's bells. He Kuei couldn't believe what he had just seen. Moreover, He Kuei didn't just have to bear sorrow and rage when the corpse puppet was killed. He would also suffer a backlash, and the backlash would cause his strength to plummet. Bang! The Blood Demon King didn't hold back. His combat strength was already above He Kuei. Moreover, He Kuei's combat strength had been reduced due to the corpse puppet. Immediately, his sharp claws bombarded He Kuei's chest, sending him flying away. Wah! Wah! He Kuei suffered a heavy blow. Blood spurted out from his mouth. His chi became dispirited. Go! He Kuei roared. Ling Du and Wang Duo immediately abandoned their opponents and prepared to flee. Both of them were astute people. How could they not see the situation at this moment? If they didn't leave now, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. De Huang helped me stop one of them. Jiang Qin's killing intent soared to the sky. How could he give his opponent a chance to escape? Chapter 1563. At this point it was already too late for them to escape. At least two of the three of them had to stay behind. Of course, it was still somewhat unrealistic for all three of them to stay behind. After all, given their cultivation base, they all had their own trump cards. Even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape at the critical moment. He Kuei had to die. He had already suffered a serious injury. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Besides, Jiang Qin hated corpsine sect the most. The name of this sect made him feel uncomfortable. Even without the relationship with Futian, Jiang Qin wouldn't want to be friends with such an evil force. Jiang Qin's speed was extremely fast. He instantly surpassed the Blood Demon King and lunged at He Kuei, who was about to escape into the void. At the same time, De Huang Dog bellowed and rushed at Wang Duo. He and Yang Bufan launched a pincer attack, completely sealing off Wang Duo's escape route. Chila. Seeing Jiang Chen charging at him, He Kuei was scared out of his wits. Without any hesitation, he tore the void with his bare hands, and with a sway of his body, he dived into the void. An immortal emperor could escape in an instant. Their ability was very terrifying. They could escape into the void in the blink of an eye, leaving this region and getting away without a trace. Get the hell out! Jiang Chen bellowed. At the same time, the Heavenly Saint's sword tore the void apart, turning into a true dragon that rushed into the interior of the void, forcing He Kuei out. As a matter of fact, if He Kuei was still in his peak state, this sword strike of Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to force him out. After all, in terms of combat strength, Jiang Chen was still weaker than He Kuei. Unfortunately, He Kuei had suffered the backlash of the corpse puppet being killed, and then the powerful attack of the Blood Demon King, causing him to be seriously injured. His combat strength had weakened, and he was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. That was why Jiang Chen had sealed off the void and forced him out. At the moment when He Kuei was forced to reveal himself, the ferocious Blood Demon King also rushed over. The Blood Demon King was extremely ferocious. He was more than 100 feet tall and looked like a giant in front of He Kuei. He stretched out his two sharp claws and grabbed He Kuei's shoulders respectively. His arms erupted with explosive power as he pulled with both hands. He Kuei's entire body would be torn into two halves on the spot and he would die tragically on the spot. Stop, let me kill him. Jiang Chen hastily stopped the Blood Demon King. By killing He Kuei, he could obtain He Kuei's identity brocade pouch and He Kuei's luck, but if He Kuei was killed by the Blood Demon King, he wouldn't get anything. An early immortal emperor genius was no small loss. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's command, the Blood Demon King, whose killing intent was thick, immediately stopped. At the same time, Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of He Kuei with the longsword in his hand. The indestructible Heavenly Saint sword stabbed toward the space between He Kuei's eyebrows. No! He Kuei howled. At this moment he felt a great sense of crisis. That was the threat of death. He had never had such a feeling before. He had never felt that death was so close to him. He didn't want to die. Deep remorse surged in his heart before he died. If he didn't impulsively come to kill Jiang Chen, given his ability, he would be able to stay in the Golden Horizon for a month before leaving this place. Additionally, he might be able to obtain some great treasures and the inheritance of some great expert. After leaving this place, his cultivation base would improve tremendously, and he would become a true expert. However, everything was too late. With the arrival of Jiang Chen's longsword, all his wishes had come to naught. Wuxia. The Heavenly Saint's sword was incomparably cold and emotionless. It pierced through the space between He Kuei's eyebrows. His blood was like a scarlet setting sun, carrying a poignant but beautiful taste. He Kuei's body twitched. His eyes slowly lost their luster. An identity brocade pouch flew out from his body and fell into Jiang Chen's hand. This was the last thing He Kuei saw before his death. The thing that he once regarded as his life had now become someone else's. The moment He Kuei's identity brocade pouch fell into Jiang Chen's hand, Jiang Chen felt that a huge mountain had been thrown into his ocean of luck, making his luck even more exuberant. That was the luck of He Kuei. Very quickly it merged with his own luck. Awesome! Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Luck was the most precious thing. Obtaining luck would imperceptibly enhance Jiang Chen's foundation. This was a means to seize the fortune of the heaven and earth. Such luck was destined to make Jiang Chen a great figure sooner or later. Damn it, even He Kuei has been killed. Ling Du, who was fighting against the second Blood Demon King, instantly panicked when he saw He Kuei's death. Immediately he unleashed his most powerful attack. He exerted all his skills and struck out countless slashes, forcing the Blood Demon King to retreat. Then a dazzling talisman appeared in his hand. As the talisman exploded, Ling Du also disappeared. At this time, nothing was more important than escaping for his life. If he was a bit slower, he would die here. He Kuei was a living example. Therefore, Ling Du didn't hesitate to use his life-saving talisman and escape thousands of miles away, escaping without a trace. Ling Du was very clear that He Kuei was dead, and Wang Duo was also dead for sure. He was absolutely lucky to be able to escape successfully. Seeing Ling Du escape, the two Blood Demon Kings went berserk. They bombarded the place where Ling Du disappeared, creating one big hole after another in the void. This part of the void was directly crushed, but Ling Du's shadow was nowhere to be seen. There's no need to chase after them. Go and kill Wang Duo. Jiang Qin said Lung Lung. It was within his expectation that Ling Du could escape. After all, Ling Du didn't suffer the same injury as He Kuei. Plus, he had the means to escape and his formidable strength. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that he could escape. However, Wang Duo wasn't so lucky. Now that all the experts had besieged him, the void had been completely sealed. Even if Wang Duo had the ability to transcend the heavens, he wouldn't be able to escape. Damn dog, get out of here. He Kuei's death and Ling Du's escape happened in an instant. Wang Duo saw it clearly. At this moment, his eyes had turned blood red. It wasn't because of anger but fear. It was too terrifying. He was completely terrified now. Only now did he know that the other party had such a formidable foundation. Not only did they have two powerful evil spirits, but even Jiang Chen and that dog were incomparably terrifying existences. In other words, even without these two evil spirits, it was almost impossible for them to kill Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan. Chapter 1564. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death. To anyone, death was the thing that they should fear the most, especially when they were faced with death. Only then would they know how terrifying death was, because once they died, they would never be able to come back to life again. Wang Duo was no exception. He was a rare genius with a bright future ahead of him. As long as he didn't die, he would become a true expert sooner or later, a powerhouse of the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, the moment Wang Duo was about to attack Jiang Qin, his fate had already been determined. Humans were often like this. A simple decision could push them into a bottomless abyss, making them unable to rise again for the rest of their lives. A single decision could destroy their entire life. Wang Duo was like this. The decision he made had directly caused him to lose his life. Wakaka. The Huang dog laughed. In the face of Wang Duo's attack, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His current cultivation base was at the half-step immortal emperor realm. His true combat strength was already comparable to Wang Duo's. Even if he had a one-on-one battle with Wang Duo, he wouldn't be defeated, let alone now. Clang. Big Yellow's head was shining with golden light. Wang Duo's sharp blade slashed at his head, producing a sound of iron being struck. The terrifying sharp blade, a mighty emperor-grade immortal weapon, couldn't even leave a mark on Big Yellow's head, let alone shattering it. In this world, it was likely that there was nothing that could split Big Yellow's head apart. Wang Duo's sharp blade was a powerful emperor-grade immortal weapon, but it didn't even leave a mark on Big Yellow's head, let alone shattering it. What? Wang Duo exclaimed. The toughness of the dog's head was beyond his imagination. What he didn't expect was that even a dog beside Jiang Chen could be so powerful. From this, it could be seen how wrong their prediction of Jiang Chen's camp was. They didn't come here to kill but to deliver their lives. Swoosh swoosh. After being delayed by the Huang dog, Jiang Chen and the two blood demon kings had surrounded Wang Duo. The 5 experts besieged Wang Duo from 5 different directions. Their chi soared up to the sky. A bright light pillar appeared above their heads, sealing the entire void. The place where Wang Duo was located was like a cage of heaven and earth, completely sealing him. Wang Duo, do you still want to resist? Jiang Chen held his sword horizontally and stood in front of Wang Duo in his majestic draconic transformation form. The aura emanating from his body carried the domineering aura of a king. It was a kind of pressure that could cause one's soul to tremble. Looking around, Wang Duo was completely listless like a stray dog. There was no trace of the arrogance he had at the beginning. Thinking back to how he had threatened to make Jiang Chen kneel and kowtow in front of him at the beginning, coupled with the scene in front of him, he really was a complete idiot. It turned out that all his previous performances were nothing but a clown in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, King Fan, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I, Wang Duo, promise you that I will never find trouble with you again. Divine Line Sect will definitely maintain a friendly relationship with Great Chen Empire in the future. Wang Duo begged for mercy. It wasn't easy for an arrogant genius like him to beg for mercy. However, in the face of death, everyone was fragile. He didn't want to die, so he could only compromise. Although he knew that he wouldn't have a good ending even if he begged for mercy, he still wanted to try even if there was only a 1 in a million chance. Unfortunately, he didn't even have a 1 in a million chance in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had never been polite to those who wanted to kill him. He knew very well that if he fell into Wang Duo's hands, Wang Duo would never let him go. Moreover, Wang Duo would ensure that he would die miserably. Wang Duo, from the moment you decided to attack us, you should have thought about this ending. Begging for mercy will only make me look down on you even more. Today you must die. Even if the sect master of your divine line sect is here, he won't be able to save your life. King Fan, kill him. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold, not giving Wang Duo the slightest hope of survival. However, he gave this opportunity to Yang Bufan because his luck was too strong. He wouldn't put Wang Duo's luck in his eyes at all. If Wang Duo's luck was absorbed by Yang Bufan, it would be of great use to him. Wang Duo, die. Yang Bufan attacked decisively. The sharp sword in his hand struck out at lightning speed, piercing through Wang Duo's chest. Obviously, Wang Duo had given up all resistance at this moment, because he knew very well that resistance was futile. The situation before him was already a dead end. Barf. Wang Duo's body and mind shook violently. The severe injury caused him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with desolation and unwillingness. He could feel that his vitality was fading away at an extremely fast speed. I never thought that I, Wang Duo, would die here today. Wang Duo was filled with remorse and unwillingness, but all of this was useless. What he had to face now was the most serious consequence. The final color of his life was blood red. In the end, Wang Duo was still dead. His identity brocade pouch fell into the hands of Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan's body trembled and his eyes brightened up. The identity brocade pouch is indeed wonderful. This Wang Duo's luck is also very good. According to his foundation, he shouldn't have died. Unfortunately, he met you, a monstrous genius whose luck far exceeds his. That's why he died tragically. Yang Bufan spoke. He more or less felt pity for Wang Duo's death. After all, Wang Duo was a genius as powerful as him. However, apart from feeling pity, he was also incomparably excited, thinking that he had seized Wang Duo's luck and added it to himself. At this point, all the experts of the three major powers who came to besiege them, except for Ling Du who escaped like a stray dog, had died tragically. It could be said to be a tragic scene. To Jiang Chen and the others, this battle was a complete victory without any loss. Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan opened the brocade pouch they had obtained and found it empty, but they weren't disappointed. Such a situation was within their expectation. After all, this was only the first day of entering the Golden Horizon. Most of them hadn't obtained any benefits yet. Furthermore, He Kuei and the others had been plotting to kill Jiang Chen ever since they entered the Golden Horizon. They didn't have the time to search for treasures. Little Chinzi, keep these identity brocade pouches. The more brocade pouches you have, the more attention you will be given. Perhaps you might even be valued by the immortal court. At that time you will be very powerful. Yang Bufan reminded. And I know that. Chapter 1565. The battle ended just like that in an extremely barbaric and tyrannical manner. To Corpse Yin sect and Divine Line sect, the death of He Kuei and Wang Duo was a great loss, but going against Jiang Chen would only result in greater losses in the future. Wang Yi and Dong Fei finally recovered from the shock. Recalling the previous battle, each of them couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Dong Fei couldn't hide his excitement as he ran to Jiang Chen and King Fan's side. Amazing. Even Wang Duo and the rest are dead. Senior brother Jiang, I wonder how strong you will become after this trip to Golden Horizon. Dong Fei spoke in an incomparably worshipful tone. This sentence was absolutely not flattery. He was just stating a fact. He was the first person who came into contact with Jiang Chen in Genius Prefecture. He had seen Jiang Chen create one miracle after another. No one could estimate how great Jiang Chen's future achievements would be. Similarly, no one knew to what extent Jiang Chen could grow in the Golden Horizon. But one thing was for sure, it was an incomparably difficult and almost impossible task to take Jiang Chen's life in the Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen patted Dong Fei's shoulder, then his eyes fell on Liang Qiao. His eyes were as cold as a cold knife, causing Liang Qiao's soul to tremble. After witnessing Jiang Chen's strength with his own eyes, he was still trembling in fear. He would never forget the scene of Jiang Chen killing 9 half-step immortal emperors in the blink of an eye. What are you nervous about? Jiang Chen asked. No, I'm not nervous. Senior brother Jiang has killed the enemies and saved all of our lives. I'm just excited. Liang Qiao pretended to be calm, but under the gaze of Jiang Chen, he couldn't stay calm anymore. As the saying goes, there was a guilty conscience in one's heart that couldn't be concealed no matter how hard one tried. Blood demon, kill him. Jiang Chen said plainly. Yes, master. The eldest blood demon king bowed to Jiang Chen and walked towards Liang Qiao. Don't kill me. Liang Qiao's expression instantly changed. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would kill him just like that. He didn't give him any face at all. They were fighting side by side in the valley just now, but now he turned against him just like that. Jiangqin, King Fan, don't kill me. I was forced to do this. I'll tell you who ordered me to do this. From now on I'll pledge my loyalty to you. I'm willing to do anything for King Fan. Liang Qiao knelt on the ground with a thud. He might not understand the means of Yang Bufan, but he had a good understanding of Jiang Chen's means. Jiang Chen was a homicidal maniac who was incomparably cruel to his enemies. Initially he thought that if He Kuei and the others could kill Jiang Chen, his mission would be completed and he would be rewarded handsomely. Moreover, he had a blood dragon fruit in his hand. It wouldn't take him more than a few days to advance to the immortal emperor realm. At that time, his combat strength would be enhanced and he would be able to thrive in Golden Horizon. How could he have thought that Jiang Chen had hidden his trump card and kept the two blood demon kings in the dark? Almost all the geniuses of the three major powers had died here, and he had even been exposed. Now he only wanted to live. As long as he could live, he would do anything. I don't need a coward like you. Jiang Chen spoke. The long sword in his hand suddenly thrust forward, piercing through Liang Qiao's glabella. Initially he didn't intend to kill Liang Qiao himself, but when he recalled that there was a blood dragon fruit in Liang Qiao's brocade pouch, the brocade pouch would explode and the blood dragon fruit would vanish along with it. Wouldn't that be a great pity? He would be able to get the brocade pouch after killing Liang Qiao. Killing without hesitation, cold and merciless. This was how Jiang Chen treated his enemies. This was the outcome of a spy. As for Liang Qiao being instructed by someone, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in it at all, because Jiang Chen already knew who instructed him. He didn't want to see Liang Qiao bargaining with him. There was only one ending for betraying him: death. Liang Qiao was dead. Liang Qiao's brocade pouch fell into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and a blood dragon fruit appeared. This blood dragon fruit had not even been refined by Liang Qiao to a tenth. A large amount of essence still remained. Jiang Chen directly handed the blood dragon fruit to the eldest blood demon king. Blood demon, refine this blood dragon fruit. Upon hearing this, the huge body of the blood demon king couldn't help but tremble. No one knew how effective this blood dragon fruit was to him. They were born on the blood dragon fruit tree and grew by absorbing the essence of the tree. They had been guarding the tree for so long just to wait for the fruit to ripen. Therefore, the blood dragon fruit had the greatest effect on the blood demon. Jiang Chen saw this, which was why he gave the blood dragon fruit to the blood demon king, because the blood demon king's current strength was already half step into the intermediate immortal emperor realm. If he could refine this blood dragon fruit, he would be able to break through to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. At that time, the blood demon king would be the greatest trump card for Jiang Chen, which could ensure that he could roam freely in Golden Horizon. The blood demon king received the blood dragon fruit and hastily bowed to Jiang Chen. Thank you, master. The blood demon king seemed incomparably excited. To him this was a great opportunity. Liang Qiao had only refined a little bit of the blood dragon fruit. Most of the essence was still there. If the blood demon king could refine it completely, it would be a piece of cake for him to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Looking at the dead Liang Qiao, there wasn't the slightest trace of pity in the eyes of Wang Yi and Dong Fei. There was only disgust in their eyes. A traitor would never have a good ending. Liang Qiao was a living example. Traitors were also the ones who should never be distressed and forgiven. They had seen the scene just now. If it wasn't for the powerful trump card that Jiang Chen had hidden, all of their lives would be in danger. That was simply a disaster, and this disaster was brought to them by Liang Qiao. Therefore, Liang Qiao's death made them feel very happy. At least the traitor had been found, which made them feel more at ease. Senior brother Jiang, King Fan, who do you think ordered Liang Qiao to do this? Dong Fei asked. Is there still a need to guess? It must be King Ping and the Crown Prince. Liang Qiao only chose to join King Fan Prefecture after getting the identity brocade pouch of the Golden Horizon. Moreover, he did it inexplicably without any warning. As soon as he joined King Fan Prefecture, I already felt that something was amiss. King Ping and the Crown Prince wanted to get rid of me and King Fan, but they couldn't do it in this Golden Horizon. So they made use of the hostility of the Xuanhuan Gate and Corpsine sect against us, and then told He Kuei and the others about how prosperous my luck is. Then they surrounded He Kuei and the others to besiege us. They arranged Liang Qiao to join our camp in advance, exposing our position at the critical moment. Jiang Chen spoke. He could guess everything. There was no need for Liang Qiao to confess such a simple thing to him. This debt will be settled sooner or later. King Fan harumphed coldly. Even if Jiang Chen didn't mention it, his heart was as clear as a mirror. As a young king, his intelligence and wisdom were incomparable to ordinary people. As for the grudges between him, the crown prince and King Ping, it would only be a matter of time before they came to an end. There could only be one crown prince in Great Qian Empire. King Fan, where are we going next? Wang Yi asked. I suggest we go our separate ways. Jiang Qin said, everyone has come to the Golden Horizon to find their own fortune. Everyone has different luck and opportunities. If you are with me, you will be affected by my luck, causing you to be unable to find your own fortune. Everyone will go their own way and follow their own destiny. If you want to grow, you will have to leave the protection of me and King Fan. Go ahead and find your own fortune. The greater your luck is, the greater the fortune you will find. Jiang Qin said, everyone has come to the Golden Horizon to find their own fortune. Everyone has different luck and opportunities. Jiang Qin had always liked to act alone. What he said was the truth. His luck was too exuberant. It wasn't necessarily a good thing for these people to follow him. At best, they would be his followers. It was basically impossible for them to get his fortune. This was only the first day of their arrival in the Golden Horizon. Jiang Qin had already helped them obtain the blood dragon fruit. As long as they found a secret place to stay for a few days and refine the blood dragon fruit, their cultivation base would advance to the early immortal emperor realm. At that time, they would have more assurance when they travel in the Golden Horizon. Jiang Qin is right. The purpose of us coming to the Golden Horizon is to find our own fortune. Countless experts have fallen in this ancient battlefield. Even great sovereigns have been buried here. There are innumerable fortunes and inheritances here. Whether you can get them or not depends on your own fortune. Besides, all of you have already obtained the blood dragon fruit. After refining it, your cultivation base will advance to the early immortal emperor realm. Given your strength, it will be enough to deal with any emergency. Yang Bufan nodded and said. He had no opinion on Jiang Qin's decision. All right. In that case, I, Wang Yi, will take my leave. Wang Yi clasped his fists at King Fan and Jiang Qin, then took the lead in choosing a direction and left. Soon after, Dong Fei and the other man also left one after another. Each of them had chosen the direction they wanted to go. At their level, they could sense some things in the unseen world. They could more or less sense the good things that were suitable for them in that direction. Little Qinzi, let's part ways. You have too many enemies. Be careful. If you encounter the people of Nanbei family, hide as much as you can, Yang Bufan reminded. He had always been fearful of Nanbei family, an ancient family. He knew that Jiang Qin's biggest enemy was Nanbei family. Nanbei too had failed to kill Jiang Qin last time and had even allowed Jiang Qin to kill 2 geniuses of Nanbei family. Given the style of Nanbei family, they would never let Jiang Qin go. Chapter 1566. Jiang Qin wasn't worried about Yang Bufan at all. Yang Bufan's combat strength was already very strong. Now that he had the blood dragon fruit, it wouldn't take long for him to advance to the early immortal emperor realm. At that time, given Yang Bufan's talent, he would almost be on the same level as Yang Lang. He wouldn't encounter any great danger in this Golden Horizon. Of course, the danger that Jiang Qin mentioned was relative to the tens of thousands of geniuses. An intermediate immortal emperor was absolutely a top-notch existence among the tens of thousands of geniuses. Even if they encountered a powerful expert that they weren't a match for, it wouldn't be a problem for them to stay alive. However, from another point of view, anything could happen in this ancient battlefield. Even those late immortal emperor supreme geniuses of the immortal court wouldn't dare to guarantee their safety in this place. There were great dangers and strange places in the inheritance of many experts. Once one fell into one of those places, even experts like Dong Fangyu and Yang Zanqing wouldn't be able to get out. Therefore, there were dangers everywhere in this Golden Horizon. There were threats from the geniuses of various major powers, but more of them were the dangers of the Golden Horizon itself. Most of them were places of death. Once one fell into them, it would be impossible for one to get out. Little Qinzi, where are we going now? De Huang Dog asked. Now there were only the 2 of them left. As for the 2 blood demon kings, they were merely slaves of Jiang Qin. They only needed to listen to Jiang Qin's orders and didn't need to express their opinions. Let's enter the Zulong Tower first. I need to spend some time stabilizing my cultivation base and then advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. The Golden Horizon has just been opened. It will certainly be more chaotic in the future. I have to improve my cultivation base. Jiang Qin said. He opened the door of the Zulong Tower and brought the Huang Dog and the 2 blood demon kings into the 33rd level. Jiang Qin could already see that there were dangers everywhere in the Golden Horizon. This was only the first day they came here. First, it was the blood demon kings, than the experts of the three major powers. They had already encountered two dangers. Moreover, this was only the edge of the Golden Horizon. If they went to the central region of the Golden Horizon, the danger would certainly be greater. The evil creatures that would appear would also be more terrifying. More importantly, many of the geniuses of various major powers who entered the Golden Horizon this time were intermediate immortal emperors. There were even late immortal emperors. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, he most likely wouldn't be a match for them. The Blood Demon Kings could be his trump card, but the most important thing was to improve his own cultivation base. Putting all these aside, if he entered the forbidden land left behind by an immortal venerable expert, he would certainly encounter all kinds of terrifying things. Opportunity and crisis always coexisted. In order to obtain the real benefits, one must first have the strength to control these benefits. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen had to improve his cultivation base as fast as possible. In the 33rd level, Wu Ningzhu was still in seclusion. Her current cultivation base had already reached the peak of intermediate immortal king realm, and would soon step into the late immortal king realm. To Wu Ningzhu this was undoubtedly a very great improvement. Jiang Chen didn't disturb Wu Ningzhu. He simply chose a place and sat cross-legged. The 33rd level was very large. It had a radius of a few hundred kilometers. The void was filled with misty airflow. After the two Blood Demon Kings came in, they instantly felt the change of the time law in this place. Their faces revealed a look of horror. Don't look around. Refine the Blood Dragon Fruit immediately to improve your strength. Jiang Chen yelled at the eldest Blood Demon King. As for the second Blood Demon King, Jiang Chen simply ignored him. An early immortal Emperor Blood Demon King was no longer of much use to Jiang Chen, but it was still a decent combat force at the critical moment. At the very least, he could refine it and turn it into his nutrients. However, Jiang Chen wasn't a ruthless person. If he didn't use the edifying light to purify the Blood Demon King, perhaps Jiang Chen would refine it without any hesitation, but since it had already been edified, the Blood Demon King was equivalent to serving him with his life. It was somewhat inhumane to kill the Blood Demon King after using it. This wasn't Jiang Chen's style of doing things. Additionally, the edifying light was the supreme scripture of Buddhist sect. Its original meaning was to purify all living beings from suffering. The edified Blood Demon King would be completely different from before. Yes, Master. The Blood Demon King answered. He took the Blood Dragon Fruit and found a place to refine it. The second Blood Demon King stood there quietly, not saying a word without Jiang Chen's order. Jiang Chen had given the Blood Dragon Fruit to his eldest brother instead of him, but there wasn't the slightest bit of jealousy or resentment in his eyes. This was the effect of the edifying light. It could directly purify a person's soul. Little Qinzi, how long are you going to be in seclusion this time? The Huang Dog asked. I'm going to be in seclusion for 6 months. I want to solidify my foundation and settle it properly. After 6 months, I will go on a killing spree in this Golden Horizon, making countless geniuses tremble in fear. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He needed to settle his foundation now. His body still contained a large amount of medicinal efficacy of the Snow Jade King Ginseng and Holy Flame Emperor Pill. He needed to completely absorb these medicinal efficacy and the Blood Dragon Fruit. With all these treasures added together, 6 months would be enough for Jiang Chen's cultivation base to stabilize to the peak of intermediate immortal king realm. Master Dog also needs to settle down. It's not bad to sleep here for 6 months. De Huang Dog's words almost infuriated Jiang Chen to the point of spurting out blood. Compared to this damn dog, it was truly a blow to him, especially when he was cultivating in the same place as this dog. Everyone else would be painstakingly cultivating in seclusion, but this dog was just sleeping. What made him even more speechless was that the effect of this dog sleeping was better than him cultivating in seclusion. How infuriating was this? As soon as he finished speaking, De Huang Dog lay on the ground and began to snore. This guy had wasted a lot of good things during this period of time. When he was in Genius Prefecture, he had already eaten plenty of spiritual herbs. Apart from the spiritual herbs in Jiang Chen's courtyard, he had also eaten plenty of spiritual herbs in Dan Prefecture. As long as it wasn't too excessive, Dong Fangyu would turn a blind eye to it and didn't treat it seriously. What a heartless guy. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog and shook his head. After that, he quickly adjusted his condition to the best and began his seclusion. The time of seclusion this time wouldn't be short. 6 months was only 6 days in the outside world. By the time Jiang Chen walked out of the Zulong Tower, he was afraid that the Golden Horizon would be bustling with activity. Perhaps something major would happen. As for what happened in the Golden Horizon in these 6 days, it had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. What he needed to do now was to concentrate on stabilizing his cultivation base, and then rely on the blood dragon fruit to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. The entire 33rd level was tranquil. The spatial flow inside was obviously rotating faster. The time law here had been completely changed. It was 30 times faster than normal. This was certainly a treasured land for seclusion. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck of dust, floating in the void, completely integrated with the void. Outsiders wouldn't be able to find any trace of Jiangchen when they passed by here. On the third day in the 33rd level, the Blood Demon King underwent some changes. An extremely powerful blood chi rushed up from the top of his head. The powerful chi shook the entire spatial zone violently. That was the chi of an intermediate immortal emperor. After all, the Blood Demon King depended on the blood dragon fruit tree to survive. Therefore, the speed at which he absorbed the blood chi of the blood dragon fruit was very fast and very useful. It only took the Blood Demon King 3 days to completely refine the blood dragon fruit. Furthermore, his cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, directly advancing to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Jiangchen opened his eyes and looked at the transformation of the Blood Demon King. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. The stronger the Blood Demon King was, the more useful it would be to Jiangchen. An evil creature like the Blood Demon King was incomparably terrifying. Jiangchen had already witnessed this when he was in the valley. After advancing to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, the Blood Demon King's combat strength was almost comparable to Yang Lang and Shan Chong. It was imaginable how great the benefits of having such a powerful expert by his side would be. After the Blood Demon King advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, he hastily retracted his chi, fearing that it would affect Jiangchen's seclusion. Then the 2 Blood Demon Kings guarded Jiangchen on both sides. Even though this place was incomparably safe, they still had to protect Jiangchen tightly. Big Yellow was sleeping soundly, and his snores could be heard everywhere. Jiangchen had his eyes closed and was meditating with his legs crossed. His black hair was fluttering even though there was no wind. Wu Ningzhu was as beautiful as a goddess and she was spotless. On the 10th day, Wu Ningzhu successfully advanced to the late immortal king realm, but she didn't stop there. Instead, she continued to cultivate in seclusion. She didn't expect to advance to a higher realm, but she wanted to completely stabilize her cultivation base. After all, advancing 2 levels at once wouldn't be good for her. She needed to comprehend the late immortal king realm. 2 months later, the remaining medicinal energy in Jiangchen's body had completely settled down. The number of dragon marks in his body had increased by 9,000. The current number of dragon marks in his body had reached 1,149,000. He only needed 1,000 more dragon marks to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. However, these 1,000 dragon marks weren't a problem for Jiangchen at all. His current posture was as steady as a mountain. His foundation had reached the extreme, allowing him to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm at any time. Jiangchen opened his eyes and took out the blood dragon fruit. According to his estimation, this blood dragon fruit could help him condense at least 30,000 dragon marks. At that time, his cultivation base would be stabilized at the peak of intermediate immortal king realm, and his combat strength would increase by more than 10 times. Jiangchen opened his mouth. An extremely powerful suction force acted on the blood dragon fruit. The fruit turned into a ray of blood light and was swallowed by Jiangchen. He was afraid that only he and De Huang Dog could use such a barbaric method of refinement. Long. Almost at the instant the blood dragon fruit entered Jiangchen's body, a rumbling sound was heard from the surging energy. The energy was like a vast ocean, rampaging in Jiangchen's body. 1,000 dragon marks were condensed in a blink. Intermediate Immortal King Breakthrough. Chapter 1567. Along with Jiangchen's bellow, an incomparably powerful qi surged out of his body, causing the entire 33rd level to shake violently. Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog, who were in seclusion, were alarmed. They opened their eyes and fixed their eyes on Jiangchen. Good, this kid is going to advance to the intermediate Immortal King realm. De Huang Dog spoke excitedly. It was undoubtedly a great thing for Jiangchen to advance at this time. De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu knew Jiangchen's ability very well. Every time Jiangchen advanced to the intermediate Immortal King realm, his combat strength would increase at a terrifying rate. Now that he had advanced to the intermediate Immortal King realm, he could even kill a genius like Ling Du with his full strength. With such formidable strength, he could almost do whatever he wanted in the Golden Horizon. Wang, a strong buzzing sound was heard from Jiangchen's body. It was the ocean-like energy that was raging. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body was like a complete world that could accommodate everything. Even the ocean-like energy of the fire dragon fruit couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen's body. This was the power of the body of a true dragon. Presently, Jiang Chen was advancing to the intermediate immortal king realm. Every time he advanced, he would need to consume a large amount of immortal metastones. Immortal metastones were the essence of the heavens and earth. It was necessary for every cultivator to advance. Jiang Chen's consumption had always been extremely terrifying, more than 100 times more than cultivators of the same level. However, the current Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of consumption. Xianxia had rewarded him with 1,000,000 emperor-grade immortal metastones. Such a huge amount of wealth was enough for Jiang Chen's cultivation base to advance to the immortal emperor realm. To Jiang Chen, at least he didn't need to worry about the lack of immortal metastones in a short period of time. Very soon, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had completely stabilized at the intermediate immortal king realm. The powerful qi had also been retracted back into his body. However, to Jiang Chen this was just the beginning. The massive energy of the blood dragon fruit had yet to be consumed. Don't worry about Jiang Chen. That bastard is a heaven-defying monstrous genius. Only 2 months have passed. He won't come out of seclusion before 6 months have passed. Now he has to refine the blood dragon fruit with all his might, condensing his cultivation base completely. I estimate that his cultivation base will at least reach the peak of intermediate immortal king realm after 4 months, and won't be too far away from the late immortal king realm. Sister Ning, you should continue your seclusion. De Huang Dog spoke to Wu Ningzhu, hoping that Jiang Chen's advancement wouldn't affect Wu Ningzhu's seclusion. After all, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base was still too weak. Even though she had already advanced to the late immortal king realm, it was still difficult for her to move an inch in the golden horizon. The reason why Wu Ningzhu came along this time was to wait for the opportunity, for the fortune that belonged to her. Before she obtained the great fortune, she didn't need to take any action. She needed to be protected. Wu Ningzhu's luck and fortune were very good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have advanced twice in a row the moment she arrived at the golden horizon. In a blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The energy of the blood dragon fruit in Jiang Chen's body had already been completely refined. Just like what he had expected, the blood dragon fruit had helped him condense another 30,000 dragon marks, causing the current number of dragon marks to reach 180,000. He was only 20,000 dragon marks away from the late immortal king realm. As a matter of fact, the power of a blood dragon fruit wasn't just this. In order to balance the energy, Jiang Chen had absorbed a part of the blood dragon fruit into the Zulong Tower. Currently, the 37th floor of the Zulong Tower was almost fully condensed. There was only one last step left. 99 floors of the Zulong Tower was the pinnacle. This was an incomparably long process. Jiang Chen had to find a way to condense the Zulong Tower at all costs. Once this true dragon treasure was fully condensed, it would possess the power to penetrate the heavens and earth, which would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. Now that his cultivation base had been completely stabilized, Jiang Chen was prepared to use the remaining 2 months to further consolidate his foundation. His qi was like a vast ocean and his body was like a mountain. This time he was going to make everything in his body firm and solid. The moment he walked out of the Zulong Tower, he was going to explore the golden horizon without fear. 4 months had passed in the Zulong Tower, but only 4 days had passed in the golden horizon. During these 4 days, the golden horizon was obviously much livelier than before. The air was filled with the stench of blood. In this ancient battlefield, the stench of blood itself was a symbol. The stench of blood would never dissipate, but as tens of thousands of geniuses entered the battlefield, the stench of blood began to grow thicker and thicker. There were killings every day in this place. Humans and evil creatures, humans and humans. Fights, robberies and killings were everywhere and happening all the time. In these 4 days, Jiang Chen's reputation had risen once again. Although it was only within the limits of East Xuanhu, due to the escape of Ling Du, the news of Jiang Chen killing Wang Duo, He Kuei and the 9 half-step immortal emperor geniuses of the 3 major powers was no longer a secret. Although the golden horizon was huge, the news spread very fast, especially to the mighty immortal emperors. Plus, as a genius of the xuanhuan gate, Ling Du was very likely to have a way to contact his fellow sect members. Plus, the fact that Jiang Chen had killed so many geniuses was also a major event to East Xuanhu. One should know that it was normal for the 11 major powers of East Xuanhu to fight each other, but no one would dare to offend the 3 major powers at the same time. It was extremely rare for Jiang Chen to kill 11 geniuses of the 3 major powers. Therefore, the direct consequence of this incident was the wrath of the 3 major powers of the Xuanhuan Gate. We must kill Jiang Chen. We must never let him walk out of the golden horizon. He has killed so many geniuses of my divine line sect in public and caused such a great loss on the first day of his arrival in the golden horizon. This is a slap to the face of our xuanhuan gate. Jianghu must die. The supreme experts of the three major powers were infuriated, as though they wouldn't stop until Jianghu was killed. Just like Great Qin Empire, the three major powers had a strong foundation. They had intermediate immortal emperors like Yang Lang. Now that the geniuses of their sects had been killed in public, as the representatives of their sects, they couldn't let go of Jianghu. Otherwise, they would become the laughingstock of others and show their incompetence. Moreover, under the lead of Ling Du, numerous experts had come to the battlefield. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything after checking, so they had to leave. When the people of Nanbei family received the news of Jianghu, they immediately took action. Nanbei II and 3 other early immortal emperors had also come with nothing. Currently, the news of Fire Qilin being imprisoned by Jianghu had already been known by the people of Nanbei family. Therefore, killing Jianghu in the Golden Horizon was one of their most important tasks. This was also the order given by young Master Chao. Brother Itu, it's useless for us to come here. That Jianghu isn't a fool. He won't stay here forever. That's right, Brother Itu. The Golden Horizon is just too huge. It won't be easy for us to find Jianghu. Young Master Chao has also come in this time. As long as Jianghu uses the Qilin divine arm again, young Master Chao will be able to sense his location. At that time, that Jianghu will die for sure. That's right. Young Master Chao's means isn't something that ordinary people can withstand. The 3 experts of Nanbei family spoke. Among the 4 of them, Nanbei Itu seemed to be the eldest brother. All 3 of them were early immortal emperors. Such geniuses would be the best in any place in East Xuanhu. Such figures had great arrogance, but when they mentioned young Master Chao, their tone and expression were filled with respect, as though this young Master Chao was the scariest figure in the heavens and earth. Nanbei Itu and the others had also left. There were a few groups of people here, but all of them returned empty-handed. As a matter of fact, they didn't have much hope. After all, Jianghu wasn't a fool. It was impossible for him to stay here and wait for others to seek revenge after killing someone. As a matter of fact, Jianghu was already here. The Zulong Tower was hidden too well. It had completely integrated with the void. Even a mighty immortal emperor wouldn't be able to detect it. Jianghu had no idea what was happening outside, nor did he care about it now. The current Jianghu was completely immersed in the state of seclusion. His qi was getting more and more stable, as though he was returning to his natural state. Of course, it was absolutely not returning to his natural state. Returning to one's natural state was a kind of realm, a kind of cultivation base had completely stabilized to achieve the peak of half-step immortal. Even a mighty immortal sovereign only a step away from the true immortal return to his natural state. Wu Ningzhu had also become much stronger, state of mind. Only a step away from the half-step in the 33rd level was very fast. The Huang Dog's cultivation base had completely stabilized at the intermediate immortal Jiangchen's 6th month of seclusion. While the Huang Dog's cultivation base was still at the early immortal emperor. 2 rays of bright light shot out from his eyes, the corner of Jiangchen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Jianghu was like a steady mountain. Given their current camp, his entire being was completely different from Golden Horizon, as though he had undergone a qualitative change. Master Dog can't stand it anymore. Completely stabilized. Although it wasn't the peak of intermediate immortal king realm, his combat strength was much stronger than when he had just stepped into the intermediate immortal king realm. Tower with us. Get ready to go to the center of the Golden Horizon and have a look. At this time, the Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu wasn't strong, she absolutely couldn't stay in the Zulong Tower all the time. That would completely lose the purpose of bringing Wu Ningzhu to the Golden Horizon. The purpose of coming here was to search for opportunities for Wu Ningzhu. If she kept hiding, how could she find the opportunity? Opportunities were something that you had to touch and fight for. If you didn't work hard, even if there was a good thing, it wouldn't fall on your head for no reason. There was a good saying that opportunities were given to those who were prepared. Wu Ningzhu was now preparing herself at all times. All right. Wu Ningzhu nodded. She had always been absolutely obedient to Jiangchen's words, especially in the Golden Horizon. She would listen to Jiangchen's arrangements. Besides, she wasn't willing to stay in this enclosed space all the time. Given her current strength, she could more or less deal with some situations and crises. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Light and shadow flashed. 3 silhouettes suddenly walked out of the void. They were Jiangchen, the Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. As for the 2 Blood Demon Kings, they must be hidden in the Zulong Tower. The Blood Demon Kings were Jiangchen's biggest trump card. They must be hidden well so that they could deal a fatal blow to the enemy at the critical moment. Little Chinzi, where are we going now? Asked Wuningshu. It should be 6 days since the opening of the Golden Horizon. I think the Golden Horizon should be bustling with activity. We can't continue to delay. Let's go straight to the center of the Golden Horizon. De Huang, what do you say? Jiang Qin said. The Golden Horizon had been opened for a month. It could be said that they had already wasted 6 days. Many of them should have found the treasures, but there were also a lot of them who had died in the battles. This could be seen from the heavy stench of blood in the air. Let's go. That's the central region of Golden Horizon. De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and flew towards a direction. In Golden Horizon he could find the most accurate direction at any time. He felt like he had been here before. Even if Yang Lang and Shan Chong had been here before, they wouldn't be as familiar as De Huang Dog. However, Jiang Qin was not surprised by De Huang Dog's familiarity with the place. After all, De Huang Dog had too many miraculous abilities. He could even sense treasures. Moreover, he was proficient in the Holy Book of Source Formations. Finding a direction was nothing. Jiang Qin and the others traveled at a very fast speed. After walking out of the mountain range, they crossed tens of thousands of miles of wasteland. They encountered many evil spirits along the way, but these evil spirits were relatively weak. Jiang Qin didn't even have the interest to attack them. After hundreds of thousands of miles, Wu Ningzhu couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this Golden Horizon a little too vast? We have already flown for hundreds of thousands of miles, but we haven't met many people. Wu Ningzhu couldn't help sighing. The Golden Horizon has a radius of millions of miles. Even if tens of thousands of people were to be placed here, it wouldn't be conspicuous. This place used to be a country that was controlled by the Golden Clan. Later on, a great war broke out. The Golden Clan was also attacked and exterminated. However, I have a feeling that the bloodline of the Golden Clan won't be severed. There will still be descendants, said De Huang Dog. The Golden Clan possesses the bloodline of the divine bird, Golden Crow. It's a very powerful clan in the heavens and earth. It shouldn't go extinct just like that. If we can find the hinterland of the Golden Clan, we might be able to obtain powerful opportunities and benefits. It's said that the peerless sovereign weapon of the Golden Clan, the Golden Feather Fan, was left here. Jiang Qin said. The thought of the annihilation of such a huge clan made him somewhat sad, but he had the same thought as De Huang Dog. He felt that the bloodline of the Golden Clan wouldn't be severed just like that. There must be something left behind. It's not as easy as you think. The Golden Horizon has existed for a long time. It opens once every 5 years, but there's still no trace of the Golden Feather Fan. Not to mention the fan, not even a feather has been found. As for the hinterland of the Golden Clan, I'm afraid that no one can enter it. Otherwise, the secret of the Golden Clan would have been dug out long ago. De Huang Dog shook his head. Just like what he said, this clan was too powerful. Even if it was sealed, not anyone could enter it. Long. At this moment, a huge golden palm suddenly descended from the void. This palm was like a palm leaf fan. It was 30 meters in size and was about to press down on Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Sneak attack? Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Immediately he struck out the true dragon palm, colliding with the golden palm. Long. Two terrifying palms collided with each other, producing a large amount of sparks. Layers of ripples appeared in the void. The spatial zone was shattered in an instant. Cough. Jiang Qin couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The attacker was very powerful. A casual strike had already caused Jiang Qin's blood and qi to churn. This showed that the attacker must be an expert, but Jiang Qin wasn't afraid. After all, he wasn't in his half-dragon form. His combat strength couldn't be compared to his true form. Who is it? Jiang Qin bellowed at the void. This poor monk is fucked. An intermediate immortal king brat is actually able to withstand a strike from me? This is too much of a blow. An angry voice reverberated from the void. Then a monk walked out. This monk seemed to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face and a pair of bright eyes. He was wearing a white monk robe, but his demeanor was frivolous, which made people dare not compliment him. A monk from White Dragon Temple? Jiang Qin asked. This monk was at the peak of early Immortal Emperor realm. Such a genius could only appear in White Dragon Temple. Oh, not bad. You even know about White Dragon Temple. You're right. I'm an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. Now I'm going to rob you. Hand over all your belongings and this beautiful girl. Then I won't kill you and I won't take your identity brocade pouch. That's good enough, right? The monk spoke. Fuck? The monk's words immediately made Jiang Qin roll his eyes. De Huang Dog staggered and almost fell from midair. Damn it. An eminent monk of White Dragon Temple robbed them the moment he arrived. How could there be such an eminent monk? Most importantly, this wasn't the first time they had seen such an eminent monk. Why did this bastard's way of doing things seem so similar to another person? However, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were sure that this bastard absolutely wasn't Tyrant. Both of them had nothing to do with each other. For God's sake. Master Dog has to redefine an eminent monk. Ask this bastard what's his relationship with that dead monk. Are they blood brothers who have been separated from each other for many years? De Huang Dog was speechless. What are you all waiting for? My time is very precious. It's your honor to rob you all. That monk spoke again. There wasn't the slightest bit of compassion in his tone. He was completely a hooligan. No wonder he wanted to rob. Jiang Qin began to suspect that this bastard might not be a disciple of White Dragon Temple. After all, this was too shameful for White Dragon Temple. Damn monk, I can rob you. If you can defeat me, I will give you everything. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Although this monk was robbing him, Jiang Qin didn't hate him from the bottom of his heart, because this bastard was robbing for the sake of robbing. He didn't want anyone's life. He didn't sense any killing intent from this monk. Just now, when the monk launched a sneak attack, he didn't use any killing intent. More importantly, Jiang Qin wanted to have a great battle with this monk. He had just advanced to the intermediate Immortal King realm and was in high spirits. He was eager to have a battle with an expert. Although this monk was frivolous and committed theft, his combat strength wasn't weak at all. This was something that Jiang Qin could feel from the exchange just now. The reputation of White Dragon Temple and Ethereal Immortal Domain was just too great. It was almost the holy land of Buddha sect. Its status wasn't inferior to the Great Lightning Tune Temple of St. Origin World. Being able to have a great battle with an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple was what Jiang Qin desired. What? The monk was stunned for a moment, suspecting that his ears were playing tricks on him. The other party actually wanted to have a great battle with him. Motherfucker. Why is it so troublesome to rob someone? Why do you have to force me to take action? Brat, I can see that you have some ability to block my strike just now. Since you want to fight, I will fulfill your wish. But don't hold a grudge if I accidentally kill you later. Tyrant spoke. Instantly, a powerful combat intent erupted from his body. It could be seen that this monk was a warlike person, but he was merely curious about Jiang Qin. He didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes. He just wanted to know how capable this intermediate Immortal King young man was to have the courage to take the initiative to challenge him. De Huang, Sister Ning, you two stand aside and watch the battle. Jiang Qin said. Be careful. Wu Ningzhu reminded, then walked to the side with De Huang Dog. Come on. Jiang Qin's battle-intent soared. With a sway of his body, primordial energy gushed out from his body, instantly transforming into his dragon form. He was going to use all his strength to beat this monk like a dog, and then ask him a few questions. As a matter of fact, there were two reasons why Jiang Qin wanted to fight Tyrant. One was to test his combat strength, and the other was to inquire about Tyrant's whereabouts. Back then, when he parted ways with Tyrant, Tyrant had gone to White Dragon Temple. However, it was still unknown whether he had successfully entered White Dragon Temple. Since then there was no news of Tyrant. Now that he had encountered someone from White Dragon Temple, how could Jiang Qin let go of this opportunity? Even if this monk didn't come out to rob him, Jiang Qin would take the initiative to find him. In order to get some information from this guy, the only thing he had to do was to defeat him and convince him. Otherwise, given this guy's character, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get any information from him. Chapter 1569. Seeing the transformation of Jiang Qin, the monk's expression couldn't help but change. Apparently, he didn't think that Jiang Qin could be so powerful and have such an abnormal transformation ability. Tyrant's senses were incomparably sharp. Naturally, he could sense that the transformed Jiang Qin's combat strength had increased by at least 10 times. Humph. I would like to see what means a puny intermediate Immortal King has to challenge me. Tyrant harumphed coldly and put away his frivolous attitude. A vast golden Buddha's light rushed out of his body and illuminated the void. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, Tyrant looked like an eminent Buddha, incomparably solemn. If one didn't experience it himself, who would associate Tyrant with a bandit just by looking at his current state? No one would have thought that such an eminent monk was a robber. Jiang Qin moved. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a golden dragon. The golden dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. It was a few dozen meters long. Jiang Qin grabbed its tail and smashed it towards Tyrant. The roar of the dragon shook the sky, as though a true dragon had descended to the world. Voila! Tyrant also moved. With a wave of his hand, boundless golden light flashed and instantly condensed into a Buddha seal. The huge golden Buddha seal was as big as a mountain, incomparably terrifying. It then blasted towards the golden dragon. In Tyrant's point of view, this move was enough to crush the golden dragon and severely injure Jiangchen. Long. Immediately, a huge hole appeared in the sky as destructive energies interweaved together. With just a single move, the entire battlefield had been reduced into chaos. It was clear just how powerful the attacks from the two of them were. Kaka. The Buddha seal was torn apart and the golden dragon collapsed. Both Jiangchen and Tyrant's bodies were as steady as Mount Tai. They didn't even budge an inch. Jiangchen's eyes were like the scorching sun, shooting out blazing battle light. The means of the eminent monk of White Dragon Temple was indeed extraordinary. He was able to find out the truth with just a single move. If it wasn't for the fact that he had advanced to the intermediate immortal king realm, he wouldn't be a match for this monk. On the other side, the monk wasn't as calm as Jiangchen. The way he looked at Jiangchen began to change completely. As a peerless genius of White Dragon Temple, he was all too clear about his own means and was incomparably confident. He had encountered plenty of geniuses in his life, including those who were more terrifying than him, but the one who shocked him the most was undoubtedly Jiangchen. If Jiangchen was also an early immortal emperor, Tyrant wouldn't be too surprised, but this dragon man was only an intermediate immortal king. The gap between him and an early immortal emperor wasn't just a little bit. Plus, Tyrant was a genius among geniuses. He wasn't an ordinary early immortal emperor. Even under such circumstances, Jiangchen was still able to fight him to a draw. Who would believe it if they didn't experience it themselves? I never thought that I, Great Master Howren, would encounter a peerless monstrous genius, but today is my first business. If I fail, wouldn't I become a laughing stock? Kid, you are indeed qualified to be my opponent. What's your name? Great Master Howren asked. He called himself a master, but he didn't have the slightest image and dignity of a master. Of course, he did have the ability of a master of Buddha sect. Jiangchen. Jiangchen revealed his name. Then, without saying another word, he grabbed two dragons with both of his hands, a golden dragon and a fire dragon. The golden dragon seal and the fire dragon seal were hurled at Great Master Howren at the same time. His desire to fight had been fully aroused. He must determine the winner of this fight with this expert of White Dragon Temple. The roar of the dragon reverberated through the sky. Powerful energy waves shook the mountain below and began to crack. This was destined to be an earth-shattering battle. Bang! Howren's battle intent was also stimulated. For someone like him who loved to fight, once he met a strong opponent he would disregard everything and attack. It was very rare to encounter such a battle. Once he met such a battle, the outcome would be decided. That was the outcome of his heart. Once he won, his state of mind would change and it would become an indomitable force. After many victories, he would form the mentality of a war god and he would have the aura of a war god. Great Master Howren shouted and struck out another Buddha seal. This time, the Buddha seal directly transformed into the shadow of a Buddha. It had a benevolent expression on its face. It seemed like it was the only sovereign of the world. It suppressed everything in the world and pressed towards the two dragons. Rumble. Another earth-shattering collision occurred. The void was shattered inch by inch. Boundless chi waves surged. The mountain below was directly broken and split open from the middle. Rocks were flying everywhere. It was a scene of doomsday. Rumble. The two experts continued to attack. Jiangchen unleashed the 5 elements combat dragon seal to the extreme. He continuously struck out berserk dragons. His combat strength was like the ocean, endless and inexhaustible. It was the same for Great Master Howren. His body was enveloped by the Buddha light and he had turned into a peerless Buddha. The Buddha seals he struck out were huge. The two of them fought fiercely for tens of thousands of miles. The mountains and rivers collapsed and the void was destroyed. Haha, this is exhilarating. This is exhilarating. Jiangchen, even if I return empty-handed today, this battle is worth it. I didn't think that there would be such a heaven-defying monster like you in the immortal world. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still a little weak. Today I will definitely defeat you and let you leave quietly. I won't take a single cent from you. Great Master Howren laughed out loud. He seemed to have fought to his heart's content. His entire person seemed to have changed into a new person. His posture was extraordinary. It had been a long time since he had such an enjoyable battle. To him, defeating Jiangchen was far more important than robbing others. Right now, his battle intent had been completely ignited. The only thing he had to do was to defeat Jiang Qin. He had to defeat Jiang Qin. Who will win and who will lose is still uncertain. You want to defeat me and I want to defeat you. The experts of White Dragon Temple are indeed extraordinary. However, you are still not my opponent. Jiang Qin's aura soared into the sky. His posture was extremely arrogant. He took a step forward and the void beneath his feet immediately collapsed. A huge hole was formed from his stomp. He then struck out the true dragon palm towards the monk. Roar, roared, the dragons roared furiously. After striking out the true dragon palm, the 5-elemental combat dragon seal was also unleashed by Jiang Qin. The whole battlefield was filled with wild dragons, wreaking havoc on everything, filling up the sky. Boundless Buddha Chi. Great Master Haoran's eyes were like the stars. An ancient Buddha light rushed out from the depths of his soul. Under the infusion of this energy, his body actually doubled in size. His entire person was about to transform into a Buddha. This move seemed to be similar to Tyrant's Tao Light Buddha body, but in truth, it wasn't as exquisite as the Tao Light Buddha body. The Tao Light Buddha body originated from the ancient divine monolith that was inherited from the abyss. It was the highest Buddha body of the Buddhist sect. When one cultivated it to grand completion, they would become a Buddha. However, this boundless Buddha Chi was also extremely powerful. At least 18 palms appeared around Great Master Haoran's body. Each palm was able to strike out a powerful Buddha seal. When he struck out the Buddha seals, golden light shone everywhere. The entire battlefield had turned into a kingdom of Buddhist sect. The sky turned dark. The dark clouds that had just condensed in the sky were instantly shattered by the impact. The entire sky was completely torn apart. This was a battle of the pinnacle. If an ordinary person was caught in it, just the destructive energy of the battle would be enough to tear him into pieces. While Jiang Qin and Great Master Haoran retreated at the same time during the intense collision. Both of them spurted out a mouthful of blood. Both of their expressions became incomparably serious. The way they looked at each other became even more intense. Under the circulation of the wood's spiritual qi, Jiang Qin's injuries recovered very quickly. Meanwhile, a mysterious force emerged from Haoran's body. Under the support of this force, his injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Haoran. 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 This isn't the power of Buddhist sect. This guy actually has such a terrifying recovery method. Jiang Qin was somewhat surprised. He was surprised by the speed of Great Master Haoran's recovery. What made him even more surprised was that the recovery method used by Great Master Haoran was not the method of Buddhist sect. Jiang Qin had a lot of contact with Tyrant. He was also friends with Ancestor Green Lotus. Therefore, he had the most understanding of Buddhist sect. There were powerful ancient scriptures in Buddhist sect, such as Nirvana scripture and Ancient Lotus scripture. Both of these scriptures were powerful for recovering injuries. However, the method used by Great Master Haoran just now was obviously not from Buddhist sect. Even if he could use the Buddha light to conceal it, it wouldn't be able to hide from Jiang Qin's eyes. However, those terrifying combat methods of Great Master Haoran were clearly pure Buddhist methods. Therefore, this guy was definitely a genius of White Dragon Temple. This was almost certain. However, Jiang Qin was also certain that this guy wasn't as simple as Tyrant. He didn't belong to Buddhist sect. Jiang Qin, you have truly angered me, golden-bodied Arhat. Great Master Haoran was enraged. He hadn't been enraged for a very long time. However, this anger wasn't anger. Rather, it was the anger that was aroused by the battle. It was a type of battle instinct, the peak performance of one's fighting heart. Following Great Master Haoran's shout, a huge golden-bodied Arhat condensed above his head. The golden-bodied Arhat was 30 meters in size. Its entire body was bursting with corporeal muscles and strength. Its eyes were emitting a dazzling radiance. The golden-bodied Arhat looked like it was made of gold. It was extremely mystical. Go. Great Master Haoran lightly shouted. The golden-bodied Arhat immediately turned into a ray of golden light and collided with Jiang Qin. This was an ancient method of Buddhist sect. It could evolve into a corporeal Arhat. It was a supreme representative of Buddhist sect. It could suppress all evil in the world. It was said that it was similar to the light of expiation. It had evolved from ancient scriptures. Chapter 1570. The golden Arhat stood there as if it was the only existence in the world. The supreme Arhat of Buddhism was a powerful manifestation of the intent realm. The golden Arhat could suppress everything. A casual move could change the color of the world. What a great golden Arhat, but I, Jiang Qin, am not afraid. Watch me crush your golden Arhat. Jiang Chen's aura was like a rainbow, his black hair fluttered in the wind. Hao Ran's strength had completely aroused his fighting spirit. His feet trembled, his body tilted, and he stepped towards the golden arhat. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Jiang Chen's voice was like thunder. He hadn't used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps for a long time, but it didn't mean that this combat skill wasn't powerful. On the contrary, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was undoubtedly the most terrifying combat skill in close combat. Especially the power of the 5th step, it even surpassed the fusion of the 5 elements combat dragon seal. Bang! The first step immediately caused the void to collapse. Jiang Chen's step created a big hole. The power of this step could shatter the sky, and it landed heavily on the golden arhat. Clang! The step that could shatter a mountain landed on the golden arhat's body, producing a sound like iron being struck. Sparks flew everywhere. It was undeniable that the golden arhat was too powerful. The first step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps actually didn't shake it in the slightest, not even a crack appeared. On the contrary, Jiang Chen suffered a huge backlash and was sent flying dozens of meters away. Bang! Jiang Chen quickly followed up with the second step. Every step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was continuous. The power of each step gradually increased. Jiang Chen's speed was also extremely fast. His whole body was like a bolt of lightning, and with a bang he once again stepped on the golden arhat's body. Crack! This time, cracks appeared on the indestructible golden arhat. As the cracks appeared, Hao Ran's expression turned ugly. His face began to turn pale. It was obvious that the golden arhat was injured and he wasn't feeling well either. Hao Ran wasn't feeling well, but Jiang Chen wasn't feeling well either. Although the power of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was great, the power of the golden arhat was like a vast ocean. When the two collided, the final result would only be that both sides would suffer. Amit Ba. The cracked golden arhat suddenly spoke. The arhat appeared incomparably solemn. It was the true representative of Buddhism, the condensation of the essence of Buddhism. Again. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit soared. He took his 3rd and 4th steps almost at the same time. Every step he took was as heavy as 1,000,000,000,000 tons. After taking his 2nd step, his might was many times stronger than before. Cracks began to appear on the golden arhat, like a spider web, as if it would collapse at any moment. How can this brat be so powerful? Since when did an intermediate immortal king become so powerful? His movement technique can destroy everything. Even I, the golden arhat, was injured. Hao Ran was extremely shocked. If it was said that he didn't put Jiang Chen in his heart at the beginning, then it was completely different now. If Jiang Chen was his enemy, then Jiang Chen would be the greatest enemy he would ever face in his life. Bang! Monk Hao Ran naturally wouldn't admit defeat. He let out a soft ja, and spat out a Buddhist rune that landed on the body of the golden-bodied arhat. The arhat's shattered body actually started to gradually reform, and its power was even greater than before. 5th step. At this time, Jiang Chen had already taken his 5th step. In an incomparable manner, he appeared in front of the golden-bodied arhat in the blink of an eye. This time, Jiang Chen stepped on the head of the golden-bodied arhat. Long. The last step of the Azure Dragon 5 steps was truly too powerful. Its power could be said to be the fusion of the previous 4 steps. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. A giant mountain would be crushed into powder by it. Even the golden-bodied arhat couldn't withstand it and collapsed on the spot. However, the instant the golden-bodied arhat collapsed, a magnificent energy wave erupted. Golden light filled the entire sky. Jiang Chen had crushed the golden-bodied arhat, but the powerful force had also sent him flying 100 meters away before he could stabilize himself. Both of them spurted out blood at the same time. This was a fierce collision of extreme yang energy. There was nothing fancy about it. Both of them were injured and it was hard to tell who would win. The chest of both Jiang Chen and Monk Hao Ran was completely covered in blood. Cracks had appeared on their bodies. Given how strong Jiang Chen's body was, one could tell how powerful the golden-bodied arhat was. Boundless energy turned into waves and rushed out from Jiang Chen and Hao Ran's body. With them as the center, a huge whirlpool was formed. Both of them stared at each other. Both of their eyes were glowing with blazing light. Very quickly the light turned into flames, golden flames. At this moment, nothing was more important than defeating the other party. That was the flame of battle. Whether it was Jiang Chen or Hao Ran, neither of them had thought that their battle would reach such a climax. From the beginning, both of them had underestimated their opponent. Needless to say, Hao Ran was a supreme early immortal emperor expert and the supreme genius of White Dragon Temple. As for Jiang Qin, he had just advanced to the intermediate immortal king realm and his cultivation base had stabilized. He thought that defeating an early immortal emperor genius wouldn't be a problem, but he had never thought that this monk would be this powerful. All of a sudden Jiang Qin let out a roar. His body transformed once more. From a half-human half-dragon, he turned into a blood-red dragon. The dragon body was 100 meters long. The blood-red dragon's scales glowed with ferocious light. The flames in the dragon's eyes were blazing. That was monstrous battle intent. True dragon. This bastard is obviously a human, but his body possesses the complete bloodline of a true dragon. He's truly an anomaly of the heavens and earth. Great. Today I will subdue the dragon. Xuanhuan was incomparably shocked. True dragon was a divine beast, the supreme being of the heavens and earth. It was the noblest race in the heavens and earth. It had existed for a very long time and had long disappeared. Every true dragon was a godlike existence, but there were no longer any gods in this world. Jiang Qin's battle intent had also made Xuanhuan's blood boil. It had been a long time since he had such a satisfying battle. Today he didn't ask for anything else but to have a satisfying battle. Xuanhuan suddenly raised both of his palms. Mystical ancient runes emerged on his palms. Each rune was like a kind of ancient language. He was forming a terrifying ancient seal. How did the fight end up like this? From afar Wuxia began to worry. Not good. Not good, this monk is very strange. He isn't a single Buddhist cultivator. Look at the runes in his hands. Those are ancient runes that have existed for a very long time. He is going to use an ancient secret technique. These two fellows are already immersed in the thrill of battle. The final outcome will only be that both sides will suffer. De Huang Dog's expression changed. He could tell that the secret art in Xuanhuan's hands wasn't a secret art of Buddhist sect, but an ancient inheritance. This monk was a very powerful character. If the two of them continued to fight, both of them would surely suffer. What should we do now? Wuxia asked nervously. She didn't wish for Jiang Qin to be in any danger. We must stop them. They aren't mortal enemies. At most they are just exchanging pointers. There's no need for them to engage in a life-and-death battle. More importantly, this is the golden horizon. There are dangers everywhere. We must always ensure that our combat strength is intact. Mutual destruction won't benefit anyone, especially little Qinzi. He has too many enemies. De Huang Dog spoke. All of a sudden, he shook his body and turned into a golden light, arriving between Jiang Qin and Xuanhuan. Stop. De Huang Dog bellowed. This bellow was also accompanied by a secret art that struck the depths of Jiang Qin and Xuanhuan's soul, forcefully awakening them from their focused state of battle. Jiang Qin, who had completely transformed into a true dragon, and Xuanhuan, who was casting the secret art, swayed at the same time. Their eyes softened a little as they looked at De Huang Dog at the same time. What are you two doing? If you have the strength to deal with the real enemy, mutual destruction in the golden horizon isn't a joke. De Huang Dog said sternly. After being reminded by De Huang Dog, Jiang Qin and Xuanhuan also regained their senses. Both of them retracted their attacks at the same time. Jiang Qin transformed back to his original appearance. He was a handsome young man. Who would associate him with a battle-crazed dragon? On the other side, Tyrant had also retracted his chi and returned to his original appearance. Ah, this dog is right. There's no need for both of us to suffer heavy losses. Jiang Qin, how about we become friends? Xuanhuan laughed heartily and casually, returning to his previous sloppy appearance. He was the complete opposite of the peerless eminent monk in battle. Just nice. I also want to be friends with you. Jiang Qin smiled. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Both of them were like this. The true nature of a person could be fully reflected in the process of battle. Just based on the battle today, it was enough to arouse the respect of the other party. There was no doubt that Xuanhuan was a very arrogant also person. Very powerful. There weren't many people who could make him take the initiative to make friends. The same level Jiang Qin was also the same. Let's stop and make peace. This was the nature of people. As long as the two geniuses who were on par with each other weren't mortal enemies, it was possible for them to join hands and become friends. In Jiang Qin's immortal world, Xuanhuan was also a man of temperament. Having one more friend was always better than having one more enemy. He was also a frivolous monk. Truly powerful. Jiang Qin believed that if Tyrant the forbidden met, the two of them would definitely become good powerful monstrous genius. Even if Tyrant had already entered White Dragon Temple, to a draw with the two of them might have already become good cultivation base. Of course, if we were at the same level, wouldn't you be able to kill me with a single breath? If it was true, too much of a blow. Xuanhuan spoke. Great
Although
Master
his
is
words
an
were
eminent
light,
monk
the praise
of
he
White
had
Dragon
for
Temple.
Jiang Chen came from
I
the
just
bottom of
happened to
his
have
heart.
something to ask. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and said, if someone else were to ask this great master a question, it would be impossible for me to not give them some benefits. However, you Jiang Chen are different. Speak, what do you want to ask? Hao Ran chuckled. Hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly felt very honored when he heard this. He could actually let this damn monk answer his question without paying. From the way this monk behaved, Jiang Chen absolutely believed in his words. If it wasn't because of the previous battle that made the two of them become friends, he might not even be able to get any information about Tyrant without spending a single cent. Brother Hao Ran, I want to ask you about a person. He is called Tyrant, also an eminent monk of Buddhism. Previously he went to White Dragon Temple. I wonder if Brother Hao Ran knows about him? Jiang Chen went straight to the point. If he wanted to ask about Tyrant, there was no need for him to beat around the bush. Hearing the two words Tyrant, Hao Ran's eyes immediately widened. He couldn't help but ask, you know my junior brother? Junior brother? Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog both rolled their eyes. After all, these two fellows were actually fellow disciples. This was too much of a coincidence. However, it was really believable to say that these two monks were fellow disciples. These two fellows were actually like-minded people. Tyrant is actually your junior brother? In that case, he successfully entered the White Dragon Temple? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Chen was very gratified and happy that Tyrant was able to enter the White Dragon Temple. After all, the White Dragon Temple was the supreme holy land of Buddhism in the immortal world. Given Tyrant's Buddhist nature, being able to enter the White Dragon Temple to cultivate was truly a great thing. Of course, my junior brother is extremely talented and can almost be compared to me. He entered the White Dragon Temple not long ago and became a disciple of the Berserk Buddha, becoming my junior brother. The Berserk Buddha is a famous existence in the White Dragon Temple, a supreme monk. He has only accepted 2 disciples, and they are my junior brother. Hao Ran said arrogantly. It was obvious that he was extremely proud to be able to become the disciple of the Berserk Buddha's supremacy. Fuck. What the hell was a Berserk Buddha? Did this Dharma name have to be so domineering? From his Dharma name, one could tell that this fellow was his master, a person that wasn't to be trifled with. If he were to get angry, who knew how violent he would be? For God's sake, the Berserk Buddha sure has a good eye to accept 2 top-grade disciples. If I remember correctly, the first time I met Tyrant, he was the leader of the 8 great pirates, right? De Huang Dog almost fainted. He felt that this Berserk Buddha had a unique taste and was very casual in accepting disciples. In his entire life he had only accepted 2 disciples. One of them was a bandit and the other was the master in front of him. Fate, it's all fate, Hao Ran said with a straight face. Hao Ran said with a serious expression. His serious expression was the same as Tyrant's, causing Jiang Chen and Big Yellow to feel a little uncomfortable. That's right, if this wasn't fate, what was it? What kind of fate could allow the Berserk Buddha to accept 2 good disciples? Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog could already imagine what kind of person this Berserk Buddha was. By the way, how did you 2 get to know my junior brother? Hao Ran asked curiously. In his point of view, he and Jiang Chen were fated. First, they didn't get to know each other through Discord. Now, they had become one of their own because of Tyrant. We are life and death brothers. Back then we walked out of Evil Abyss together and parted ways. He went to White Dragon Temple while I went to East Xuanhu. I haven't heard any news about him. I didn't expect to meet his senior brother today. I wonder if Tyrant has come to Golden Horizon this time. Jiang Chen asked. He has. Given junior brother's talent, he will certainly come. When junior brother came in, his cultivation base was at the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, but we got separated after coming in. But you don't have to worry. Given junior brother's means and character, he absolutely won't be in danger. It's impossible for ordinary people to plot against him. Monk Hao Ran spoke up. His tone was filled with confidence towards the Tyrant. And I have no doubt about this. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't doubt Hao Ran's words at all because he knew Tyrant better than Hao Ran. It had always been Tyrant who plotted against others. Those who wanted to plot against him were destined not to have a good ending. Moreover, Hao Ran's words made Jiang Chen feel gratified. Tyrant's cultivation base had already reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. This was a very great news. However, Jiang Chen wasn't too surprised that Tyrant's cultivation base could improve so much in such a short period of time. Others might not know how strong Tyrant's foundation was, but Jiang Chen knew it very well. Tyrant had obtained the Tao Light Buddha body from the Divine Monument. This kind of ancient Buddha body was very terrifying. Plus, Tyrant had a deep affinity with Buddha and was proficient in many kinds of ancient scriptures of Buddha sect. In addition to his extraordinary talent, it was very normal for him to improve so quickly. If his improvement was slow, it would be abnormal instead. Alright. No discord, no concord. We are going to the central region of Golden Horizon now. I wonder if Brother Haoran is interested in joining us. Jiangchen spoke. He didn't want to waste any time. He had already wasted 6 days in the Zulong Tower. Now he had to make every second count. There were still more than 20 days left. Jiangchen wanted to explore the entire Golden Horizon and explore the secrets of this place, especially the secrets related to the Golden Clan. Forget it. I'm used to being alone. Plus, I didn't even get my first deal today. It's too much of a blow to me. You guys go. I'm leaving too. I'm going to hunt in other places. After Haoran said that, his robe shook and he disappeared. It seemed like this fellow was addicted to robbing people and didn't care about his job at all. Worthy of being an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. Your pursuit is indeed different from others. Looking at the place where Haoran vanished, De Huang Dog couldn't help but click his tongue. To Haoran, robbing the geniuses of the 3 immortal domains was also a kind of pleasure and pursuit. Let's go. Jiangchen spoke. With a sway of his body, he continued to fly towards the direction where he came from. The incident with Haoran was just a small interlude, but Jiangchen had gained a lot from it. The battle with Haoran was very satisfying. More importantly, he had received news about Tyrant, knowing that Tyrant had also come to Golden Horizon. The next thing he needed to do was to wait for his brother to reunite and fight side by side. When Tyrant came in, he was already a half-step Immortal Emperor. Perhaps he has already advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm. De Huang Dog said. It's highly possible. This bastard has the divine monument in his hand. His progress can't be judged by ordinary standards. Plus, there are opportunities everywhere in Golden Horizon. In this ancient battlefield, there were also ancient venerable Buddhas who participated in the war. He must have left something behind. Jiangchen said, but immediately he thought of Han Yen and couldn't help but add, I wonder how Yen is now. I haven't seen him ever since we parted ways in One Line Sky. Yan's Gu Tianma bloodline is very powerful. In ancient times, Gu Tianma was a powerful overlord of the devil race. If Yen can appear in this ancient battlefield, he will certainly obtain great benefits. Many great devil venerables have fallen here, leaving behind their own Dao legacies. Big Yellow said. He was slightly worried when he thought of Han Yen. After all, they hadn't met for a long time. The immortal world was far more terrifying and complicated than Saint Origin World. It wouldn't be an easy task to thrive in this world. That's right. Everything depends on luck. I hope Yen can also appear in this Golden Horizon. It would be best if we can meet each other. Jiangchen said that luck couldn't be forced. Everyone's luck was different. Even though Jiangchen, Han Yen and Tyrant were life and death brothers, it was impossible to force luck on each other. Under the rapid flight, Jiangchen and De Huang Dog flew for another hour. Their speed was extremely fast and they were already very deep in the Golden Horizon. The number of evil creatures and human experts they encountered along the way had gradually increased, but they were all on guard against each other. At most, they would only glance at each other when they encountered each other. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog kept flying in one direction and found that more and more people were flying in another direction. Each of their faces revealed a look of excitement, as if they were going to watch a show. Senior brother Xianzhong. Suddenly Jiangchen saw an acquaintance. It was Xianzhong of Dan Prefecture. It wasn't easy to meet an acquaintance of Genius Prefecture in this vast Golden Horizon. Jiangchen hastily greeted him. Jiangchen. Xianzhong also saw Jiangchen. His face immediately revealed a look of surprise. He came in front of Jiangchen and studied Jiangchen from top to bottom. His eyes were filled with surprise. Jiangchen, your cultivation base has improved again. Senior brother Xianzhong, what's happening in front? Many people are running towards that direction. Jiangchen asked curiously. That's the Broken Edge Cliff in front. It's a famous battlefield in the Golden Horizon. I heard that young Master Chao of the Northern and Southern worlds has set up an arena on the Broken Edge Cliff to challenge all the geniuses of the 3 immortal domains. This arena has already appeared for 2 days. It has already spread like wildfire. I heard that this young Master Chao is incomparably ruthless. Several experts have already died in his hands. Xianzhong said. What? Upon hearing this, Jiangchen and De Huang Dog's expression changed. Anything about this young Master Chao could attract their attention. Chapter 1572. There was no doubt that young Master Chao was from the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Qin didn't think that he would encounter the northern and southern dynasties so soon. I have long known about that young Master Chao. I've known about that young Master Chao for a long time. I heard that he's the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but he rarely shows himself. I don't know his true strength. However, he's extremely arrogant. He even declared that he will kill all the geniuses of the three immortal domains in order to pave his path to the sovereign realm. He's just too arrogant. I think he's overestimating himself. Didn't he see how many peerless geniuses of the three immortal domains have come? I'm afraid that he's not the only one who has reincarnated as a great sovereign. There are also some peerless monstrous geniuses with ancient inheritances and geniuses of the immortal court. Xianxia spoke, apparently disdainful of young Master Chao's arrogance. All the geniuses in the immortal world were arrogant. This was basically a common trait, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as the northern and southern dynasties. One should know that there were too many geniuses who had entered the golden horizon this time. There were all kinds of monstrous geniuses. Even the monstrous genius from the immortal court wouldn't dare to proclaim that he would kill all the geniuses in the golden horizon. However, Jiang Qin and Big Yellow didn't agree with Nan Beichao. They felt that this was the true Nan Beichao. Nan Beichao was just like this. He wasn't being arrogant, but he was truly proud. His path to the monarch realm was to dominate the world, to constantly dominate the world, to step on all the obstacles in his path. He wanted to kill all the geniuses and establish his monarch heart. This was the ambition of the northern and southern dynasties. It had never changed. Jiang Qin had already experienced it when he was in Saint Origin World. His true self would only be scarier and more powerful than his clone. Now, it seemed that the ambition of the northern and southern dynasties was far greater than Jiang Qin's imagination. They didn't hesitate to split their clones to rule countless large worlds in the lower worlds just to establish their sovereign heart. Junior brother Jiang Qin, do you want to go and have a look? You can also see the elegant demeanor of the various geniuses in the immortal world. Xianxia said. Jiang Qin lowered his head and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Let's go take a look." Jiang Qin didn't want to meet the northern and southern dynasties at this time, but places with the northern and southern dynasties were too attractive to him. He couldn't control his thoughts at all. This was the first time he saw the northern and southern dynasties in the immortal world. No matter what, Jiang Qin had to go and see it. He wanted to see the glory of the northern and southern dynasties. Following the crowd, Jiang Qin, De Huangdog, Wu Ningzhu, and Xianxia flew towards the Broken Edge Cliff. The Broken Edge Cliff had a certain reputation in Golden Horizon. It was said that an intense ancient war had once taken place here. The blood of countless great immortals flowed here. This place used to be a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. It was severed by a supreme expert like a sharp blade that pierced through the sky. That was how it got the name Broken Edge Cliff. When Jiang Qin and the others arrived at the Broken Edge Cliff, there were already a lot of people surrounding the place. There were at least 1,000 of them. The scene was very chaotic. Many of them were lowering their heads and discussing with each other. Their eyes fell on the Broken Edge Cliff at the same time. There was a man who seemed to be in his 20s standing against the wind. The man was clad in a golden robe. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. His face was as sharp as a knife. His eyes were like the scorching sun. His gaze was like a sharp sword. Just by standing there, his domineering aura had reached the pinnacle. The domineering aura he exuded had almost turned into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. No color could conceal its sharpness. He was a true dragon among men, a true genius. People could almost see his luck soaring to the sky like a roaring ocean. Northern and southern dynasties. Sure enough, it's him. Jiang Qin and De Huangdog were standing in the crowd. When they saw the man standing on the Broken Edge Cliff, their facial expression changed and turned solemn. They would never be mistaken about the northern and southern dynasties. The unique arrogant aura of the man couldn't be concealed. Jiang Qin carefully studied the northern and southern dynasties. There was still a certain gap between the clone and the main body. The main body was almost perfect. The true chi of monarch was much nobler than the clone of the northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin World. Swoosh. Just as Jiang Qin was studying the northern and southern dynasties, the experts of the northern and southern dynasties seemed to have sensed his gaze and looked over. Their eyes were as dazzling as the scorching sun, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Jiang Qin hastily lowered his head. He didn't want to let the northern and southern dynasties see any clues. Despite the fact that the experts of the northern and southern dynasties were only early immortal emperors, Jiang Qin was sure that he was absolutely no match for them. This man was his archenemy of life and death. Moreover, it was the main body that was standing here. He must not be underestimated. Damn it. This guy is so scary. Everyone is looking at him, but he can accurately catch your gaze. De Huang Dog couldn't help but comment. He and Jiangchen had a lot of enemies, but the ones that could really attract their attention were undoubtedly the northern and southern dynasties. Seeing Jiangchen lowering his head, the experts of the northern and southern dynasties also retracted their gazes. The corner of their mouth revealed a hint of a smile, but no one knew what they were smiling about. This is young Master Chao? Sure enough, he doesn't look simple. But he's only an early immortal emperor. How dare he threaten to kill all the geniuses? Isn't this a joke? Xianzhong said, suddenly losing interest. He felt that it was making a big fuss over a minor issue for so many people to watch an early immortal emperor genius. Joe. You can go and try and you will know whether it's a joke or not. Someone couldn't help but speak disdainfully after hearing Xianzhong's words. Don't ever underestimate this young Master Chao of Nanbei family. There have already been a few peak early immortal emperor geniuses who challenged him, but none of them could withstand a single strike from young Master Chao. They were killed in a single strike without any chance to fight back. He's too terrifying. Someone sighed. Recalling the previous scene, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He had never seen such an abnormal figure. Previously, a genius of an aristocratic family of Mi Luo immortal domain had rushed forward, but his head was smashed by young Master Chao. He died tragically on the spot. His identity brocade bag was also taken away by young Master Chao. His luck was also sucked away. How miserable. This young Master Chao is just too terrifying. Rumor has it that he is the reincarnation of a great sovereign. It seems like it's true. An early immortal emperor has unimaginable combat strength. I guess there will definitely be an intermediate immortal emperor expert who will come to challenge him. I wonder if this young Master Chao can handle it. Everyone was discussing. There wasn't anyone who didn't admire this young Master Chao, especially those who had seen young Master Chao kill with their own eyes. Their words were filled with fear towards the northern and southern dynasties, thinking that if they rushed forward, they were afraid that young Master Chao could kill them with just a breath. Jiang Chen's face remained calm after hearing these words, because he knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. Not to mention geniuses of the same level, even intermediate immortal emperor geniuses like Yang Lang and Shan Chong wouldn't be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. This was something that Jiang Chen was almost certain of. He's actually so powerful. The news of him seeing the reincarnation of a great sovereign is true. Xianzhong sighed and chose to stop talking. When he first arrived, he did have the thought of rushing forward to challenge them, but all his excitement was extinguished instantly. After all, challenging and courting death were two completely different things. No matter how arrogant Xianzhong was, he wasn't a fool. The experts of the northern and southern dynasties closed their eyes and crossed their arms in front of their chest. Their chi was like a mountain, waiting for the arrival of the next challenger. He wasn't in a hurry at all. In his eyes, these geniuses of the golden horizon were merely his prey. He was just a hunter. Killing these geniuses and absorbing their luck to solidify his sovereign's heart was what the northern and southern dynasties were most interested in. In comparison, the fortune in the golden horizon was no longer important. Dong. Just at this moment, a crack was suddenly blasted open in the void. An incomparably majestic figure walked out of the crack. The newcomer was tall and strong. His face was dark like an iron tower. Judging from his appearance, he looked like a bear that had turned into a spirit, but his strength couldn't be underestimated. His cultivation base had already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm. After the newcomer appeared, he immediately stepped onto the broken edge cliff. His chi was unparalleled, pressing towards the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties raised their eyes to look at him. After seeing his cultivation base, their eyes revealed a trace of interest. This is Zhuge Kuang of Eastern Xuanhu Zhuge family. He's the top genius of Zhuge family. I heard that he came to the Golden Horizon 5 years ago. Never had I thought that he would appear here today. This Zhuge Kuang has obviously come for young Master Chao. Zhuge family and Nanbei family have always been at odds with each other. The disciples of Zhuge Kuang have always fought with each other. The appearance of Zhuge Kuang is obviously to kill young Master Chao. After all, the emergence of such a heaven-defying genius in Nanbei family is a great threat to Zhuge family. If such a threat can be eliminated as soon as possible, it will undoubtedly be very beneficial to Zhuge family. It's equivalent to eradicating a great threat. That's right. I wonder if Zhuge Kuang can kill young Master Chao. I think it's very unlikely. After all, young Master Chao is the reincarnation of a great sovereign. If he doesn't have some ability, he wouldn't dare to set up an arena in the Broken Edge Cliff. The appearance of Zhuge Kuang immediately set off a wave of commotion. The reputation of Zhuge family had spread far and wide. Not to mention in eastern Xuanhu, even in the other 3 major domains of ethereal immortal domain, Zhuge family had a certain degree of fame and prestige. Plus, it wasn't a secret that Zhuge family and Nanbei family had always been enemies. So, when Zhuge Kuang appeared at this time, many people expressed their understanding. Chapter 1573. I've long heard of young Master Chao of Nanbei family. I didn't expect you to be so high profile the moment you came out. Everyone says that you are the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but I don't believe it. I'm sure Nanbei family will feel heartache if I kill you, Zhuge Kuang spoke. His tone was extremely arrogant. This arrogance came from his strong confidence in his cultivation base. He could casually erupt a battle tide from his body. He was a battle maniac. Among the young geniuses in the immortal world, there was no lack of such figures. Each of them was incomparably terrifying. Any one of them would be the pinnacle figure of this era. Zhuge Kuang didn't put the northern and southern dynasties in his eyes. After all, the reputation of young Master Chao had always been spread by Nanbei family. Intermediate immortal it was rare for this young Master Chao to appear in the public sight. So powerful. The Golden Horizon could be considered as the first time that the northern and southern dynasties truly came out. It left them horrified, and even their souls that young Master Chao was high profile. You do have for the identity of the reincarnation of the great sovereign of the northern and southern dynasties. His majestic body floated in the sky. Many people were doubtful about it. He made a grabbing motion, and a vortex appeared in his hand. After all, this was just a boast of Nanbei family. A huge mountain below was pulled up by him. How could there be so many reincarnations of great sovereigns in the heavens and earth? Strength. Moreover, the reincarnation of a great sovereign and a great sovereign were two completely different concepts. It was too terrifying. There were examples of like an ancient war sovereigns who died in the cradle in the end. In Zhuge Kuang's point of view, this Nanbei Chao was too arrogant. Was smashed towards the northern and southern dynasties. Invincible in the world? This attack was countless times stronger than the Golden Cloud just now. One should know that the substantial mountain was already as heavy as Nanbei Chao wasn't the only monstrous genius in the extremely violent energy of Zhuge Kuang with the intention to kill. The scene was simply too ferocious. This young Master Chao had always been the representative of Nanbei family and the target of bragging. Do you think you're qualified to fight me with such a technique? He had already become the representative of Nanbei family and the representative of the younger generation of northern and southern dynasties danced in the wind. Kill young Master Chao from the highest peak of the Broken Edge to the morale of Nanbei. They had turned into a real war god. This was what Zhuge family wanted. They raised their fists and smashed towards the huge mountain. You aren't qualified yet. Wisdom King in my hands you will only be dead. Seeing the attacks from the northern and southern dynasties sneered. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. Intermediate immortal he was even more certain that the northern and southern dynasties were afraid that no one else had such arrogance except for the northern and southern dynasties in the Black Arrogant Indeed province. Let me see what makes you think you can do. Let me see what the legendary reincarnation of the great emperor has up his was on a completely different level compared to the one in front of him right now. And a vast wave of the power that it could unleash was incomparable as well. Immediately, this was a truly peerless above the Broken Edge cliff. A simple attack from it could destroy layers of wind and waves were like sharp blades. The Wisdom King fist landed on the giant people to feel horrified. Without any surprise, an intermediate immortal and turned into supreme expert sure the violent energy didn't pose just a single attack from him is already so powerful. Zhuge Kuang was forced to take a few steps back and everyone started to become interested in this battle. Zhuge Kuang's face was filled with an expert like Zhuge Kuang participating in this battle. Couldn't help the outcome was somewhat anticipated. He had lost his previous calmness. The way he looked at the northern and all the energy waves had changed to a golden cloud. The strength of the northern and southern dynasties was far beyond his imagination. Under Zhuge Kuang's control, looking at it now, towards the northern and cultivation base, he might not be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. Nanbei Chao raised his eyes. Zhuge Kuang go to hell. He didn't put Zhuge Kuang's attack in his eyes at all. The northern and southern dynasties had already charged towards him. It was a simple punch, but the Wisdom King fist struck out 3 times, also known as the 3 punches of wisdom. The golden cloud that was as heavy as a mountain was shattered by the punch of the northern and southern dynasties, dissipating in the void. They were filled with wisdom and could easily lock down the opponent's position. They could lock down the space around them, making it impossible for the opponent to escape. Rumble, the second punch appeared in front of him. The northern and southern dynasties were too fast. The power of the punch created a huge hole in the sky and almost caused the Broken Edge cliff to collapse. Zhuge Kuang panicked. He hurriedly struck out the Zhuge family's void seal to block the attacks from the northern and southern dynasties. Bang! No one knew how much power the punch from the northern and southern dynasties carried. The void seal that was struck out by Zhuge Kuang was immediately shattered. Even though Zhuge Kuang was an intermediate immortal emperor, the battle between both parties didn't seem to be on the same level. Arg. After the punch from the northern and southern dynasties shattered the void seal, it landed heavily on Zhuge Kuang's body, breaking one of his arms. Zhuge Kuang spurted out a mouthful of blood and let out a blood-curdling scream. He was defeated so thoroughly and so quickly. Under the overwhelming attacks of the northern and southern dynasties, he had no strength to fight back. He's finished. Zhuge Kuang is finished. This was the common thought of everyone. The northern and southern dynasties were just too terrifying. Even though Zhuge Kuang's cultivation base was a level higher, he still wasn't a match for them. The combat strength of both parties wasn't on the same level. The two punches from the northern and southern dynasties had severely injured Zhuge Kuang, putting him on the verge of death. The one who was most appalled was, of course, Zhuge Kuang himself. He had never thought that the northern and southern dynasties could be so terrifyingly powerful. It chilled his heart and was unacceptable to him. Run. At this moment, his face was no longer important. What was more important was to keep his life. Zhuge Kuang didn't want to die here. He tore the void with lightning speed and flashed into it, preparing to flee 1,000 miles away. In his point of view, even if he couldn't win the fight, it shouldn't be a problem for him to run away given his intermediate immortal emperor cultivation base. Unfortunately, he had overestimated himself. The northern and southern dynasties wouldn't give him the chance to escape. The northern and southern dynasties would never show any mercy when they attacked. They would surely take his life. This was his style, overbearing and ruthless. Long. The northern and southern dynasties struck out the third punch. The third punch of the Wisdom King Fist had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Yi Fuqian's punch landed on the spot where Zhuge Kuang had disappeared. An earth-shattering shriek was heard from the void, followed by a large amount of blood mist exploding from the void. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. The intermediate immortal Emperor Zhuge Kuang was crushed into pieces by a single punch. It was too brutal, too exaggerated and too overbearing. The war god couldn't be defeated. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. The peerless genius of Zhuge family was killed by him in 3 punches. Is he still human? He must be the reincarnation of a great sovereign. There's no doubt about it. Such combat strength is just too heaven-defying. I have never seen such a terrifying figure. He's not human at all. Look, his body is filled with the chi of a superior expert. That's the chi of a monarch. He must be the reincarnation of a great sovereign. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. Zhuge family has suffered a great loss this time. Zhuge Kuang is dead. Zhuge family has lost a pinnacle figure in the young generation. Not only that, I'm afraid that Zhuge family is going to feel a great crisis. The power of young Master Chao will make Zhuge family restless. He's already so powerful at the early immortal emperor realm. When he grows stronger in the future, he will be able to eliminate Zhuge family alone. That's the most terrifying thing. No one wasn't shocked. The power of young Master Chao had exceeded everyone's expectation. It wasn't a big deal for an early immortal emperor to kill an intermediate immortal emperor. Many geniuses could do it, but those were all ordinary early immortal emperors. However, none of those who came to Golden Horizon this time were ordinary, especially a famous figure like Zhuge Kuang. He had participated in the trial of Golden Horizon 5 years ago and successfully walked out of it alive. How could such a peerless figure be ordinary? Despite that, he was still killed by the northern and southern dynasties in 3 punches. The whole scene was shocking. Little Qinzi, this bastard is destined to be your archenemy. Da Huang Dog's tone turned solemn. I have already guessed such an ending from the beginning. Zhuge Kuang is just courting death by coming here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the northern and southern dynasties. Chapter 1574. Zhuge Kuang's death had set off a great uproar in the Broken Edge Cliff. The battle between the northern and southern dynasties was destined to spread across the immortal world. The battle at the Broken Edge Cliff was destined to establish the unparalleled prestige of the northern and southern dynasties. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Jiang Qin killed Zhuge Kuang with 3 punches was already enough for the outsiders to talk about it. When they walked out of the Golden Horizon, this matter would immediately spread far and wide. It would be hard for the northern and southern dynasties not to be famous. The legend of the reincarnation of a great sovereign would also be confirmed. After all, the strength of the northern and southern dynasties had subverted everyone's imagination. In the minds of countless people, perhaps only the reincarnation of a great sovereign could reach the level of the northern and southern dynasties. Voices of discussion were everywhere. More and more people gathered at the Broken Edge Cliff. Countless people were talking about it. The northern and southern dynasties continued to stand at the highest point of the broken edge cliff with their arms crossed, waiting for the arrival of the next expert. Killing Zhuge Kuang wasn't enough to satisfy the northern and southern dynasties. However, everyone knew that the death of Zhuge Kuang wouldn't be enough to alarm the geniuses. There were too many arrogant geniuses. They were arrogant and supercilious. Even though they knew that the northern and southern dynasties had the strength to kill Zhuge Kuang, they still couldn't help but act. There were definitely a lot of such geniuses. On the broken edge cliff, the northern and southern dynasties glanced at Jiang Qin from the corner of their eyes and paused on Jiang Qin for a moment. The corner of their mouth curved into a smile once again. "He has discovered me," Jiang Qin said with a frown. His intuition told him that the northern and southern dynasties had discovered him. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties carried a hint of wonder and hesitation. "It can't be. You're just standing here and didn't release your qi. Plus the one you killed was his clone. It's hard to sense it, right?" De Huang Dog said, feeling that the northern and southern dynasties weren't that powerful. Even if he didn't find out, he has already started to have doubts. In any case, he has already noticed me. This is not a good thing. Jiang Qin said. He didn't want to clash with the northern and southern dynasties now, especially in the Golden Horizon. He wasn't a match for the northern and southern dynasties at all. Plus, the northern and southern dynasties didn't even exert their full strength when they killed Zhuge Kuang. If he was really the reincarnation of a great sovereign, he must have some extremely powerful means that Jiang Qin couldn't handle with his current strength. The incident at the Broken Edge Cliff was just the beginning. Zhuge Kuang's death was just a prelude. This was a battle between the top geniuses, a battle of reputation. It would definitely attract more and more geniuses. More and more people were attracted. An hour later, another powerful expert arrived. A large piece of black devil cloud rose in the sky. The devil cloud was rolling, like a peerless devil king had arrived. Before the expert appeared, he had already unleashed endless pressure, making it hard for people to breathe. Judging from the formation of the expert, the strength of the expert should be above Zhuge Kuang. Naturally, the northern and southern dynasties were alarmed, but their facial expression didn't change. They were as calm as usual, as though no matter how powerful the expert was, he wouldn't put him in his eyes. That was a kind of arrogance, as though he was the only supreme being in the heavens and earth. Only a few in the younger generation could achieve such a bearing. What a powerful devil chi! The genius of the devil cult has arrived. The devil cult has existed since ancient times. They practice devil skills and are stronger than ordinary cultivators. There are no strong devil cult in East Xuanhu, but there are still devil cults with a long history in the ethereal immortal domain. For example, the mystic Yin cult in North Xuanhu. They have a long history and a deep foundation. They have countless disciples and many geniuses. As for the Mi Luo immortal domain and the Guang immortal domain, there should also be a strong devil cult. I wonder who the expert is. The people of the devil cult are the most arrogant. They are bloodthirsty and cruel. Their way of doing things is extremely overbearing. The geniuses of the devil cult are even more arrogant and look down on everyone. They have always treated the geniuses of the righteous path as their enemies and the target of their trial. It's not strange at all for the northern and southern dynasties to attract the appearance of a strong devil cult genius. The expert hadn't even shown himself yet, but he had already set off a storm and attracted the attention of countless people. The people of the devil cult had always been strong. Since the expert dared to come, he must have powerful means and confidence. It was imaginable that the next battle would be an exciting one. Voila! In the sky, the large devil clouds disappeared like a receding tide. A man wearing a black robe appeared. He looked to be less than 30 years old and had a resolute face. His devil chi soared to the heavens like an untamed devil dragon. The aura he exuded was terrifying. His eyes were completely black without a trace of white. There was a devil mark between his eyebrows. It was an ancient mark that seemed to be a kind of inheritance. It's Mo Wuqing. I never thought that he would also appear. He has just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm not long ago. He's the top genius of North Xuanhu. Is he Mo Wuqing? Many people know about Mo Wuqing of Northern Xuanhu. He's also a peerless monstrous genius. He's very famous in Northern Xuanhu. It's said that he had participated in the expedition to Golden Horizon 5 years ago and entered the tomb of a peerless immortal venerable, obtaining a powerful inheritance. Given his talent, I'm afraid that he would have been taken away by the immortal court long ago if it wasn't because he belonged to the devil cult. Mo Wuqing of Profound Yin cult is very famous. This man is bloodthirsty and a battle maniac. Wherever he goes, there will never be peace. More importantly, his combat strength is terrifying. He has already reached the late immortal emperor realm at such a young age. Although he has just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm and his cultivation base isn't very stable, he is still much stronger than Zhuge Kuang. Plus, he has obtained the inheritance of a peerless immortal venerable. He must have a lot of powerful means. I'm afraid that the northern and southern dynasties won't be a match for him. The appearance of Mo Wuqing had caused a great uproar. He was a figure who had been famous for a long time. There was no one in northern Xuanhu who didn't know him. Even the other major domains had heard of his name. He was a powerful genius. If it wasn't because of the devil cult, he was afraid that he would have already been taken away by the immortal court. However, Mo Wuqing had once said that he wasn't interested in the immortal court. Sooner or later, he would surpass all the geniuses of the immortal court. How many people would dare to say such words? To an immortal world, the immortal court was the supreme existence that ruled everything. No one dared to blaspheme it, not even verbally disrespect it. However, Mo Wuqing was so arrogant and presumptuous that he didn't even put the immortal court in his eyes. Junior brother Jiangqin, do you think that Mo Wuqing can defeat the northern and southern dynasties? Xianzhong asked curiously. It's unlikely. Jiangqin shook his head. Mo Wuqing was indeed a powerful figure. He was the peerless genius of the devil cult, but he was afraid that he was still inferior to the northern and southern dynasties. Although Mo Wuqing was a late immortal emperor, he had just stepped into this realm after all. His cultivation base was extremely unstable. Chapter 1575. It wasn't that Jiang Chen looked down on Mo Wuqing. Mo Wuqing was naturally very powerful, but he wasn't strong enough to defeat the northern and southern dynasties. Even if he had obtained the inheritance of a peerless immortal venerable, the outcome would still be the same. The northern and southern dynasties had killed Zhuge Kuang with just 3 punches. They didn't even exert their full combat strength. Although Mo Wuqing was stronger than Zhuge Kuang, his cultivation base had just stepped into the late immortal emperor realm. In terms of cultivation base, Mo Wuqing couldn't be considered as a true late immortal emperor. Of course, given Mo Wuqing's current strength, it was already enough for him to be proud. At least, it would be hard for him to find an opponent in the Golden Horizon. It can't be. How could the northern and southern dynasties be so powerful? Xianzhong sighed. Initially, he thought that even if Mo Wuqing couldn't kill the northern and southern dynasties, it wouldn't be a problem for him to defeat them. However, Jiang Chen had said that they couldn't defeat them. If this was said by someone else, Xianzhong might have snorted disdainfully, but since it was said by Jiang Chen, Xianzhong had no reason not to believe it. Jiang Chen's words had also made Xianzhong think more highly of the northern and southern dynasties. As a genius of Eastern Xuanhu, it wasn't a happy thing to be in the same era as the northern and southern dynasties. You are no match for me, because under the halo the northern and southern dynasties ordinary geniuses would only appear dim. They didn't put anyone in their eyes. Xianzhong shouldn't feel any pressure into the sky. After all, he wasn't comparable to the northern and southern dynasties at all. With a sway of his feet, on the same he took the initiative to attack the broken edge cliff. He wanted to step on Mo Wuqing's head and all the geniuses in the world to establish his own path to the monarch realm. He formed a devil seal and launched an attack at the northern and southern dynasties with both of their hands. This was the style of the devil cult, in the void, enveloping tidy, never sloppy. Once one was trapped by this cage, the consequences would be unimaginable for the enemy. This was a powerful confinement seal rippled out. It was equivalent to the small worlds of the northern and southern dynasties. The devil seal was mystical and powerful. Anyone who entered the cage would be at the mercy of the northern and southern dynasties. It directly locked on the chi of the northern and southern dynasties, but if they were hit by this attack, they would lose half of their life even if they didn't die and absorb your luck. The northern and southern dynasties raised their heads. Mo Wuqing, a strong chi of one genius erupted from their bodies. Mo Wuqing's black hair fluttered in the wind. The leader of the northern and southern dynasties raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. There wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness or fear on his face. There was only extreme battle intent and killing intent. It was obvious that the appearance of Mo Wuqing had ignited the fighting dynasties were the reincarnations of great sovereigns. At least in his monstrous geniuses Mo Wuqing was more qualified to be his opponent than Zhuge Kuang. If he could kill the northern and southern dynasties, he would be able to absorb the luck of the northern and southern dynasties. Rushed out from the top of his head. In that case, his luck would reach an extremely terrifying level. At that time, he directly grabbed the demonic seal and bestowed upon him. A golden palm treasures would be discovered and obtained by him. He would also become the number one genius
the
under the heavens, a high and mighty existence like a god. Break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm.
Mo Wuching's
soaring demonic seal was still unable to withstand the power of the great emperors of the northern and southern legendary sovereign realm, and was torn into pieces. Unfortunately, dreams were always beautiful, body but the northern and southern dynasties weren't so easy to kill. His expression became somewhat unnatural. His completely black eyes couldn't help but change when he looked at the northern and southern dynasties. It was an ancient secret art that seemed to be trying to unlock the divine treasures pinnacle within his body. Received the inheritance of a peerless devil venerable, his body suddenly doubled in size, and the unparalleled devil might became early immortal emperor genius. At this moment, unimaginable to Mo had truly transformed into a great humiliation. His body had turned into a devil to enhance his combat strength. His hand formed a terrifying devil seal once more, colliding with the cage created by the northern and southern dynasties. Long. The heavens and earth shook. The sky was completely destroyed. This was a true pinnacle confrontation. The power of the collision was just too strong. It made everyone's soul tremble. A black hole was created in the sky. Kacha. The cage of the northern and southern dynasties produced a cracking sound. It was destroyed, but Mo Wuching didn't have it easy either. The devil seal he formed was destroyed. Cracks had appeared on his body and blood was flowing out. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries from this move of the northern and southern dynasties. So powerful. This northern and southern dynasties is too terrifying. Not even Mo Wuching is a match for him. Ruthless, too ruthless. Ruthless, too ruthless. No wonder he's the reincarnation of a great sovereign. His means are too sharp. Even Mo Wuching couldn't gain any advantage over him. It seems like there are very few people in this golden horizon who can suppress him. No one wasn't shocked. First it was Zhuge Kuang. Now it was Mo Wuching. Although Mo Wuching's performance was much stronger than Zhuge Kuang, he was still defeated in the end. Under the powerful attacks of the northern and southern dynasties, Mo Wuching had already suffered a certain amount of injuries. It was imaginable that if Mo Wuching didn't reveal any powerful trump cards, his ending wouldn't be any better than Zhuge Kuang. If he was defeated by the northern and southern dynasties, he would surely die. I've said it before. You are not a match for me. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered in the wind. There were golden dragon shadows coiling around their bodies. That was the performance of a peerless sovereign. Every subtle movement of the northern and southern dynasties was manifesting their strength. That was a kind of supreme strength that stood above the masses. Northern and southern dynasties, you are indeed powerful. Consider yourself lucky today. When I, Mo Wuching, have stabilized my cultivation base, I will surely kill you again. Mo Wuching harumphed coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Mo Wuching wasn't a fool. He could see that even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that he wasn't a match for the northern and southern dynasties with his current strength. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to gain the slightest advantage. Although he still had powerful trump cards in his hand, the northern and southern dynasties must have some as well. How could the reincarnation of a great sovereign not have any trump cards? Perhaps the trump cards they had were even more powerful than his. You want to run away after coming here? You won't have the chance. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties trembled. Every time he attacked, he would kill. There had never been an enemy who could escape from his hands. It was impossible for Mo Wuching to escape after he appeared. Eternal immortal wind. The northern and southern dynasties waved their hands. Endless waves of wind were unleashed. With them as the center, the powerful eternal immortal wind instantly enshrouded the entire void. The wind formed a huge barrier cage, sealing everything, trapping Mo Wuching, who was about to leave. It's over. Upon seeing this, De Huang Dog couldn't help but shake his head with a face full of pity. If Mo Wuching doesn't have any powerful means, I'm afraid that he will lose his life here today. Jiang Qin spoke flatly. No one knew and understood the scariness of the eternal immortal wind better than him. It was a wide-range combat technique. When it was used by the immortal emperors of the northern and southern dynasties, its power would increase by countless folds. Furthermore, the cage formed by the eternal immortal wind was even stronger than a domain. It would be very difficult to break it. Not good. Mo Wuching cursed inwardly. But shortly after, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. With a flip of his palm, a black-colored talisman appeared in his hand. That was the devil talisman, emitting an ancient aura. Mo Wuching coughed out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the devil talisman. Instantly, the devil talisman transformed into a sharp blade. Mo Wuching didn't hesitate in the slightest. He fiercely swung the dagger forward, and with a ripping sound, a hole appeared in the barrier formed by the eternal immortal wind. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Wuxing turned into a ray of black light and vanished, escaping from the barrier of the eternal immortal wind. Voila! The northern and southern dynasties waved their hands, keeping the eternal immortal wind. Looking at the place where Mo Wuxing disappeared, their eyes were filled with unprecedented anger. No one had ever escaped from their hands, but this Mo Wuxing had actually escaped. How could the northern and southern dynasties accept this? Mo Wuxing, I will kill you sooner or later. The voices of the northern and southern dynasties rippled across the void, shaking the world. Chapter 1576. Mo Wuxing had fled with an unparalleled imposing manner and left with his tail tucked between his legs. He was severely injured by the northern and southern dynasties and had even consumed his origin blood essence. It was almost impossible for him to recover from such injuries in a short period of time. It was imaginable that he wouldn't have a good time in the next 20 days unless he encountered some great fortune. Only then would he be able to recover quickly. Swoosh! The northern and southern dynasties didn't return to the Broken Edge Cliff. Instead, they shifted their gaze to Jiangchen. The change happened without warning. Even Jiangchen didn't expect that the northern and southern dynasties would suddenly shift their attention to him. He initially thought that given the arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties, they would surely return to the Broken Edge Cliff and wait for the next expert to arrive. "De Huang, Sister Ning, don't follow me," Jiangchen said to De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. Then, with a sway of his body, he turned into a ray of light and flew towards the rear. He could sense a murderous intent from the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties. Perhaps the northern and southern dynasties weren't sure of his identity, but for figures like the northern and southern dynasties, even if they had the slightest doubt in their heart, they would directly kill him. Furthermore, at Nan Beichao's level, it was very difficult for strangers to attract his attention. However, Jiangchen had already attracted his attention, and he felt a sense of familiarity from Jiangchen. It was the feeling of a fated enemy, something he had never felt before. Swoosh! The instant Jiangchen vanished, the northern and southern dynasties also vanished, chasing in the direction where Jiangchen disappeared. Not good. The northern and southern dynasties have discovered little Qinzi. De Huang Dog's countenance changed slightly. What should we do? The northern and southern dynasties are so terrifying now. Little Qinzi is certainly not their opponent. Doesn't that mean that little Qinzi's life is in danger? Wu Ningzhu panicked. She couldn't stay calm when it was related to Jiangchen's safety. It doesn't matter. Given little Qinzi's means, even if he can't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, it shouldn't be difficult for him to stay alive. Let's not follow them now. It will only distract little Qinzi. They are fated enemies. Sooner or later they will collide. This golden horizon is just the beginning. De Huang Dog said. Although he said so, everyone could hear the worry in his words. After all, the northern and southern dynasties were too powerful. Even Mo Wuxing was no match for them and was almost killed. Although Jiangchen was powerful, he was only an intermediate immortal king. The gap between him and Mo Wuxing was huge, let alone the northern and southern dynasties. In the void, Jiangchen transformed into a dragon and kept breaking through the spatial barrier. He didn't want to fight with the northern and southern dynasties yet. "Why are you running?" A voice was heard from the void. A ray of golden light shone down from the front. Nan Beichao, who was carrying the chi of an emperor, blocked Jiangchen's path. His eyes were like the scorching sun, staring at Jiangchen. Upon seeing this, Jiangchen halted his steps and couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed like he couldn't run away from this. He secretly circulated the great divination art to divine for himself. Although he couldn't divine any trace, he still had a bad feeling. "I'm running. What does it have to do with you? Besides, given young Master Chao's ability, would he put a puny intermediate immortal king like me in his eyes? I have troubled young Master Chao to give up the Broken Edge Cliff and chase after me," Jiangchen said flatly, without the slightest hint of panic in his eyes. "You aren't afraid of me?" The northern and southern dynasties narrowed their eyes, seeming somewhat puzzled. One should know that if an ordinary intermediate immortal king encountered them, that person would have been shivering and prostrating on the ground, but this young man in front of them was full of calmness in front of them. That was the calmness that came from his bones. How could the northern and southern dynasties not be surprised? At the same time, they felt that their monarch chi had been slightly damaged because the other party wasn't afraid of them. "Why should I be afraid of you? What do you have to be afraid of?" Jiang Qin sneered. These words came from the bottom of his heart. The northern and southern dynasties might be a terrifying figure in the eyes of others, but in Jiang Qin's eyes, they were merely a defeated opponent. Moreover, they had been killed twice by Jiang Qin. A defeated opponent indeed wasn't something to be afraid of. More importantly, there wasn't anyone in this heaven and earth that could make Jiang Qin afraid. The feeling you give me is very familiar, but I don't know where I have seen you before. But this isn't important. The feeling you give me is that of an enemy, a very bad feeling. This feeling makes me hate you very much. You should know what the consequence of being hated by this young master is. Lung Lung of the northern and southern dynasties spoke. That was an intuition that told him that this puny intermediate immortal king was a very powerful figure. More importantly, the moment he saw Jiang Qin, he felt that this person was very familiar, as though he had seen him somewhere before. So when he saw Jiang Qin leaving, he chased after him without hesitation. There are a lot of people who hate me. Who do you think you are? Jiang Qin sneered. In front of the northern and southern dynasties, he would never show any weakness. His pride was higher than the northern and southern dynasties. Even if the opponent was the reincarnation of a great sovereign, Jiang Qin wouldn't care. If that's the case, you shall die now. The northern and southern dynasties' chi fluctuated. They were about to strike. Their intuition told them that they had to kill this guy in front of them, as though it was their destiny to do so. Their concern for this stranger had even surpassed the concern for a peerless genius like Mo Wuqing. Poof! The northern and southern dynasties pointed their fingers at the void. A ray of light lunged at Jiang Qin like a sharp sword. They had already launched a deadly attack, leaving no room for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't dare to waste any time. He immediately turned into a dragon. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand at once, slashing at the ray of light. Clang! The ray of light accurately collided with the heavenly saint sword. The heavenly saint sword immediately let out a wail and began to tremble. Jiang Qin was sent flying 100 zhang away by the powerful force, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Buzz buzz, Jiang Qin spurted out a mouthful of blood. The heavenly saint sword in his hand was trembling violently. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong. With his current strength, he was no match for them at all. Even a casual tap from the other party wasn't something he could withstand. The heavenly saint sword kept on wailing. It was obvious that it was severely injured. The dragon transformation skill and with spiritual chi were circulating rapidly, healing Jiang Qin's injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Qin raised his blood-red dragon eyes and glared at the northern and southern dynasties. The scene was similar to the first time the Qi province had clashed with the northern and southern dynasties. There was a huge gap between their strengths. It's you? You are the one who killed my 2 clones. I didn't expect you to still be alive. The expression of the northern and southern dynasties changed all of a sudden. They exclaimed in shock. The death of the 2 clones in Saint Origin World and Boundless World had always infuriated them. For a long time, there was a scene that appeared in their mind, a half-human half-dragon holding a sword and standing in front of them, showing off his strength. However, the northern and southern dynasties couldn't see his face clearly. Now they finally knew why Jiang Qin was so familiar to them. It was the familiarity of Qi. It was the illusory figure in their mind. Today, the illusory figure had appeared in front of them. Chapter 1577. That's right. Your 2 clones were killed by me. So, you are just a defeated opponent. You don't have to be arrogant in front of me. You want to cultivate the monarch heaven art to become a true monarch, but it's a pity that your 2 clones have died tragically. Your path to becoming a monarch is fated to be incomplete. I, Jiang Qin, am the one who is fated to restrain you. As long as I am here, all your efforts will be like flowers in a mirror and the moon reflected in the water. Your northern and southern dynasties will eventually become my stepping stone. This is the greatest meaning of your existence. Jiang Qin said Lung Lung. Every word of his was like a sharp thorn that pierced the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties. Shut up. Nanbei Chao bellowed. Both of his eyes had turned red because Jiang Qin had hit his sore spot. What Jiang Qin said was right. He had created a lot of doppelgangers in order to conquer the world in the mortal world. Now, most of his doppelgangers had returned and completed the mission perfectly. As long as all of his doppelgangers could complete the mission, his monarch heaven art would evolve to the state of perfection. With his doppelgangers' abilities, no matter which world they went to, they would be able to become a true emperor and the master of the world. However, only Saint Origin World and Boundless World had met with accidents. Both of his clones had met his greatest nemesis. The tragic death of the two clones had caused his monarch heaven art to be unable to reach perfection. Such a loss was unimaginable to others. Only the northern and southern dynasties knew the pain and the hatred they had towards Jiangchen. Humph. Northern and southern dynasties, I have touched your sore spot. Even if you don't want to admit it, my existence, Jiangchen, is the biggest shadow in your heart. Jiangchen harumphed coldly. Since his identity had been seen through, there was nothing to hide. Jiangchen had never been afraid of anything. Plus, his current cultivation base was strong enough to protect himself. Haha, Jiangchen, you think too highly of yourself. Ah. Jiangchen, you think too highly of yourself. I, Nanbei Chao, am the only supreme being in the heavens and earth. I'm the true monarch. What qualifications do you have to fight me? You're just an ant. So what if you've killed two of my clones? You're still going to be killed by me. Once I kill you, my monarch heaven art will still reach perfection. The northern and southern dynasties burst into laughter. Their killing intent towards Jiangchen had solidified. Don't put on that high and mighty attitude in front of me. Even if you want to kill me, I, Jiangchen, am not that easy to kill. You couldn't even kill me when I just ascended, let alone now. Jiangchen's eyes sparkled. His previous injuries had already recovered. The effect of the double recovery from the wood spiritual chi and the dragon transformation skill had reached an astonishing level. That's right. You were lucky enough to escape and survive, but today you won't be so lucky. The killing intent of the northern and southern dynasties was getting stronger and stronger. Previously, he had been paying attention to the changes of the world law in St. Origin World and chose to strike when Jiangchen ascended. He thought that Jiangchen had already been killed by him. Unexpectedly, Jiangchen was still alive and had grown to such a terrifying level. Is that so? Kill me if you have the ability, Jiangchen said. The dragon wings on his back fluttered as he casted the 9 phantom wolves. Phantoms emerged one after another. Jiangchen's true body easily cut open the void and escaped once again. He still couldn't confront the northern and southern dynasties head-on. Given his current combat strength, he wouldn't be a match for the northern and southern dynasties even if he exerted all his strength. Given the current situation, escaping was the most important thing for him. The reason why he didn't let the Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu follow him was to escape and attract the attention of the northern and southern dynasties. Want to leave? The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties glowed with golden light. They found Jiangchen's true body in an instant. With a claw, he tore the void apart and plunged into it. Jiangchen pushed his speed to the limit, attempting to shake off the northern and southern dynasties. In his dragon form, not only did Jiangchen's combat strength increase by 10 times, his speed had also increased by 10 times, but the northern and southern dynasties were still chasing after him. It wouldn't be easy to shake them off. How can this bastard's speed be so fast? And his combat strength? He's only an intermediate immortal king. Could it be that his talent is even higher than mine? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That's right. That's impossible. The northern and southern dynasties were chasing behind Jiangchen, their hearts filled with astonishment. The thought that Jiangchen's talent was greater than theirs struck their hearts heavily. All along, the northern and southern dynasties had regarded themselves as the #1 genius in the world. Now that they had encountered someone with even greater talent than them, only they knew how they felt. The northern and southern dynasties were well aware of the power of their finger. Although it was just a casual finger, even an early immortal emperor genius wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if the genius didn't die, he would be half dead, but Jiangchen was unscathed. The northern and southern dynasties weren't willing to believe that Jiangchen's talent was greater than theirs, but there was a fact that they had to admit. Both of their clones had died in the hands of Jiangchen, which indirectly indicated that they were inferior to Jiangchen. Just like Jiangchen had said, his existence was destined to become the biggest shadow in the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties. In order to eliminate this shadow and attain the consummate stage of the monarch heaven art, the only way was to kill Jiangchen with their own hands. Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties had to kill Jiangchen at all costs. This was a chase that took place inside the spatial zone. It was the first time that the two speed immortal domains confronted each other. When the northern and southern dynasties realized that they couldn't catch up with Jiangchen, they immediately used a secret technique to double their speed. Then, they struck out with the hand of Great Sovereign, crushing layers of spatial zone and enveloping Jiangchen with boundless power. Damn it. This bastard is too hard to deal with. It seems like I can't run away today. Jiangchen cursed. This was the reason why he didn't like to encounter the northern and southern dynasties so early. Unless his strength increased again, he wouldn't have the strength to fight the northern and southern dynasties. Howell Jiangqin swung his sword and slashed backwards. No one knew how many layers of the void had been torn apart by this slash. When it collided with the palm of the great sovereign, the void was immediately obliterated and the chi of destruction exploded. Barf! Jiangqin couldn't withstand such a huge impact. He was sent flying a few hundred meters away while spurting out blood. Jiangqin, you will die today. Once I kill you, my northern and southern dynasties will still be the strongest under the heavens. My monarch path will still be complete. Chapter 1578. The strength of the northern and southern dynasties was just too strong, giving Jiangqin tremendous pressure. Given his current cultivation base, he could only run away from the northern and southern dynasties. Judging from the current situation, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. The northern and southern dynasties were bent on killing him. They wouldn't give him a chance to escape. The wood spiritual chi and dragon transformation skill were circulating rapidly. Jiangqin's injuries were recovering rapidly. The dragon wings and the flaming wings on Jiangqin's back, coupled with the 9 phantom wolves, were shuttling through the void. He had already pushed his speed to the limit, but he still couldn't get rid of the northern and southern dynasties who were using the same secret technique. The cultivation base of the northern and southern dynasties was at the early immortal emperor realm. Given Jiangqin's current cultivation base, an early immortal emperor like Ling Du was more than enough to deal with him. However, it was a completely different story when he was facing the northern and southern dynasties who were at the same level as him. This bastard is merely an intermediate immortal king, but he actually possesses such powerful combat strength and speed. His talent is even above mine. It seems that if he is given more time to grow, he will become my greatest enemy sooner or later. There has never been a person whose silhouette could appear in my mind inexplicably. He is the only one. The northern and southern dynasties were incomparably shocked. The killing intent in their eyes grew denser. Today they had to kill Jiangqin no matter what. They could feel the taste of destiny from Jiangqin. Jiangqin's silhouette had appeared inexplicably in their subconsciousness several times. Such a situation had already foreshadowed the importance of Jiangqin in their lives. Wisdom King Fist, shatter the space. Jiangqin, you can't escape. The northern and southern dynasties' momentum was tremendous. Wherever they passed, the void would shatter. They struck out the Wisdom King Fist from the void, smashing at the fleeing Jiangqin. The huge golden fist carried the taste of wisdom. The chi it emitted could make one feel suffocated. The punch had sealed the entire spatial zone, causing the airflow within the spatial zone to tremble. Jiangqin let out a roar and turned into a real blood-red dragon. The dragon and sword merged into one, and at the same time, unleashed the eternal immortal wind. He was fleeing while resisting Nanbei Chao's wisdom king fist. Long. The void exploded, shaking incomparably. The wisdom king fist destroyed all of Jiang Chen's attacks, shredded his eternal immortal wind, and seriously injured Jiang Chen once again. A large part of the dragon scales on the surface of his body was lifted off. Blood gushed out. He had suffered an unprecedented injury. The gap between them was just too great. Jiang Chen was no match for him. However, Jiang Chen should be proud that he could survive the attack of the Wisdom King Fist. If it was any other person, even if that person was an early immortal Emperor Supreme Genius, he or she would have died without a doubt. They would be smashed into powder and their bodies would be completely shattered. Eternal Immortal Wind. Eternal Immortal Wind. How dare you use my Eternal Immortal Wind? Damn it. The Eternal Immortal Wind is a supreme existence. It's not something an ant like you can touch. This is a humiliation to the Eternal Immortal Wind. Jiang Chen, this alone is enough for me to kill you 10,000 times. Seeing that Jiang Chen had cast out his unique technique, the fury of the northern and southern dynasties rose to another level. In their eyes, the Eternal Immortal Wind was just like them, supreme and honorable. In the entire heavens and earth, apart from them, no one else could cast the Eternal Immortal Wind. It was a disrespect to the Eternal Immortal Wind and a great disrespect to themselves. Jiang Chen didn't say a word. He just kept fleeing, shuttling through layers of spatial zones, trying to get rid of the pursuit of the northern and southern dynasties. If there was no other choice, he could only rely on the Zulong Tower. After fleeing for tens of thousands of miles, Jiang Chen still couldn't get rid of the northern and southern dynasties. However, his condition was getting worse and worse. The continuous attacks from the northern and southern dynasties had shaken his body to the point of cracking. This was an unprecedented blow that Jiang Chen had encountered. If it was someone else, he or she would have been dead by now. No, I can't go on like this. I have to rely on the Zulong Tower. Although the dragon transformation skill and the wood spiritual energy are terrifying, the rate of recovery cannot be compared to the destructive power of the northern and southern dynasties. If this continues, it is very likely that my essence will be damaged. At that time the loss will be great. Jiang Chen's face turned unsightly. Given the strength of the northern and southern dynasties, it was almost impossible for him to escape easily today. The northern and southern dynasties had already activated their secret techniques. He no longer had an advantage in terms of speed. Now the only means he had left was the Zulong Tower. This was his final trump card. As for the two blood demon kings in the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen didn't dare to release them. Even if they were the powerful blood demon kings, they would only be killed by the northern and southern dynasties with a single punch. They wouldn't even be able to help him delay. The blood demon kings were also his trump cards. They could play a great role in the Golden Horizon. It wasn't easy for him to subdue them. If they were destroyed by the northern and southern dynasties as soon as they appeared, wouldn't it be a great loss? Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen opened a gap in the Zulong Tower and entered it. They're gone. The northern and southern dynasties who were running wildly suddenly disappeared. The faces of the northern and southern dynasties changed. Their eyes fell on the layers of space, looking incomparably sharp. Humph. It's impossible for anyone to disappear in front of me for no reason. It seems that they have relied on some kind of magic treasure. Eternal Immortal Wind. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly. The eternal immortal wind blew from their bodies, completely sealing off a large area of space. As the unique technique of the northern and southern dynasties, the eternal immortal wind had long been integrated with the northern and southern dynasties. Once it was used, it was much more powerful than a domain. It could even seal off a spatial boundary. Jiang Chen, within my eternal immortal wind boundary, there's no way for you to escape. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered in the wind. He was simply too powerful. Streams of eternal immortal wind formed wind walls, completely sealing off this area. Mystical runes rushed out from his body, fluttering in the air. Within the eternal immortal wind boundary, these runes were like agile snakes dancing around. Everywhere they passed, even the slightest change could be sensed. The northern and southern dynasties was an extremely intelligent person. The instant Jiang Chen disappeared, he had already guessed what method Jiang Chen had used. He concluded that Jiang Chen had relied on some kind of magic treasure to conceal himself and didn't escape at all. Therefore he established the eternal immortal wind boundary, trapping Jiang Chen like a turtle in a jar. As long as he could find Jiang Chen's location, it would be the doomsday of Jiang Chen. The northern and southern dynasties' guess was right. Jiang Chen was indeed using the Zulong Tower to conceal himself. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck of dust and turned into a stream of air, completely merging with the void. Even the runes released by the northern and southern dynasties couldn't sense the existence of the Zulong Tower. A few minutes later, the northern and southern dynasties had no choice but to retract the runes. His face turned somewhat unsightly. He had already felt very depressed when he let Mo Wuqing escape. If he let the intermediate immortal King Jiang Chen escape from his hands as well, it would be a great humiliation to him. The ancestral dragon pagoda is indeed miraculous. It's a peerless means to protect one's life. Unfortunately, the current ancestral dragon pagoda is far from perfect. It can't be used to attack. Otherwise, I wonder how powerful this true dragon treasure would be. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the situation outside through the Zulong Tower. Of course, the northern and southern dynasties were powerful, but they still weren't powerful enough to find the trace of the Zulong Tower. It seems like I have to enter the 33rd level to recover my injuries. This time, I have suffered an unprecedented injury. I have to recover as soon as possible. Judging from the looks of the northern and southern dynasties, I don't think they will leave this place anytime soon. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. In a flash he arrived at the 33rd level. The time law here was 30 times faster, which was very beneficial to Jiang Chen's recovery. In the previous collision with the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Chen's origin had been injured. What he needed to do now was to recover as soon as possible. In any case, he couldn't leave this place now. The northern and southern dynasties wouldn't leave this place so easily. Plus, the Zulong Tower couldn't be moved. Now that the Zulong Tower had completely integrated with the void, the northern and southern dynasties couldn't discover it. However, if the Zulong Tower was moved, the traces of the Zulong Tower's movement would be detected by the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen, you have already fallen into my eternal enchantment. You can't escape. I advise you not to waste time and come out by yourself. The northern and southern dynasties said loudly. Inside the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen sneered. What a joke. Asking him to go out at this time? Wasn't that stupid? Jiang Chen wouldn't do such a completely impossible thing. The Zulong Tower was a safe place and he was very comfortable staying there. 10 minutes later, the northern and southern dynasties still couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen. They had almost searched every inch of the eternal enchantment, but they didn't find anything unusual. It was as if Jiang Chen had completely disappeared. This situation made the northern and southern dynasties suspect that Jiang Chen had really disappeared. However, the northern and southern dynasties were very confident in their strength. They absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Chen could escape in front of them without a sound. Moreover, the void fluctuations here were very normal, and there were no major fluctuations. Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties concluded that Jiang Chen must still be hiding here. Jiang Chen, do you really think you can escape from this young master's palm? You think too highly of your own means, eye of heaven. The aura of the northern and southern dynasties suddenly changed. He was determined to find Jiang Chen. He stretched out his index finger and shot runes at his eyes. Suddenly his eyes changed, becoming empty and bright. 2 rays of light with a sense of vastness shot out from his eyes, constantly sweeping through the void. Not good, this guy actually has such a terrifying trump card. He has obtained the legendary Eye of Heaven. Rumor has it that the Eye of Heaven can see through falsehood and see through the past and present. Although the northern and southern dynasties haven't cultivated the Eye of Heaven to its peak, my Zulong Tower is still half-baked. I'm afraid it can't escape the detection of the Eye of Heaven. Inside the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen, who was recovering from his injuries and seclusion, suddenly felt the divine light of the Eye of Heaven. His expression immediately changed. Chapter 1579. The Eyes of Heaven, the legendary divine eyes of falsehood. This peerless divine technique had always been a legacy. As expected of peerless geniuses from the northern and southern dynasties, their luck reached the heavens, to be able to obtain such a divine technique. Under the illumination of the Eyes of Heaven, nothing could hide. Not even the Zulong Tower could escape the Eyes of Heaven's inspection. Jiang Chen's face sank completely. Originally he had thought that he could use the Zulong Tower to escape. Unexpectedly, the northern and southern dynasties possessed the terrifying Eyes of Heaven. It would appear that he was about to be discovered. 1. Under the illumination of the Eyes of Heaven, space trembled slightly. Enveloped by the light of the Eyes of Heaven, the Zulong Tower was clearly revealed. Jiang Chen, don't hide anymore. My eye of heaven has already discovered you. Under my eye of heaven all tricks are useless. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. The northern and southern dynasties shouted and their auras surged like tidal waves, causing the air currents within the space to crackle. Jiang Chen tore open the door to the Zulong Tower and stepped out. Since he had already been discovered, there was no need for him to continue hiding. Jiang Chen knew very well that he could not escape the eyes of heaven's inspection. After walking out from the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen had a grim expression on his face. However, his injuries had mostly recovered. At any rate, the changes in the laws of time within the 33rd floor were relatively terrifying. Although only 10+ minutes had passed outside, the time inside was 30 times longer. That amount of time was more than enough for Jiang Chen to recover. However, due to the severity of his injuries, it would not be easy for him to recover to his peak state. Jiang Chen, I told you you can't escape. The people this young master wants to kill only have one ending, and that is death. However, this young master is very interested in that treasure of yours. It actually forced this young master to use the eyes of heaven to discover it. If you hand over that treasure to this young master will grant you a quick death, saving you the pain of flesh and soul. The northern and southern dynasties spoke in a lofty tone, completely like the tone of an emperor. In front of an emperor, everything was an ant, a lowly existence. However, the northern and southern dynasties were extremely interested in Jiang Chen's treasure. A treasure that could force them to use the eyes of heaven to discover it was bound to be extraordinary. Moreover, even after using the eyes of heaven, they could only discover the existence of the treasure. They were unable to explore the inside of the treasure. This situation did not mean that the eyes of heaven were useless. It could only mean that Jiang Chen's treasure was too mystical, so mystical that the eyes of heaven could not see through it. That treasure of mine is a supreme treasure of the world. Only those with great luck can control and possess it. Who do you think you are? You are not worthy of such a treasure. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. This sentence undoubtedly raised the anger of the northern and southern dynasties to the peak. Not worthy? Someone actually said that he was not worthy? In this world, there were only things that were not worthy of the northern and southern dynasties. There was nothing that the northern and southern dynasties did not deserve. No one had ever dared to look down on him, and no one had ever dared to humiliate him. Jiang Chen was the first, and he swore that he would be the last. Anyone who looked down on him would only have one end: miserable, incomparably miserable. You dare say that I am not worthy? How dare you say that I'm not worthy? In the heavens and earth, as long as there is something that I, Nanbei Chao, fancy, it is their honor. How dare you say that your luck is stronger than mine? What a joke, what a joke. You are going to be killed by me soon, and all your luck will belong to me. In front of me you are destined to be an ant. How dare you talk about luck in front of me? Who gave you such confidence? The northern and southern dynasties were so angry that they laughed. They felt that Jiang Chen's words were a complete joke. However, they could also see that even if Jiang Chen's luck was not as good as theirs, it was definitely not bad. Jiang Chen's luck had surpassed the majority of monstrous geniuses. Such a person's luck was also heaven-defying. If he killed Jiang Chen, he would be able to absorb Jiang Chen's luck. In that case, he would be truly invincible in this world, and the monarch heaven art would directly reach the consummate stage. In fact, there was another fact that the northern and southern dynasties weren't willing to admit. He had to kill Jiang Chen because he could sense how terrifying Jiang Chen was in the depths of his heart. There had never been an immortal king who could tangle with him for such a long time. What made him even more surprised was that the recovery speed of Jiang Chen's injuries had simply reached a shocking level. Before Jiang Chen disappeared, Jiang Chen had already suffered a very serious injury. However, in just a few minutes, Jiang Chen's injuries had already mostly recovered. Such a heaven-defying recovery speed was something that even the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't be able to achieve. Such a terrifying and heaven-defying method. How could the northern and southern dynasties not feel fear and even envy? Northern and southern dynasties. What do you think this is? Jiang Chen spoke. His hand grabbed towards the Zulong Tower, directly pulling the fire qilin out. At this moment, the fire qilin's spirit was already in a dispirited state. After his origin bloodline was extracted by Jiang Chen, he was equivalent to an ordinary demonic beast. The divine beast bloodline in his body was already gone. As time passed, he would naturally become dispirited and listless. After the fire qilin appeared, his spirit was shaken. He immediately let out a roar, as though venting the anger he had been suppressing for a long time. Fire qilin. Upon seeing the fire qilin, the northern and southern dynasties instantly shuddered. An even more intense anger gushed out from their bodies. Seems like they had found the right person today. This Jiang Qin not only killed 2 of their clones, he was also the one who captured the fire qilin. Any one of these was sufficient for Jiang Qin to die. Master. When the fire qilin saw the northern and southern dynasties, he immediately exclaimed. His majestic body struggled violently in Jiang Qin's hand, as though he had seen his savior. During this period of time he had been imprisoned by Jiang Qin, which made him feel as though he was going to go crazy at any time. Now that he had seen the northern and southern dynasties, he felt as though he had been rescued from a hopeless situation. Master? No wonder. Northern and southern dynasties, you are indeed a person with great luck. Even a divine beast like the fire qilin is willing to follow you. It's a pity that I have already extracted the bloodline of the fire qilin. Now he can no longer be considered as a divine beast. By the way, I remember that there was a white tiger beside your clone in St. Origin World. I killed it and absorbed its bloodline. Therefore, in the northern and southern dynasties, I, Jiang Qin, am destined to be your nemesis. You are doomed to be unlucky to meet me. Jiang Qin said indifferently. He wasn't too surprised by the fact that the northern and southern dynasties were the masters of the fire qilin. After all, such figures in the northern and southern dynasties were full of legends. They were the reincarnations of powerful great emperors. Anything could happen to them. Back in St. Origin World, the clone of the northern and southern dynasties had a white tiger as a mount, but it was killed by Jiang Qin later on. From the clone to the white tiger and now the fire qilin, one had to admit that Jiang Qin was the nemesis of the northern and southern dynasties. The insufferably arrogant northern and southern dynasties, the northern and southern dynasties that were walking the path of emperors, had changed when they met Jiang Qin. They became unlucky and unlucky. This was fate. If Jiang Qin didn't exist in this world, the northern and southern dynasties were destined to become earth-shattering figures, and the appearance of Jiang Qin seemed to be to obstruct the northern and southern dynasties. After saying so much, you still have to die today. Any one of the things you have done is enough for me to kill you. The fury of the northern and southern dynasties had reached an uncontrollable level. He had never hated a person so much and had never been so eager to kill a person. Now, he was basically convinced that this guy in front of him was his fated enemy. He was very glad that he met Jiang Qin at this time so that he could get rid of Jiang Qin as soon as possible, removing the obstacles in his path of emperors. He felt that from this point of view, his luck was still better than Jiang Qin's. Northern and southern dynasties, if you dare to take a step forward, I will immediately kill the fire qilin. The fire qilin is the symbol of your Nanbei family's luck. You won't just watch the fire qilin die, will you? If the fire qilin dies, the higher-ups of Nanbei family will blame you. Jiang Qin said as his dragon claw gripped the fire qilin's head. As long as he exerted a little force, the fire qilin would immediately die without being able to put up any resistance. Master, save me. The fire qilin shivered in fear. He had dealt with Jiang Qin before, so he knew Jiang Qin's character and style of doing things. Jiang Qin was cruel and merciless. Wanting to kill the fire qilin was definitely not a joke. Humph! A piece of trash dares to threaten my northern and southern dynasties? The fire qilin has lost its divine beast bloodline, so he is no longer qualified to follow me, nor is he qualified to represent the luck of our Nanbei family. As for the blame you mentioned, what a joke. Only this young master of Nanbei family can blame others. This young master is the biggest symbol of Nanbei family's luck. Jiang Qin, I forgot to tell you, this young master has never been threatened by others. You want to use the fire qilin to threaten me? You've made a mistake. The northern and southern dynasties let out a cold harumph. His entire being was filled with coldness. His gloomy eyes were devoid of emotions. The fire qilin that had lost its divine beast bloodline was no longer worthy to be his mount. Jiang Qin die. The northern and southern dynasties made their moves decisively. The first move was a great sovereign's hand, tearing the void apart and shrouding Jiang Qin. Against their enemies, the northern and southern dynasties would never show any mercy. Even with the fire qilin, they wouldn't allow him to hold back. Do you see that? Fire qilin, your master doesn't care about your life or death. As a saint beast of the heavens and earth, your fate will only be a tragedy. Chapter 1580. The great emperor's hand broke through all obstacles and arrived in front of Jiang Qin in the blink of an eye. Fire qilin, don't blame me. Your life was personally taken by your master. Jiang Qin grabbed the fire qilin and threw him towards the great emperor's hand. No! The fire qilin let out a roar filled with despair and unwillingness. He knew that he was done for. No one knew better than him how terrifying his master was. If the hand of the great sovereign was used on him, he would definitely be torn apart. He would die without a doubt. There was no hope for him to survive. Rumble, Nanbei Chao's eyes were emotionless, emitting an extremely cold light. The terrifying great sovereign's hand heavily bombarded the fire Qilin's body. The fire Qilin couldn't resist at all. Its body was smashed into pieces, dying a miserable death. Just like what Jiang Chen said, the existence of the fire Qilin was a tragedy in itself. He didn't die in the hands of the enemy but in the hands of his own people. He died in the hands of his most loyal master. This was a mockery. The fire Qilin's last thought should be filled with hatred. He had a reason to hate. Although Jiang Chen was cruel, he only extracted his bloodline and didn't take his life. However, the northern and southern dynasties just treated him as an obstacle and killed him without leaving any traces. Northern and southern dynasties, you heartless beast. You even killed the holy beast that followed you for so long. You are insane. Jiang Chen flapped his dragon wings and turned to run. This chase was destined to continue. Jiang Chen couldn't shake off the pursuit of the northern and southern dynasties for a while. Just a piece of trash. Nothing can stop the footsteps of the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen, you are not qualified to be my enemy. The one who is qualified to be the enemy of the northern and southern dynasties hasn't appeared yet. Don't think so highly of yourself. The northern and southern dynasties chased after Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's aura was like a rainbow, even the void couldn't conceal his qi waves. The great emperor's palm blasted out once more. The gigantic golden palm was like an unparalleled cage. If one was hit by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they didn't die, they would still be skinned alive. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen used the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal to resist. 15 colorful dragons whizzed out and collided with the great emperor's hand behind him. At the same time, Jiang Chen continued to use rapid escape. Rumble. The void was once again shattered and there was destructive energy everywhere. Layers of spatial barriers were destroyed, and it was difficult to imagine just how much power the northern and southern dynasties' attacks carried. The berserk dragon that Jiang Chen had unleashed was torn apart on the spot. Dong. The huge rebounding force hit Jiang Chen's body like a mountain. Jiang Chen's dragon body immediately cracked, and blood gushed out, instantly covering Jiang Chen's entire body. Jiang Chen, you are already an arrow at the end of its flight. I'm not in a hurry to kill you. I want to torture you to death, to let you taste the taste of death bit by bit. I want you to know what despair is. The debt of the fire Qilin will also be on your head. The northern and southern dynasties laughed maniacally. He was like an unparalleled king, constantly destroying Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen fleeing like a stray dog, he was truly delighted. Jiang Chen had killed his clone, seized the fire Qilin's bloodline, and even caused his sovereign path to be unable to reach perfection. The northern and southern dynasties wanted to get back at him bit by bit. He didn't want Jiang Chen to die too easily because that would be too easy for Jiang Chen. He wanted Jiang Chen to die without a burial place. He wanted Jiang Chen to experience the feeling of death bit by bit. He wanted Jiang Chen to die in despair. Only then would he be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Only then would his sovereign heaven art be perfected once again. Damn it, I can't go on like this. My body is constantly being injured. I have to think of a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll really be in danger today. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. Today he had encountered a monster like the northern and southern dynasties. He had already done everything he could, but he still couldn't shake off the northern and southern dynasties. This was the biggest problem Jiang Chen had ever encountered. His path had always been smooth sailing, and he had never been chased to such a sorry state. Among the geniuses of the younger generation, only the northern and southern dynasties had this ability. Jiang Chen, you won't be able to escape. Don't waste your energy. The northern and southern dynasties' auras soared into the sky as they continued to bombard Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was beaten until he vomited blood, and huge cracks appeared on his body. With such heavy injuries, even if he escaped now, it would take him a long time to recover. Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen shouted and directly struck out the Zulong Tower. The huge golden pagoda gave off an ancient light, and countless dragon roars came from the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower became solid, and Jiang Chen took it out to use it as a weapon. Unfortunately, out of the 99 floors of the pagoda, only 37 were lit up. The rest were in a dark state and couldn't be activated. This was Jiang Chen's last and biggest reliance. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Jiang Chen wouldn't take out the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was indestructible. The only thing he could do now was to use the Zulong Tower to block the powerful attacks from the northern and southern dynasties. Then he could find a chance to escape. What a good treasure. It gives off the aura of an ancient supreme being. Even I feel pressured. Jiangchen, you are just a lowly person. How can you have such a good treasure? It's simply a stain. Today I'll take your treasure and it will be mine in the future. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties fell on the Zulong Tower. Suddenly, a bright light shone from their eyes. It was a kind of greed, a kind of conquest. With the vision of the northern and southern dynasties, they could naturally see the power of the Zulong Tower. If they could take such a treasure for themselves, it would be an incomparably happy thing. The northern and southern dynasties once again used the great sovereign's hand, shrouding the Zulong Tower, trying to take the Zulong Tower. Unfortunately, the Zulong Tower was too heavy. Even the great sovereign's hand couldn't lift it up. Moreover, the Zulong Tower was extremely repulsive towards him. Damn it. Seeing that they failed, the northern and southern dynasties couldn't help but curse. They knew that such a divine weapon would have its own spirituality. The treasure in front of them had already been completely subdued by Jiangchen. It had fused with Jiangchen's origin and couldn't be moved. Even if they killed Jiangchen, they wouldn't be able to obtain such a treasure. This made the northern and southern dynasties feel incomparably regretful. Since I can't obtain it, I'll just destroy it. If I can't obtain it, Jiangchen, you can forget about obtaining it as well. The northern and southern dynasties coldly snorted and unleashed the Wisdom King's fist. A terrifying golden fist pierced through space and smashed onto the Zulong Tower. Rumble. Gotcha. A huge tremor and terrifying shockwaves swept out like the ocean. This was a power that couldn't be withstood. The Wisdom King's fist heavily smashed onto the Zulong Tower. Even with the sturdiness of the Zulong Tower, cracks appeared on it. What? Jiangchen cried out in shock and his expression changed drastically. He was connected to the Zulong Tower by life. If the Zulong Tower was damaged, he wouldn't feel good either. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong. Even the Zulong Tower couldn't block them. This situation exceeded Jiangchen's imagination. If the northern and southern dynasties destroyed the Zulong Tower, it would bring him unimaginable losses. He might even lose his life here. However, there was nothing Jiangchen could do about the current situation. He had already used all of his powerful skills, but the gap between him and Nan Beichao was just too huge. Everything he did was useless. Hee. 3 punches of wisdom. The northern and southern dynasties made their move again. They directly executed the 3 punches of wisdom and were prepared to destroy the Zulong Tower in one fell swoop. He could already tell that this was Jiangchen's final trump card. As long as the Zulong Tower was destroyed, Jiangchen would be completely finished and he would be at the mercy of the northern and southern dynasties. Dong dong dong. The 3 punches smashed onto the Zulong Tower, causing the Zulong Tower to shake violently. The cracks on the surface became denser and denser. The golden light also dimmed a lot and it seemed like it could completely shatter at any time. Jiangchen vomited blood again. Although the attacks from the northern and southern dynasties didn't hit him, he was closely related to the Zulong Tower. If the Zulong Tower was damaged, he would also be injured. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. In the void, the Zulong Tower was on the verge of collapsing. It was in danger of collapsing at any time. Jiangchen, I will shatter your tower. Let's see what else you can do. The northern and southern dynasties laughed maniacally. In their eyes, Jiangchen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He had completely become a turtle in a jar. As long as the tower was shattered, they could step on Jiangchen at any time. Killing him would be as simple as stepping on an ant. The Great Emperor's Hand. The northern and southern dynasties didn't give Jiangchen any chance to breathe. They attacked again with the Great Emperor's Hand. Jiangchen's expression was extremely ugly. This was the most critical moment. If he took back the Zulong Tower, he might die under the Great Emperor's Hand. He didn't want to be reborn again. However, if he didn't take back the Zulong Tower would completely shatter. By then, all the effort he had put into the Zulong Tower would be in vain. Whoosh whoosh, the terrifying Great Emperor's Hand could tear everything apart with a casual move. The northern and southern dynasties had a hideous smile on their faces. They seemed to be able to see the Zulong Tower completely shattering under the Great Emperor's Hand. It would be a pity for a treasure to be destroyed just like that. However, they had no choice but to do so. For something that couldn't be obtained, it was best to destroy it. It was much better than letting it fall into the hands of the enemy. Buzz. Just as the Great Emperor's Hand was about to touch the Zulong Tower, the Zulong tower that was about to shatter suddenly shook violently. It emitted an extremely intense buzzing sound as if a huge change was about to happen. Chapter 1581. It's the Wondrous Stone. What a huge movement. Is the creature inside the stone about to come out? Jianghu was shocked. He had obtained this wondrous stone in the ancient tomb in One-Line Sky. At that time, not many people could move it. Later on, he had to use the power of his bloodline to gain the approval of the wondrous stone. Later on, he obtained the immortal execution order in the ancient tomb and saw a woman who looked exactly like Xianxia lying in the immortal burying coffin. The wondrous stone contained an extremely powerful creature. But after Jianghu put the stone into the Zulong tower, he didn't care about it anymore. He didn't know when the creature inside the wondrous stone would come out, so he just let it be. After a long time, he almost forgot about the wondrous stone. Unexpectedly, the wondrous stone changed at the most critical moment. It seemed like the creature inside was about to come out. His intuition told him that the creature inside the wondrous stone was not simple. If it came out at this time, it might bring him a great turning point. He was being hunted by the northern and southern dynasties. Now was the most critical moment. At this last moment, any change might bring a turning point to Jianghu. Bang! All of a sudden, a golden light rushed out from the top of the wondrous stone. Jianghu could see clearly that it was a weapon. It was a 3 meters long iron rod. The rod was engraved with mystical runes. The moment the iron rod appeared, it rushed out from the Zulong tower and collided with the great sovereign's hand of the northern and southern dynasties. Long. The extremely valiant iron cudgel pierced through the tyrannical hand of the great sovereign. The indestructible hand of the great sovereign seemed to become a fragile existence under the iron cudgel. It was destroyed on the spot. The horrifying aftermath rippled out and the iron cudgel poked a big hole in the space. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After destroying the great emperor's hand, the metal cudgel spun around in the void, shining with boundless divine light. Without any control, the metal cudgel actually began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it became a divine cudgel that was hundreds of feet long, standing upright in the sky. The golden divine light emitted from the metal cudgel covered a large area. The surface of the iron rod was carved with a coiling golden dragon. The golden dragon was vivid and lifelike as if it was about to come to life. It emitted a dull dragon roar. What a mystical iron rod. This is definitely a supreme treasure of the heavens and earth. It contains a thick and ancient aura. This weapon must have a great origin. How could there be such a terrifying weapon inside the strange stone? No, the creature inside the strange stone hasn't appeared yet, only a weapon. Jianghu was shocked. Not only was he shocked by the miraculousness of the iron cudgel in front of him, but he was even more shocked by the terror of the creature inside the strange rock. With a casual stab of the cudgel, it had destroyed the hands of the great emperors of the northern and southern dynasties. What a wondrous treasure. This kid sure has a lot of treasures on him. To think that this iron staff could destroy my great sovereign hand. The northern and southern dynasties were similarly shaken. Their gazes landed on the metal cudgel, unable to shift away for a long time. Anyone could tell that this metal cudgel was extraordinary. There was a powerful source energy contained within, and it was a divine weapon that was blessed by the heavens and earth. But after the appearance of the iron cudgel, the movements inside the strange rock became even greater. Jianghu was constantly paying attention to the strange rock. He felt that the strange rock might explode and the creature inside would jump out. However, the strange rock seemed to be unbreakable. There wasn't a single crack on its surface, but it didn't seem to be able to stop the creature inside from coming out. So another golden light appeared. After it appeared, it also rushed out of the Zulong tower. However, this time it wasn't a weapon but a creature. Next to the iron cudgel, the shadow of a creature gradually solidified. At this moment, Jianghu and the gazes of the northern and southern dynasties landed on the creature without blinking. Countless golden light entered the body of the creature and was absorbed by it. The appearance of the creature was finally revealed. It was actually a monkey. That's right, the creature that came out was indeed a monkey. However, this monkey was extremely valiant. It was 8 feet tall and had a majestic body. It was wearing a golden armor that was much more valiant than the golden robes of the northern and southern dynasties. Just this armor alone was a rare treasure. The parts of its body that couldn't be covered by the armor were all golden hairs that were like steel needles, emitting dazzling divine light. Every strand of monkey hair was like a divine weapon, causing people to not dare to look at it directly. The most noteworthy thing was the monkey's eyes. His eyes were too bright. His golden pupils were constantly revolving. The materialized golden gaze caused the void to tremble. The monkey stood there like a god of war that soared into the sky, becoming the only existence in the world. His aura was too strong. His blood chi soared up into the sky, wanting to pierce a hole in the sky. Even the northern and southern dynasties seemed to be dimmer in front of him. This is a powerful primordial creature. How terrifying. De Huang was right. This wondrous stone is indeed not simple. Jianghu was shocked. This primordial creature was too strong. It caused such a huge commotion the moment it appeared. However, the appearance of this monkey made Jianghu incomparably excited. It seemed like this monkey was on his side. If that was the case, it would be very difficult for the northern and southern dynasties to kill him today. Swish. The monkey moved. He stretched out his palm and grabbed the iron cudgel beside him. The iron cudgel seemed to have received some kind of summon and landed in his hand. After that, it became one zhang long and was picked up by the monkey in an extremely smooth and skillful manner. The monkey raised his eyes. He didn't look at the northern and southern dynasties. Instead he looked at Jianghu and spoke. His words almost angered Jianghu to death. Idiot. This was the first sentence the monkey spoke when he saw Jianghu. Jianghu staggered and almost fell out of the spatial zone. If it wasn't for the fact that he had coughed out too much blood today, he would have coughed out another mouthful of blood. Motherfucker, why did this monkey greet him like this? The first sentence he spoke was to curse him. Jianghu carefully recalled that he didn't seem to have offended this monkey before. If you put Grandpa Monkey in the 33rd level, Grandpa Monkey would have been born long ago. The monkey said angrily. Hearing this, Jianghu was stunned. He had nothing to say because the monkey was right. If he had placed the wondrous stone in the 33rd level, it would have been born long ago. He wouldn't have had to wait for such a long time. No wonder the monkey said that he was an idiot. In that case he really was an idiot. However, when he obtained the wondrous stone, the 33rd level hadn't been opened yet. When it opened, he had completely forgotten about the wondrous stone. What surprised Jianghu was that although the monkey had been in the wondrous stone, it seemed to know everything that had happened outside. Otherwise it wouldn't have known about the 33rd level. Then, the monkey turned around and looked at the northern and southern dynasties. His sharp eyes suddenly burst out with endless anger and killing intent. You idiot, you almost destroyed Grandpa Monkey's cultivation place. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. The monkey was extremely arrogant. At least, he looked more arrogant than the northern and southern dynasties. He had just been born and he was insufferably arrogant. Battle Saint Ape? Jianghu, I didn't expect you to have a Battle Saint Ape hidden around you. The northern and southern dynasties were shocked when they saw the origin of the monkey. The Battle Saint Ape was an immemorial battle spirit, an extremely rare divine beast that had obtained the essence of heaven and earth. I didn't expect a Battle Saint Ape to be hidden in the wondrous stone. There were two great ape species in ancient times, the Battle Saint Ape and the heaven-devouring devil ape. I didn't expect to see both of them. In the secret space of Genius Prefecture, a heaven-devouring devil ape has been sealed by Senior Yang Junlong. Now, another Battle Saint Ape has appeared. Jianghu was shocked. He had heard of the legend of the Battle Saint Ape. Rumor had it that the first Battle Saint Ape was born from the stone. Later on, it entered Buddhism and became an ancient great Buddha. The one in front of him now had the complete bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape and was a rare descendant. Battle Saint Ape? You've underestimated the bloodline of Grandpa Monkey. Just based on this point alone, you deserve to die. The monkey harumphed coldly. Suddenly, he felt the anger of being looked down upon. This immemorial battle spirit seems to have more than one bloodline in his body. Let me use the Eye of Heaven to see if it's real or not. Immediately, the northern and southern dynasties casted the Eye of Heaven and scanned the body of the monkey. Immediately their expressions changed. It's a Battle Saint Ape, a fusion of the bloodline of the ancient Battle Saint Ape and the Golden Battle Dragon. How could such a creature be born in the heaven and earth? The northern and southern dynasties were shocked. The Eye of Heaven had seen through the monkey. As the reincarnation of a great sovereign, he knew a lot of things. That was why he was able to see through the monkey. But shortly after, the shock on the faces of the northern and southern dynasties turned into excitement. Ah, Jianghu, I never thought that you would give me such a great gift before you die. This Battle Saint Ape will also be killed by me. I will extract its bloodline and obtain endless benefits. This monkey is a huge treasure. The bloodline of the Golden Crow of the Golden Clan is nothing compared to it. Ah. my northern and southern dynasties are indeed the most prosperous in the heaven and earth. This monkey will become my greatest harvest and significance in entering the golden horizon this time." The northern and southern dynasties burst into laughter. They felt that they could control everything. Now the attraction of this monkey had even surpassed Jianghu. As long as they could subdue this immemorial battle spirit, they would be able to obtain endless benefits from it. Just this benefit alone would make this trip to the golden horizon worthwhile. "Ah, laugh your ass. How dare you look at Master Monkey with a pair of broken eyes? You're simply courting death. Fiery golden eyes." The monkey seemed to have a very bad temper. The eye of heaven of the northern and southern dynasties swept across its body as though it was looking at a treasure, which made the monkey extremely annoyed. The monkey bellowed. All of a sudden, its eyes turned into two flaming mountains, shooting out two streams of raging fire. Or it should be said that those were flames transformed from red light. Just these two gazes were enough to destroy everything. The eye of heaven that the northern and southern dynasties were so proud of suddenly dimmed under the reflection of the fiery golden eyes. Wuxia. The divine light emitted from the fiery golden eyes destroyed the light emitted by the eye of heaven and shot into the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties without warning. Chapter 1582. The fiery golden eyes were too terrifying. Even the eye of heaven wasn't a match for it. With a poochie sound, the sharp eyes of the northern and southern dynasties suddenly spurted out two streams of blood. Arg! The northern and southern dynasties covered their eyes with their hands on the spot, letting out miserable shrieks. Their eyes were severely injured. This was an unimaginable blow. Even if it was a powerful immortal venerable, having his eyes destroyed was still the greatest pain. "Damned monkey, how dare you destroy this young master's eye of heaven? Damn it! Damn it!" The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered in the wind. Their eyes were bloodshot. They were enraged to the extreme. The destruction of the eye of heaven was too great a blow to them. Putting aside the blow to themselves, just the loss of the eye of heaven wasn't something that could be taken lightly. It wouldn't be easy to recover it. For God's sake, isn't this monkey too awesome? Jianghu's mouth was agape, revealing a rare look of astonishment. Not only was he astonished, but he was also horrified. With just a single gaze, this monkey had dealt a heavy blow to the northern and southern dynasties. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. However, this could also be blamed on the bad luck of the northern and southern dynasties. Their eyes were injured because they were caught off guard. Otherwise, given the strength of the northern and southern dynasties, they wouldn't be so weak. What truly shocked Jianghu was the power of the fiery golden eyes. It was actually above the eye of heaven. Under the radiance of the fiery golden eyes, the eye of heaven of the northern and southern dynasties couldn't even withstand a single blow. The fiery golden eyes was the innate ability of the battle saint ape. It was inherited from the first monkey king. It was unparalleled in the heavens and earth. Even the legendary eye of heaven wasn't a match for the fiery golden eyes. "You're blind and you still dare to talk back to Master Monkey? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful Master Monkey is." The monkey's aura was tremendous. Carrying his metal cudgel, he arrived before the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. The metal cudgel whizzed out and smashed onto the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties reacted extremely quickly. Although his eyes were temporarily blind, his senses were extremely sharp. A suit of armor immediately appeared on the surface of his body. It was the armor of immortals. Bang! Monkey's stick smashed heavily on Nanbei Chao's body. Nanbei Chao was sent flying. No one knew how far Nanbei Chao was sent flying. In any case, he was sent flying very far away. He couldn't even find the edge of the impact. "Damn monkey Jianghu, I'll remember what happened today. The next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you." The voices of the northern and southern dynasties gradually faded away and soon disappeared. Someone as strong as him was sent flying by a single strike from the monkey. The scene was really shocking. At least Jianghu was really shocked. He gave the monkey a thumbs up and praised him from the bottom of his heart. Other than that, he was also deeply grateful. If the monkey hadn't appeared in time today, his life would have been in danger. Not only would he have died, but the Zulong Tower would have been destroyed as well. The monkey kept his metal cudgel and swaggered towards Jianghu. He swayed his head as he walked, looking completely insufferably arrogant. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Long Shirsan. You can call me Brother Shirsan from now on." Brother Monkey is truly awe-inspiring. As expected of a battle saint ape, You've just been born and you already have such skills. Thank you for saving me today. Otherwise I would have failed miserably. Jiang Qin gave the Long Shirshan a thumbs up. These words came from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Long Shirshan's timely appearance today, it would be hard for him to imagine how he could escape from the entanglement of the northern and southern dynasties. As for the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Qin could only smile. The northern and southern dynasties were destined to be unlucky to meet him. Be it their incarnation in the mortal world or their main body in the immortal world, as long as they met him, they would be unlucky. Those emperors who could dominate everything would eventually lose to him, Jiang Qin. Today's situation was the same. Although the northern and southern dynasties were far stronger than Jiang Qin, he was still unlucky in the end. Not only did he fail to kill Jiang Qin, he was also blinded by the monkey. It could be said that he was extremely unlucky. This was the first time that the northern and southern dynasties suffered a setback in the immortal world. Although it was Long Shirshan who made the move, the root cause was still Jiang Qin. Without Jiang Qin there would be no Long Shirshan. It was Jiang Qin who took the wondrous stone back then that led to the birth of Long Shirshan today. Jiang Qin didn't let Long Shirshan continue to chase after the northern and southern dynasties because he knew that the northern and southern dynasties were still at their peak. Moreover, he had many tricks up his sleeves. Even if Long Shirshan chased after them, he might not be able to take the lives of the northern and southern dynasties. More importantly, Jiang Qin wanted to keep this powerful enemy for himself. With the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Qin wouldn't be lonely. This was the driving force for his continuous growth. Congratulations, my ass. It's not time for Master Monkey to come out yet. If I wasn't forced by that kid, Master Monkey wouldn't have come out at this time to waste my essence, chi and spirit. Otherwise, how could I let that idiot escape today? I have to go back now. Put the stone in the 33rd level. This will help me come out. Alright, that's all for now. Long Shirshan said. With a sway of his body, he went back into the wondrous stone. The dazzling golden wondrous stone instantly dimmed and became the same as before. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see anything special about this stone. Seeing that the monkey had returned to the wondrous stone, Jiang Qin finally understood why the wondrous stone didn't explode. It turned out that Long Shirshan hadn't really come out yet. It was because the northern and southern dynasties wanted to destroy the Zulong Tower, so Long Shirshan had to come out. Jiang Qin didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly moved the wondrous stone to the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower. The rule of time here was 30 times faster. It was very beneficial for the breeding of the Monkey King. It could greatly shorten the time for Long Shirshan to come out. For an immemorial battle spirit like the monkey to come out, it means that it's going against the heavens. Forcing it to come out won't bring any benefits. It will have a negative impact on its body. I really don't dare to imagine how strong it will be after it comes out. Jiang Qin sighed. In this world there were some incomparably powerful creatures. They had the bloodline of the immemorial battle spirit in their bodies. They were innately belligerent. Once they came out they would shake the world. They were all favored by the heavens and had great luck. Long Shirshan was such a person. It was the combination of the sacred battle ape and the golden battle dragon. It had the bloodline of 2 divine beasts and inherited the fiery golden eyes of the sacred battle ape. Such a heaven-defying existence would set off a great storm once it came out into the world. Jiang Qin was already looking forward to it. He was even looking forward to the scene of fighting side by side with Long Shirshan. It would definitely be very carefree. The crisis had been resolved, but Jiang Qin's serious injuries were still there. What he needed to do now was to recover his injuries as soon as possible. The opening time of the Golden Horizon is getting longer and longer. I have to race against time. Fortunately, I have the 33rd level of the spatial zone. This time, the Zulong Tower has also suffered heavy damage and needs to recover. I can only come out after my injuries have fully recovered. Jiang Qin muttered. The most urgent thing now was to heal his injuries. In this Golden Horizon that was filled with dangers everywhere, he had to maintain his vigilance at all times and ensure that he was in his peak state at all times. Only in this way could he cope with any sudden changes. Jiang Qin didn't leave this spatial zone. He directly used the Zulong Tower to hide himself. In the 33rd level of the spatial zone, he sat beside the wondrous rock and began to meditate. He quickly circulated the dragon transformation skill and with spiritual chi to heal his injuries. Although the injuries he had suffered this time were serious, fortunately, his foundation wasn't damaged. The damage to his origin wasn't serious either. It wasn't a problem for Jiang Qin. With his terrifying recovery speed, it wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. However, it wouldn't be that easy for the Zulong Tower to recover. Fortunately, the Zulong Tower was extremely solid and wouldn't collapse. After he got out of this place, he would find some powerful evil spirits and let the Zulong Tower refine and absorb them. Then it would slowly recover. By staying here, Jiangchen wasn't afraid that the northern and southern dynasties would return. The eye of heaven of the northern and southern dynasties had been damaged by Long Shisan's fiery golden eyes. It would take a certain amount of time to recover. In a short period of time, the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't come back and shouldn't take the initiative to find trouble with him. After all, the northern and southern dynasties didn't know that Long Shisan had only walked out of the wondrous rock for a short period of time. I've separated from De Huang and Sister Ning, but Sister Ning has De Huang's protection. Her safety shouldn't be a problem. It just so happens that she also needs to search for her own fortune in the Golden Horizon. Jiang Qin thought of the separated De Huang dog and Wu Ningzhu. Although he was a little worried, he wasn't particularly worried. He was very confident in De Huang dog. With De Huang dog around, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to hurt Wu Ningzhu. He was afraid that he was at least hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Broken Edge Cliff. He had no idea where Jiang Qin had run to. Even Jiang Qin himself didn't know where he was in the Golden Horizon. However, all these weren't important. The most important thing now was to recover from his injuries. This was the top priority. Broken Edge Cliff. The northern and southern dynasties had disappeared for a long time, but the number of people here was increasing. Presumably, the news of the Broken Edge Cliff must have spread out and attracted a lot of people. But now that the main character had disappeared, many people couldn't wait any longer and kept leaving. What the hell? Isn't he going to set up an arena to challenge the geniuses of the world? Why did he suddenly disappear? I think this young Master Chow has lost his interest. After all, even Mo Wuqing isn't a match for him. Such a genius is indeed too terrifying. It seems like he is really the reincarnation of a great sovereign. I think I saw him chasing after a young man. I don't know what happened. It seems so. I've seen it too, but that young man seems to only have an early immortal king cultivation base. There's no need for young Master Chow to chase after him. Let's go and disperse. Don't waste your precious time here. There are plenty of benefits in the Golden Horizon. We better continue to search for our own fortune. Chapter 1583. Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog were still in the crowd. Their expressions didn't look too good. After all, they had personally witnessed the strength of the northern and southern dynasties. It was impossible for them to not be worried now that they were chasing after Jiang Qin. De Huang, do you think little Qinzi will be fine? Wu Ningzhu asked worriedly. Don't worry. That kid has heaven-defying means. He will be fine. Even if he can't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, he can still escape easily. De Huang Dog could only comfort Wu Ningzhu like this. In fact, he was also incomparably worried in his heart. He could imagine that if the northern and southern dynasties continued to chase after Jiang Qin definitely wouldn't have a good time. His life might even be in danger. Of course, he couldn't say these words to Wu Ningzhu because it would only increase Wu Ningzhu's worries and wouldn't be of any help. However, De Huang Dog believed that Jiang Qin wouldn't die so easily. This was a person with great luck. He would always be able to create miracles at the most crucial moment. In the eyes of De Huang Dog, Jiang Qin was the nemesis of the northern and southern dynasties. It would be hard for him to die even if he wanted to. De Huang, why did the northern and southern dynasties suddenly chase after junior brother Jiang Qin? Xianzhong asked in puzzlement. He really didn't know when Jiang Qin offended this young Master Chow. Even if he did, given young Master Chow's status and strength, he wouldn't put an immortal king in his eyes. However, after the northern and southern dynasties defeated Mo Wuqing, they did indeed chase after Jiang Qin. This was a fact. You ask me? Who should I ask? Sister Ning, let's go. De Huang Dog was distraught and couldn't be bothered with Xianzhong. He brought Wu Ningzhu and left. There was no meaning in continuing to wait. The northern and southern dynasties definitely wouldn't return, let alone Jiang Qin. Where are we going to look for little Qinzi now? Asked Wu Ningzhu. I really don't know. I also can't divine the current location of little Qinzi. Let's just ignore him for now. Let's go to Golden Horizon to look for benefits. Don't worry. Jiang Qin definitely won't die. He will come looking for us. De Huang Dog said, then brought Ningzhu and vanished from the Broken Edge. In the void of the Golden Horizon, Nanbei Chao was sitting cross-legged in the void. His entire being had completely integrated with the spatial law. He had created a small world here that was hard for outsiders to discover. At this moment, Nanbei Chao's eyes were no longer bleeding and had regained their clarity. However, it was undoubtedly impossible for him to restore the Eye of Heaven, at least not in a short period of time. That damned bastard! How dare he destroy my eye? Nanbei Chao gritted his teeth fiercely. Not only was his Eye of Heaven injured, his body had also been smashed by Dragon Shirsan's cudgel, which almost broke his body apart. Even moving was painful. That cudgel carried the power to destroy the heaven and earth. If he hadn't used the immortal armor at the last moment, the consequences would have been much more serious than this. Battle Saint Ape. I have never thought that such an unusual being would be born in the heavens and earth. A powerful immemorial battle spirit sure is terrifying. That fiery golden eyes is truly powerful. Even my Eye of Heaven isn't a match for it. However, today's matter won't end just like this. When I fully recover and my cultivation base has advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, I must tear that monkey apart. If I can obtain his bloodline, my cultivation base will reach a very terrifying level, and I will gain tremendous benefits from it. And that Jiang Chen will become a great threat to me sooner or later. He must be killed as soon as possible. Nanbei Chao said fiercely. As the reincarnation of a great sovereign, he had never suffered such a huge blow since he was born. This was the first time. This failure had seriously affected his monarch heart. It was originally an undefeatable heart, but after experiencing a failure, it became imperfect. This was extremely disadvantageous to Nanbei Chao's path to becoming a monarch. Nanbei Chao's monarch heart was extremely powerful. The northern and southern dynasty closed his eyes and began to recover from his injuries. He was proficient in many secret arts. Although the speed of his recovery wasn't as fast as Jiang Chen's with spiritual qi, it was absolutely not bad. Except for the slow recovery of the Eye of Heaven, everything else wasn't a big problem. In the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower, 2 months had passed. Jiang Chen's injuries had fully recovered. Waves of powerful qi surged out of his body, swirling rapidly in the 33rd level. Jiang Chen opened his eyes. 2 substantial eyes rushed out with a swoosh and fell on the wondrous rock beside him, causing it to buzz. Jiang Chen, you bastard! Long Shirsan's voice came from the wondrous rock, sounding very angry. Sorry, I was too excited. Jiang Chen chuckled. It really wasn't intentional this time. It was completely an accident. Not only did he fully recover from his injuries, but his potential energy had also been stimulated, causing the number of dragon marks in his body to increase by 10,000, reaching 1,190,000. He was only 10,000 dragon marks away from the 1,200,000 late immortal king realm. Although the increase of 10,000 dragon marks didn't allow Jiang Chen's cultivation base to advance to the late immortal king realm, it had increased Jiang Chen's combat strength to another level, making him even more terrifying. What's there to be excited about? Isn't it just recovering? Master Monkey is still inside. Long Shirsan was incomparably depressed. 13. How can you talk when you haven't been born? Why are you talking nonsense when you're meditating inside? Jiang Chen stared at the wondrous rock curiously. He was very interested in this Long Shirsan. Plus, Jiang Chen liked Long Shirsan's character very much. Long Shirsan was both righteous and evil, unrestrained, decisive and never sloppy. Plus, he was naturally narcissistic, which was almost comparable to De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen could imagine that when Long Shirsan was born, he would meet De Huang Dog. It would be very lively. There's nothing Master Monkey doesn't know. Even if I'm in the wondrous rock, I can still know everything that's happening outside. The law of time here is very mystical. It's 30 times faster. I'm not far from being born. Long Shirsan said narcissistically. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded. This kind of primordial creature was very terrifying and full of mysticism. It wasn't strange for it to be able to sense everything outside from the wondrous rock. After seeing Long Shirsan's strength, Jiang Chen began to regret that he didn't put the wondrous rock in the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower earlier. Otherwise, Long Shirsan would have been born long ago. Since you can speak, why didn't you tell me to put you in the 33rd floor? Jiang Chen asked curiously. What do you know? Master Dog has to test your character, right? What if you have evil intentions towards me? Wouldn't it be very dangerous? Long Shirsan said. How's your test? Jiang Chen asked. Not bad. Kid, you're not bad. Whether it's your cultivation talent or your way of doing things, you're top-notch. You're almost 1/10 of me. Master Monkey admires you very much. Long Shirsan said shamelessly. Jiang Chen was speechless. He thought that this monkey was praising him, but it turned out that he was praising himself. This monkey really didn't let go of any chance to be narcissistic. This was still in the wondrous rock. If he came out in the future, how narcissistic would he be? Chapter 1584. Long Shersan's current state was basically fixed. If he hadn't forcefully dealt with the northern and southern dynasties, he might have been completely born by now. However, with his current state, he wasn't far from being born. Time passed too fast in the 33rd level. It was no wonder that Long Shersan scolded Jiang Chen as soon as he came out. If the wondrous stone was placed here when the 33rd level was just formed, Long Shersan would have been born long ago. Monkey, why are you called 13? Who gave you this name? Jiang Chen asked curiously. How could a creature that had just been born and had never walked out of the wondrous stone know his name? Such a creature shouldn't have a name. I don't know. This name is subconsciously in my mind. I have the golden bloodline of the ancient golden battle dragon in my body, so my name has the word dragon in it. As for why I'm called 13, I don't know. Long Shersan said. However, it was obvious that he didn't care so much about his life. After all, it was just a title. However, from Long Shersan's tone, it could be heard that Long Shersan also felt that his name should have some origin, but as for the specific origin, he didn't know. A powerful ancient battle spirit, the battle saint ape. Such a heaven-defying creature, how can it not have some secrets? Jiang Chen thought. He was very interested in Long Shersan, but he also knew that all the information about Long Shersan might not even be known to him. However, Jiang Chen knew that the birth of Long Shersan indicated that there was another heaven-defying existence in this world. A monstrous genius was destined to be brilliant. Putting aside the bloodline of the golden battle dragon, Long Shersan had completely inherited the inheritance of the battle saint ape. The fiery golden eyes and the iron staff had already explained everything. Alright, you continue to stay here. Don't forget to inform me in advance when you're going to be born. My Zulong Tower has been severely damaged. There are a lot of cracks on it. It won't be able to withstand a monkey's torment. I've been in seclusion for 2 months. The golden horizon has been open for 8 or 9 days. It's time for me to go out. Jiang Chen stood up from the ground and casually patted his buttocks. He didn't forget to remind Long Shersan that this heaven-defying monkey was also a tyrant of the world. When he was born, he might cause a huge commotion. If this monkey was born in the 33rd level of Zulong Tower, wouldn't he turn the Zulong Tower upside down? Go to the northeast. There's good stuff there. There are good things there, reminded Long Shersan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed like he had obtained another treasure. This monkey was the same as the Huang Dog. They were both heaven-defying deities of the heaven and earth. They were born with magical abilities. The Huang Dog was already very good at sensing treasures. Now, it seemed like this monkey could do the same as well. Since the monkey said that there were good things in the northeast, Jiang Chen would absolutely believe it. Since he didn't know where he was going, he might as well follow Long Shersan's instructions and head to the northeast. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. With a sway, he walked out of the Zulong Tower and flew towards the direction pointed by Long Shersan. In front of him was a vast wilderness that stretched as far as the eye could see. Jiang Chen didn't know where he was. In any case, he was already very far away from the Broken Edge Cliff. During the chase with the northern and southern dynasties, he had already flown hundreds of thousands of miles in the spatial zone. He had long left the boundary of the Broken Edge Cliff. Rumble. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the end of the wilderness. Even if it was far away, one could still feel the extremely strong fluctuations of the battle. The impact of the energy caused the sky to tremble violently. Someone is fighting. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He immediately flew towards the direction of the battle. Since he had nothing to do, he wanted to see who was fighting. Jiang Chen's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the end of the wilderness. In front of the wilderness, he saw 8 or 9 people fighting fiercely with each other. It seemed like the battle had been going on for some time. Now it was the final moment. 5 of them were besieging the other 4 in the center. Jiang Chen looked around and immediately saw some familiar figures. Yun Zhangxiao, Crown Prince. Jiang Chen saw 2 familiar faces. One was the 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire, Yun Zhangxiao, and the other was the Crown Prince. At this moment, the 4 people who were besieged were the people of Crown Prince Palace. One of them was Yu Hao of Crown Prince Palace. Yu Hao had always wanted to enter Dan Prefecture, but because of Jiang Chen, Dan Prefecture had cancelled his qualification to recruit disciples. He had been brooding over this. However, at this moment, Crown Prince Palace was obviously at a disadvantage. Except for the Crown Prince, Yu Hao and the other two were only half-step immortal emperors. All four of them had severe injuries, especially the Crown Prince. His injury was the most serious. One of his arms had been chopped off. His body was covered with blood. Normally the Crown Prince wouldn't be so weak. It was because the enemy's camp was just too strong. Among the five of them, apart from Yun Zhangxiao, the other three were half-step immortal emperors. Such a camp alone wouldn't be able to pose a great threat to the Crown Prince. The real threat to the Crown Prince was another man. That man had an imposing appearance, black and white hair, and incomparably powerful qi. More importantly, his cultivation base had already reached the terrifying intermediate immortal emperor realm, the same level as Yang Lang of Great Qin Empire. Jiang Qin wasn't a fool. He could naturally see what was happening in front of him. Great Qin Empire and Great Cloud Empire had always been hostile to each other. They had been at war for years. Now that they had encountered each other in the Golden Horizon, they naturally wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Besides, the other party was the Crown Prince of Great Qin Empire, the heir to the throne. If he was killed, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits to Great Cloud Empire. As for the Crown Prince, he was undoubtedly very unlucky. His cultivation base was only at the early immortal emperor realm. If he encountered Yun Zhangxiao head-on, he wouldn't be afraid at all. As a matter of fact, he did encounter Yun Zhangxiao alone at the beginning. After a fierce battle, both of them were equally matched. Both of them were ready to stop and search for their own fortune, but he didn't expect that an intermediate immortal emperor of Great Cloud Empire would appear at this time. Given Yun Zhangxiao's character, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity to kill the Crown Prince. After losing his face in Dan Prefecture, Yun Zhangxiao had always been depressed. He didn't have the slightest good impression of the people of Great Qin Empire. He secretly swore that as long as he met anyone from Great Qin Empire in the Golden Horizon, no matter who they were, he would kill every one of them. He would kill every two of them until he felt the balance in his heart. Haha, Crown Prince, your luck is really too bad. But this is your fate. Killing you today can be considered as this prince venting out some of my depression. The seventh prince Yun Zhangxiao laughed aloud. In his eyes, the Crown Prince was already a turtle in a jar. There was no doubt that he would die. Yun Zhangxiao, it was Jiang Qin who embarrassed you last time, not me. You should go and kill Jiang Qin. As a matter of fact, the two of us can work together. Jiang Qin's existence is also a great trouble to me. If you let me go today, we can work together in the future. The Crown Prince spoke. The thought of Jiang Qin seemed to have found a breakthrough. He wanted to find a chance of survival from Jiang Qin. He knew very well how much Yun Zhangxiao hated Jiang Qin. When the name Jiang Qin was mentioned, Yun Zhangxiao's face turned cold all of a sudden, gritting his teeth. Crown Prince, look at your current appearance. What qualification do you have to cooperate with me? As for that damn Jiang Qin, he will die for sure once he comes to Golden Horizon. He won't be able to escape from my palm. I will kill you first and seize your luck and fortune. The next time I meet Jiang Qin, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Yun Zhangxiao harumphed coldly. He wasn't interested in the cooperation proposed by the Crown Prince. In his eyes, Jiang Qin must die, the Crown Prince must die, and the people of Great Qin Empire must die. As long as there was a chance, he would kill them all. Yun Zhangxiao, don't go too far. Given your ability, you are no match for me. You are only relying on others. What's there to be proud of? The Crown Prince spoke ferociously. He could already see that he was going to die today. There was an intermediate immortal emperor in the enemy's team. Plus, he was already seriously injured. He didn't even have the chance to escape. His injuries were caused by the intermediate immortal emperor. Yun Yi of Great Cloud Empire was a rare genius of Great Cloud Empire. He had already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm at a young age, which made him an existence on the same level as Yang Lang. Plus, he had a very good relationship with Yun Zhangxiao. He had always supported Yun Zhangxiao to become the next emperor of Great Cloud Empire. He had also comforted Yun Zhangxiao about the humiliation he suffered in Genius Prefecture. Now that he had finally met the Crown Prince of Great Qin Empire, he naturally had to do his best to help Yun Zhangxiao. Cut the crap. Death is death. Defeat is defeat. There's no need for so many reasons and excuses. Crown Prince, the fact that you have fallen into my hands today means that your luck has come to an end. Your luck should be Yun Zhangxiao's. Yun Zhangxiao was a decisive man. With a swing of the sword in his hand, he advanced step by step towards the Crown Prince with cold killing intent. Little Qinzi, this Crown Prince is a man of Great Qin Empire. Aren't you going to save him? The voice of Long San was heard from the wondrous rock. This bastard was able to sense everything that was happening outside despite being in the rock. Save him? Do you think I'm a living bodhisattva? Didn't you hear? This bastard is about to die, yet he still wants to join hands with the other party to kill me? Even if Yun Zhangxiao doesn't kill him, I still want to kill him. But now is the best time. If I kill the crown prince, it will cause a lot of trouble in Great Qin Empire in the future. Now, I can borrow Yun Zhangxiao's hand to kill the crown prince, and then I can kill Yun Zhangxiao to avenge the crown prince. Chapter 1585. Asking him to save the crown prince was simply a fool's dream. The crown prince and Jiang Chen were absolute enemies. Although they were both from Great Qin Empire, the crown prince hated him to the bone. Jiang Chen knew this very well. This could be seen from the crown prince's reaction just now. The crown prince was about to die, yet he still wanted Yun Zhangxiao to kill him. Jiang Chen would never be polite to such a person, but Jiang Chen couldn't kill Jiang Chen. After all, this was Golden Horizon. If the news of killing each other was spread out, it would be despised by the world. At that time he wouldn't be able to stay in Great Qin Empire any longer. The current situation couldn't be any better. After Yun Zhangxiao killed the crown prince and the people of Crown Prince's palace, he would act decisively and eliminate them. Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to Yun Zhangxiao either. Jiang Chen wouldn't be lenient to any enemy who wanted to kill him. The best way to deal with an enemy was to kill them completely. At that time he could use the excuse of avenging the crown prince to kill the crown prince. In that case, even if the crown prince died, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. If the news spread out, he would still be considered as a person who knew how to unite. At that time, the outsiders would say that Jiang Chen was still willing to avenge the crown prince at all costs even though the crown prince had treated him like that. How could an ordinary person have such a high level of awareness? Good boy. You're really insidious. You want to kill two birds with one stone. Brilliant, brilliant. Your intelligence is already 1/5 of Master Monkey's. Long San praised Jiang Chen in the wondrous rock and didn't forget to be narcissistic. Get lost. Jiang Chen said snappily. This guy really wouldn't miss any opportunity to praise his narcissism. It's not every day that we get to kill two birds with one stone. They're just unlucky to have encountered it today. I was chased by the northern and southern dynasties, and I had nowhere to vent my anger. They came at the right time. Jiang Chen said coldly. He had a belly full of anger right now. Ever since he was reincarnated, he had never suffered such humiliation. He had been chased for hundreds of thousands of miles, and had been beaten to the point that his feces almost came out. If he didn't vent his anger, he wouldn't like to see anything else. This group of people in front of him was the perfect target for Jiang Chen to vent his anger on. He would clap his hands happily if either of them died. It seemed like the direction that Long San had pointed him in was pretty good. Whether or not he could get the treasure aside, he could at least vent his anger. Little Qinzi, I don't think it's easy for you to vent your anger. I can see that the opponent has an intermediate immortal emperor expert. Given your current combat strength, I'm afraid that you won't be a match for an intermediate immortal emperor genius. Long San said. Have you forgotten about the Blood Demon King? I didn't bring them here for nothing. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. The Blood Demon King was enough to deal with Yun Yi. As for Yun Yi, Jiang Chen didn't plan to kill him because it wasn't realistic. Even if the Blood Demon King attacked, he could only suppress Yun Yi at most. It was almost impossible to kill such a genius. It was still very easy for an intermediate immortal emperor genius to escape. Master Monkey has forgotten about those two bastards. Jia, Master Monkey will be waiting to watch a good show. Long San's sinister laughter was heard. His laughter was as obscene as the Huang dog. He knew very well about the Blood Demon King. Although Long San had been staying in the wondrous rock, he knew everything that had happened outside ever since he followed Jiang Chen. It could be said that he had watched Jiang Chen grow up. Therefore he had been talking to Jiang Chen like a friend or even a brother. This was because Long San thought highly of Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen was worthy of Long San's attention. One should know that an immemorial battle spirit like Long San was extremely terrifying. The legendary battle Saint Ape had an unimaginable arrogance in their bones. They wouldn't make friends with ordinary people, because the other party wasn't worthy of them. They would only be friends with those who were noble and proud. Only those whom they looked up to and approved by them could be friends. Long San was like this, and so was the Huang dog. Both of them could see the capability of Jiang Chen and their characters were like-minded. Therefore they were destined to be good brothers who fought side by side with Jiang Chen. Ahead, Yun Zhangxiao had already arrived in front of Crown Prince and the others. The long sword in his hand radiated cold light and undisguised killing intent. Swoosh! Yun Zhangxiao pointed his sword at a half-step immortal emperor disciple who was also seriously injured. Don't kill me. The Crown Prince was trembling with fear. As a genius of Genius Prefecture and the favorite of the Crown Prince, he had never thought that he would die one day. He felt that he had a bright future and could reach a height that ordinary people couldn't reach. This time he came to Golden Horizon with great hope and fantasy, dreaming of finding a powerful opportunity so that he could show his might after leaving this place. However, the reality was just too cruel. Only he knew the fear of dying soon. Yun Zhangxiao didn't give him the slightest chance. The long sword pierced through his glabella with a puchi sound. A stream of dark red blood spurted out. That person's eyes were still filled with despair before death. Unfortunately, his life force had already vanished, and he died tragically in this ancient battlefield. Next, it's your turn. Yun Zhangxiao raised his sword and walked to the side of another half-step immortal emperor disciple. I'll fight you to the death. The disciple raised the combat sword in his hand and lunged at Yun Zhangxiao. He seemed much more courageous than the previous disciple. In any case, he knew that he wouldn't be able to live any longer. Countless people had died in the war between Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire. He didn't expect the other party to be merciful and let him go. Instead of standing here and waiting for death, he might as well take the initiative to attack and die a heroic death. Puchi, unfortunately, all his resistance was futile. The gap between them was just too great. Putting aside the fact that he was already seriously injured, even if he was in his peak state, he still wouldn't be able to fight Yun Zhangxiao. Just like Crown Prince, Yun Zhangxiao was an early immortal emperor supreme expert. 2 people were killed in the blink of an eye. The expression of the Crown Prince and Yu Hao turned incomparably ugly. The Crown Prince was also afraid of death. The higher the status of a person, the greater the fear of death. Yun Zhangxiao, must you kill all of us? The Crown Prince spoke unwillingly. Crown Prince, don't blame me. If this prince had fallen into your hands, would you have spared this prince's life? Yun Zhangxiao picked up the brocade pouch of the 2 disciples and said. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince fell silent and chose not to speak anymore. Yun Zhangxiao's words made him speechless. What Yun Zhangxiao said was right. If the Crown Prince was in his position, he wouldn't have given Yun Zhangxiao a chance to live. In fact, he might have done something even more outrageous. Putting aside the fact that both of them were enemies, the fact that he could absorb Yun Zhangxiao's luck and obtain the identity brocade pouch of Yun Zhangxiao was a great temptation. Come on, I admit defeat today. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with despair. 7th Prince, don't kill me. I can join your Great Cloud Empire. I'm a powerful alchemist. I will certainly bring benefits to your empire. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to follow you in the future and work like a slave. Yu Hao knelt on the ground with a puff. He didn't want to die. Death was too terrifying for him. At this time, dignity and integrity should go to hell. Chapter 1586. Yu Hao's sudden performance stunned the Crown Prince. However, his eyes were immediately filled with intense anger. The Crown Prince couldn't help but be angry. Crown Prince, did you see that? You are such a failure. Someone is betraying you when you are about to die. The genius alchemist of your Great Qian Empire is going to join our Great Cloud Empire. Yun Zhangxiao burst into laughter. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to attack the Crown Prince, but he didn't look at Yu Hao. The disgust and contempt on his face was obvious. Obviously, he hated fence-sitters like Yu Hao the most. You're right. I'm indeed a failure. The Crown Prince smiled bitterly and shook his head. He suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. He was the Crown Prince, but he didn't even have a single person who was willing to live and die with him. Yu Hao was the person he trusted the most. He had never thought that Yu Hao would do such a thing at the last moment. To the Crown Prince, this was the greatest mockery. Crown Prince, don't blame me. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I don't want to die in Golden Horizon like this. I hope you can understand. From now on, Yu Hao, will no longer be a person of Great Qian Empire. I will join Great Cloud Empire and serve the 7th Prince. Yu Hao spoke solemnly to the Crown Prince. A person like Yu Hao would do anything to survive. He had almost no dignity or bottom line. Motherfucker. This bastard is too shameless. Master Monkey can't stand it anymore. If Master Monkey can get out now, I'll send him to heaven with one strike. Long Shan, who was in the wondrous rock, couldn't stand it anymore. There's no need for you to do anything. He won't survive today. Do you think Yun Xianxia will want such a person? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a faint smile. Yu Hao thought too highly of himself. He thought that Yun Xianxia would attach importance to him just because he was a genius alchemist. He had neglected the fact that Yun Xianxia was also a powerful alchemist. In front of Yun Xianxia, all of Yu Hao's advantages were gone. Moreover, would Yun Xianxia want a person who betrayed his master at the critical moment? If Yun Xianxia didn't have any feelings for Yu Hao at the beginning, he was now filled with disgust. Humph! Yu Hao, do you really think you're strong enough to survive? The Crown Prince harumphed coldly. At such a close distance he could easily kill Yu Hao, but he didn't because he knew that even if he didn't do anything, Yu Hao wouldn't be able to live. He understood Yun Xianxia better than Yu Hao. He wanted to let Yu Hao know how foolish his choice was. Puchi. Just as the Crown Prince's voice fell, Yun Xiangxiao's long sword pierced through Yu Hao's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Until death, Yu Hao didn't know why. He had clearly surrendered, and he felt that no matter where he went, he would be valued. A young genius alchemist was a fortune for any major force. He didn't know why Yun Xianxia wanted to kill him, and why he killed him first instead of the Crown Prince. Bah, trash. Yun Xianxia spat at Yu Hao's corpse. Yu Hao's ending was a warning to the world that one should never put one's position too high, and one shouldn't always think of oneself as important. One's life and death all depended on one's luck. One shouldn't die with the reputation of trash, which was disgusting. Yu Hao was bound to die today, but he had chosen the most cowardly way to die. Originally, he could have died a very heroic death just like the previous two geniuses. His name would be remembered by the genius prefecture of Great Qin Empire, but now Yu Hao's name would also be remembered, but he would be the target of contempt and curses. Crown Prince, it's your turn now. What else do you have to say? Yun Xianxia looked at the Crown Prince. He was very excited that he was going to kill this big rival of his. At least, this was an opponent that he could look up to. Come on, this Crown Prince has fallen into your hands today. I have nothing to say. The Crown Prince closed his eyes and gave up resisting. Given his current combat strength, he was no longer a match for Yun Xianxia. Moreover, there was an even more powerful Yun Yi standing behind him. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to escape. Since there was no way for him to escape, he could only accept his fate. Very well, Crown Prince. You are also someone that I, Yun Xianxia, admire. After killing you, I will tell the world that you, the Crown Prince, died in the hands of Yun Xianxia. Yun Xianxia spoke and thrust the sword in his hand forward. While the Crown Prince was defenseless, the sword pierced through the glabella of the Crown Prince. It was a fatal wound, almost killing the Crown Prince. Stop. How dare you kill the Crown Prince of Great Qin Empire? Just as Yun Xianxiao's sword pierced through the Crown Prince's glabella, a loud bellow suddenly sounded from afar. Then a man in fluttering white robe rushed over in an imposing manner. How shameless. Long Shan couldn't help but say. Jiang Chen's timing was just too good. The moment Yun Xianxia killed the Crown Prince, he made a false impression that he was late to save the Crown Prince. Not only did he achieve his goal, but he also let the Crown Prince see Jiang Chen's arrival before he died, causing him to die in depression. Not to mention the hostile relationship between Jiang Chen and the Crown Prince. For the Crown Prince, no one came to save him, and the person who saved him came half a step too late were two completely different feelings. The former was despair, and he no longer held any hope of survival. The latter was the feeling that he could live on, but it was because the other party came late, just a little bit too late. The Crown Prince didn't know whether Jiang Chen did it on purpose or if he really let bygones be bygones and rushed out to save him at the critical moment. In any case, the Crown Prince was in a very depressed mood. Of course, he was also about to die. Motherfucker. The Crown Prince rolled his eyes and cursed before he died. Then he lay down on the ground. Crown Prince. Crown Prince. Not good. The Crown Prince is dead. Yun Xianxia, how dare you kill our Crown Prince? How dare you? I, Jiang Chen, will avenge the Crown Prince today. Jiang Chen exclaimed twice, then bellowed furiously. He transformed into his dragon form, looking as if he was going to avenge the Crown Prince, as if the Crown Prince was his own brother. If the Crown Prince wasn't dead, he would probably be moved to the point of bursting into tears. That's right, the Crown Prince is the Crown Prince of the Crown Prince. Shameless. Too shameless. Even I, Master Monkey, am inferior to you. Long Shan's face was full of admiration. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as this. Not only did he get rid of the crown prince, but he also had an excuse to kill Yin Zhangxiao. At the same time, he could leave a good reputation for being united and forgiving. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Jiang Qin. The sudden appearance of this killer also shocked Yin Zhangxiao. His reaction was a little too big, as if he had killed the other party's father. However, when he saw that it was Jiang Qin, Yin Zhangxiao's eyes widened in an instant, and then he became excited. Haha, it's really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless search only to find it by chance. Jiang Qin, you met me, but instead of running away you took the initiative to come out. Did your head get kicked by a donkey? Yin Zhangxiao laughed and said with great interest, Yin Zhangxiao, do you think you can kill me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How dare you kill the crown prince of my empire? How audacious. I, Jiang Qin, am going to avenge the crown prince now. Jiang Qin's voice and expression were stern, as if he was grieving. If someone didn't know the truth, he would think that Jiang Qin and the crown prince had a life-and-death relationship. This was also what made Yin Zhangxiao speechless. Others might not know, but he knew that Jiang Qin and the crown prince were enemies. Jiang Qin was King Fan's man. Just a moment ago, the crown prince wanted to kill Jiang Qin with him. But now Jiang Qin came out to avenge the crown prince. What the hell was going on? Jiang Qin, are you out of your mind? The crown prince wanted to kill you just now, and now you want to avenge him? Shouldn't you be happy that the crown prince is dead? Yin Zhangxiao was speechless. What's there to be happy about? The crown prince regards me as his enemy, but in this golden horizon, our great Qin empire is the most united. You are my real enemy. You have killed the crown prince and I happen to bump into you. If I don't do anything, won't I be looked down upon by others? Jiang Qin said in a serious manner, feeling like he was a hero. Yin Zhangxiao rolled his eyes and almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even he didn't know if what Jiang Qin said was true. The so-called unity was bullshit. There were battles everywhere in the immortal world. Once there was a chance to kill the enemy, no one would be willing to let it go. He didn't believe that Jiang Qin would have such a broad-minded heart. However, these were no longer important. He didn't care what Jiang Qin's purpose was. Since he had come, he had to stay. The person he hated the most in Great Qin Empire wasn't the Crown Prince or King Fan, but this Jiang Qin in front of him. Back in Dan Prefecture, Jiang Qin had made him lose his face. This matter had always been bothering him. If he didn't vent his anger, he wouldn't be able to see anything. This was the same as when Jiang Qin was hunted by the northern and southern dynasties. Is he that Jiang Qin? Yuni looked at Jiang Qin and asked casually. After seeing through Jiang Qin's cultivation base, his eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Given his intermediate immortal emperor cultivation base, how could he put an intermediate immortal king in his eyes? Yes. Yin Zhangxiao gritted his teeth and said, "Seventh Prince, how could you be defeated by such a person? I really can't understand it." Yuni chuckled. This joking remark had undoubtedly pricked Yin Zhangxiao's heart once again, opening up the scar in his heart. After I kill him, I will be able to wash away the previous humiliation. Yin Zhangxiao said hatefully. Seventh Prince, there's no need for you to deal with such a puny figure. Just let your subordinate kill him. Chapter 1587. Those who hadn't fought with Jiang Qin would never understand how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Just like this genius of Great Cloud Empire, he didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all the moment he saw that Jiang Qin was only an intermediate immortal king. This was a fatal mistake and a very stupid way of doing things that would cost him his life. That genius rushed forward. No one stopped him. Even Yin Zhangxiao and the others had the mentality of watching a show, because they didn't know how scary Jiang Qin was. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was just a clown. Jumping out at this time meant that his brain had been squeezed by the door and he was courting death. AI. Seeing the half-step immortal emperor charging at him, Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. Some people were just like this. They didn't take their own lives seriously. This kind of behavior would only lead to an incomparably miserable ending. Jiang Qin, you're right. You're right. Jiang Qin, face your death. How dare you disrespect the seventh prince? You'll die for sure. Since you want to avenge your crown prince, you should accompany him in hell. The genius was incomparably arrogant. He launched a punch towards Jiang Qin's head. The fist was radiating red light. The lethality of this punch was undoubtedly very shocking. No one knew how much energy was contained in this punch. If Jiang Qin was hit by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, this kind of power also depended on the target. In front of Jiang Qin, the attack of this genius was just a showy but impractical fist. It was like a child's play. It couldn't be put on the stage. The incomparable speed of the genius's punch was extremely fast. It tore the void apart and reached Jiang Qin in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qin was as motionless as a mountain. There wasn't even the slightest ripple in his eyes. He raised his palm casually and casually. Although he looked very confident, his movement was extremely fast. Before the genius's fist could hit Jiang Qin's head, it was caught by Jiang Qin's palm. Bang! When the genius's fist collided with Jiang Qin's palm, it was like a small hammer hitting a mountain. It was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, unable to cause any ripples. What? The genius's expression changed drastically and he immediately cried out in shock. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. He suddenly felt a huge pressure coming from Jiang Qin's body. Under this invisible pressure, he found it extremely difficult to breathe, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body. The genius was not a fool. He knew that he had underestimated Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He might not be a match for Jiang Qin at all. Retreat. At this moment, the first thing he could think of was to retreat. If he couldn't win, he could only run away. Otherwise, he would lose his life. The genius was about to retreat, but to his horror, he found that his arm had been completely controlled by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's palm was like a pair of pliers, gripping his fist tightly. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. He couldn't break free from Jiang Qin's grasp. You came with such momentum, but now you want to run? The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. He exerted force on his arm, and a wave of destructive energy rushed out. Bang! Arg! A loud bang was heard. Under the destructive attack of Jiang Qin, the genius's entire arm was shattered, turning into a mist of blood. It was pulverized on the spot by the terrifying force. A mournful wail sounded in the void. The genius used his other hand to hold his broken arm and yelled in agony. His heart was now filled with regret, cursing himself for being so impulsive. He had never thought that his opponent would be so powerful. An intermediate immortal king wasn't someone he could fight at all. Too bad it was too late. One of his arms had been broken by Jiang Qin. To him it was a huge loss. Even if he didn't die, his cultivation would probably stagnate in the future. Of course, it was a rare luxury for him to not die at this moment. Since Jiang Qin had decided to attack, he wouldn't show any mercy. With a sway of his body, he came to the side of the genius and punched with his iron fist. His fist landed heavily on the genius's head. The outcome was already imaginable. The genius's wail stopped abruptly. His head was crushed by Jiang Qin's punch. An identity brocade pouch floated out from the genius's body and fell into Jiang Qin's hand. Instant kill. This was a true instant kill. It was just like squashing an ant. It was too easy and casual. The genius's death could be said to be tragic. When he attacked, he wanted to crush Jiang Qin's head with a single punch, finishing off Jiang Qin and showing off in front of the seventh prince and Yunyi. He didn't expect that his head would be crushed by his opponent. It was too ironic. What? This time, it was Yun Zhangxiao and the others' turn to exclaim. The expression on their faces hadn't disappeared completely. It was replaced by another kind of horrified expression, making everyone's expression incomparably complicated. Jiang Qin killed the genius too quickly. It happened in just a blink of an eye. A half-step immortal emperor genius was killed by Jiang Qin with a single punch. This didn't mean that the genius was weak. The only explanation was that Jiang Qin was too powerful, so powerful that it shocked them. What a powerful bastard. The way Yunyi looked at Jiang Qin had completely changed. There was no longer the contempt he had before. Although he still didn't regard Jiang Qin as his opponent, the fact that an intermediate immortal king genius could kill a half-step immortal emperor so casually was enough to astonish him. He had never seen such a heaven-defying genius before. Once such a genius grew up, he would be the most terrifying and the greatest threat. At this time, Yunyi finally understood why Yun Zhangxiao would lose to such a person and lose all face in the hands of such a person. Damn it. What the hell is this guy? How can he be so powerful? His cultivation base is merely at the intermediate immortal king realm, but his combat strength has already reached such a terrifying level. Even with our cultivation base, we won't be able to kill him. That's right. No wonder the seventh prince would lose his face in his hands. It seems like this opponent is truly extraordinary. It seems like the reason why he dares to stand out is because he has a certain level of strength, but even if he can kill a half-step immortal emperor, he's still too arrogant. The seventh prince and senior brother Yun-Yi are both mighty immortal emperors, especially senior brother Yun-Yi, an intermediate immortal emperor supreme expert. Killing him will be as easy as playing a game. The geniuses of Great Cloud Empire were shocked. The way they looked at Jiang Qin was no longer as contemptuous as before. They didn't have the qualifications to despise someone who was stronger than them. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the strong would only be respected even if they were their enemies. What a good fellow Jiang Qin. I have never thought that not only your alchemy skill is world-shaking, but your combat strength is also so heaven-defying. It's truly unfortunate for Great Qin Empire to have such a figure like you. An existence like you is the greatest threat to our empire. However, you really shouldn't have rushed out today. This is the stupidest decision you have ever made. You have given me another chance to kill the number one genius of Great Qin Empire, Yin Zhangxiao spoke. His words didn't conceal his admiration for Jiang Qin. Although they were enemies, Yun Zhangxiao had to admit that Jiang Qin was an extremely terrifying opponent. Putting aside his combat strength, Yun Zhangxiao was convinced by Jiang Qin's alchemy skill. Back then in Dan Prefecture, he was also convinced by Jiang Qin's strength. He had never seen a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill in his life. It was Jiang Qin who had given him the opportunity to broaden his horizons. Yun Zhangxiao, I know that you have always wanted to kill me to wash away the humiliation you suffered in Dan Prefecture, but unfortunately you will never have the chance because you are no longer a match for me. Plus, you are very unlucky to have met me today. I'm not in a good mood. Jiang Qin spoke. Ah, boasting shamelessly. I have to say that you are much more arrogant than the Crown Prince. Do you think that you can fight me just because you killed a half-step immortal emperor? How ignorant. Today I will show you my means and let you know how powerful a true immortal emperor is. I will kill you with my own hands to wash away the humiliation of that day. The seventh prince laughed aloud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the heavens and earth. You talk too much nonsense. Hurry up and make your move. I don't want to waste time. Jiang Qin spoke. He didn't put Yun Zhangxiao in his eyes at all. Given his current combat strength, Yun Zhangxiao was no match for him. The number of dragon marks in his body had already reached 19 million. He only needed 10,000 more to advance to the late immortal king realm. His cultivation base had already stabilized at the peak of intermediate immortal king realm. Defeating Yun Zhangxiao was nothing to him. Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. Yun Zhangxiao spoke, then leaped up into the sky. He kept the combat sword in his hand because in his opinion, he didn't need any weapon to deal with Jiang Qin. He was very confident in his means and power. He felt that killing an intermediate immortal king was just a piece of cake. Long. Yun Zhangxiao unleashed his powerful qi. He transformed into a huge golden hand and lunged at Jiang Qin. The huge golden hand was like a cage, shrouding everything in its path. It was like a huge mountain that could slap the opponent to death with a single blow. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Qin attacked. Facing Yun Zhangxiao, he didn't show any mercy. Both of them had long established a hostile relationship. Once they encountered each other, it would be either you or I die. There was no need to say anything. Previously, Jiang Qin had been chased by Nanbei Chao for hundreds of thousands of miles, which made him feel extremely depressed. Now that his cultivation base had improved, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. He immediately used the true dragon palm. Long. The huge blood-red dragon claw was as huge as a mountain. It collided violently with Yun Zhangxiao's palm. Chapter 1588. Under the powerful impact of the true dragon palm, Yun Zhangxiao's attack became vulnerable and was destroyed on the spot. An earth-shattering dragon roar erupted from the powerful true dragon palm, pushing Yun Zhangxiao 100 meters back before he could regain his balance. Yun Zhangxiao's body was numb from the impact. His blood and qi were churning, giving him an indescribable discomfort. No. This is impossible. Yun Zhangxiao was completely horrified. He couldn't believe this result. He was pushed back by a single strike from Jiang Qin. This was even more horrifying than Jiang Qin killing a half-step immortal emperor genius with a single strike, because this was a totally different concept. Terrifying. Too terrifying. How could there be such a heaven-defying figure in the heavens and earth? As a matter of fact, as an alchemist, Yun Zhangxiao's combat strength wasn't very advantageous. In this world, there was no expert who was proficient in everything, including alchemy and combat strength. Jiang Qin was just an anomaly. Therefore Yun Zhangxiao's combat strength was simply not enough to stand in front of Jiang Qin. Little Qinzi, even Master Monkey has to say that you are truly ferocious. You are almost half as strong as Master Monkey. Long Shersan's voice was transmitted to Jiang Chen's ears from the wondrous rock. Monkey, can you motherfucking shut your mouth? I'm in the middle of a fight. Such a soul-stirring scene isn't suitable for your narcissism. Jiang Chen said speechlessly. This bastard was too narcissistic, but his level was constantly improving. He had been praised by this monkey 3 times in a row. The first time was 1/10 of his, the second time was 1/5 of his, and now it was 1/2 of his. His progress was really not small. Go, use your ultimate move and kill him in your most ferocious manner. Long Shersan seemed incomparably excited in the wondrous rock. Jiang Chen felt that if it wasn't for the lack of time, this bastard would have already rushed out with his iron staff. The atmosphere of the scene became incomparably solemn all of a sudden. It wasn't just Yun Zhangxiao who was shocked. Everyone in Great Cloud Empire was stunned, including Yun Yi. They already knew that Jiang Chen was very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. After all, killing a half-step immortal emperor and defeating an early immortal emperor were 2 completely different concepts. Yun Zhangxiao, I didn't expect you to be just like this. How dare you threaten to kill me with such little capability? I really have no idea where you got your confidence from. Today none of you will be leaving. All of you will die. Jiang Chen's chi was unparalleled. His killing intent was overflowing. He would never show any mercy to the people of Great Cloud Empire. All of you? You sure talk big. Do you think that I, Yun Yi, am just a decoration? After listening to Jiang Chen's arrogant words, Yun Yi was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore. No one had ever dared to look down on him. Jiang Chen was indeed powerful. He was the most powerful genius he had ever seen, an absolute monstrous genius, but genius didn't mean invincibility. From Jiang Chen's attack just now, Yun Yi had already seen that although Jiang Chen's combat strength could defeat the early immortal Emperor's 7th prince, Yun Zhangxiao, Jiang Chen was absolutely no match for him. You're right. I have really treated you as a decoration. I'm going to kill Yun Zhangxiao now. Let's see how you are going to stop me. Jiang Chen spoke, then struck out the Azure Dragon 5 steps. Each step was as heavy as millions of tons of force, lunging at Yun Zhangxiao with extreme speed. Yun Yi, you don't have to do it. I don't believe that I can't deal with a puny intermediate immortal king. Yun Zhangxiao stopped him just as Yun Yi was about to make a move. He was a very arrogant man. From the very beginning he had never put Jiang Chen in his eyes. Plus, Jiang Chen had brought him great humiliation. If he couldn't kill Jiang Chen with his own hands today, how could he wash away the humiliation? More importantly, if he had to rely on Yun Yi to kill Jiang Chen, it would add to his humiliation. Because he had been defeated in the collision just now, he was defeated in alchemy and combat. Even if Jiang Chen died, it would leave a lingering shadow in his heart. More importantly, Yun Zhangxiao didn't believe that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen given his current strength. The attack just now was just a probing attack. It was all because he underestimated Jiang Chen that he was defeated. If he was serious, Jiang Chen absolutely wouldn't be a match for him. Yun Zhangxiao was very confident about this. It was a pity that people tended to be overconfident at times, and once that happened the ending would be more miserable. Boundless palm. Yun Zhangxiao no longer concealed his strength. In the face of Jiang Chen's powerful attack, he displayed the unique immortal technique of Great Cloud Empire. Both of them struck out complicated seals, and a huge boundless palm, which was many times more powerful than the palm he had formed just now. With unparalleled destructive power, it shrouded Jiang Chen. At this time Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps had reached the 4th step. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was a powerful offensive true dragon combat skill. Every step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps carried boundless destructive force. The void could be crushed at any time. Just like now, the first 3 steps of Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps had created 3 huge holes in the void. The power of the 4th step was almost equal to the total power of the previous 3 steps. Bang! Jiang Chen stepped on the boundless palm. The dignified immortal technique of Great Cloud Empire was so vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon 5 steps. It was crushed into pieces on the spot. After the boundless palm was destroyed, Yun Zhangxiao once again suffered a certain amount of recoil, forcing him to take a dozen steps back. At this time, no matter how confident he was, he knew that he was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. He couldn't understand why Jiang Chen could be so powerful, but that wasn't important anymore. What was important was that his goal of killing Jiang Chen today was no longer achievable. Bang. After shattering the boundless palm, Jianghu didn't stop there. He had already used the last step of the Azure Dragon 5 steps and arrived above Yun Zhangxiao in the blink of an eye. If he stomped down on Yun Zhangxiao, even if he couldn't kill Yun Zhangxiao, he wouldn't be able to survive. Not good. Yun Zhangxiao exclaimed. He could feel the terror of Jianghu's move. Given his current condition, he was no match for Jianghu, or perhaps he couldn't withstand it at all. He could feel the threat of death from Jianghu. Under such a threatening situation, he felt his soul trembling. It was a feeling that he had never felt before. Although Yun Zhangxiao was an early immortal emperor peerless genius, he was still an expert in alchemy. In terms of combat strength, he was still slightly inferior to experts like Yang Bufan and Crown Prince. Now that he was facing Jianghu, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Yun Zhangxiao died. Jianghu's black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was radiating dazzling golden light, like a war god soaring into the sky. The terrifying foot that was manifested was a few dozen meters in size, like a mountain, pressing down on Yun Zhangxiao. Azure wings, save me. At this moment of life and death, Yun Zhangxiao couldn't care less about his face anymore. At this time, only Azure wings could save him. Yun Zhangxiao didn't even need to shout. Yuni was already ready to strike. He couldn't just watch the 7th prince be killed by someone else. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his superiors. The 7th prince had a very high status in Great Cloud Empire. He was a young king and a genius alchemist. He was very famous in East Xuanhu. He could be said to be the pride of the young generation of Great Cloud Empire. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the future emperor of Great Cloud Empire. If he was killed by Jianghu, it would be a great loss to Great Cloud Empire. Stop. Yuni bellowed. He turned into a stream of light and lunged at Jianghu. I've said it before. You can't save him, blood demon. Jianghu bellowed coldly. The door of the Zulong Tower opened with a clatter. Then an earth-shattering roar was heard. An extremely majestic blood demon king appeared out of thin air like a ghost, blocking Yun Yi's path. The blood demon king roared again and again. Ever since he was subdued by Jianghu, he had been staying in the ancestral dragon pagoda obediently. He had long been driven mad by the suffocation. Now that he had the chance to come out and kill, he naturally wanted to release the depressed and tyrannical chi in his heart. What the hell? Yuni was dumbfounded on the spot. He had never thought of this sudden change. What shocked him was that this big guy that appeared out of nowhere had an astonishing combat strength. His cultivation base was almost the same as him, an intermediate immortal emperor. Yuni was stunned on the spot. Get out of my way. Yuni bellowed and struck out a palm at the blood demon king. He didn't expect this palm strike to kill the monster in front of him, but he must force it back. Otherwise Yun Zhangxiao would be in real danger. That Jianghu was obviously not a kind person. He wouldn't show any mercy when he attacked. As long as there was a moment of delay, Yun Zhangxiao would probably die tragically in the hands of Jianghu. Roar? The blood demon king bellowed. He raised his fist and punched at Yun Yi's attack. The physical body of the blood demon was just too strong. Plus, the blood demon king had swallowed a blood dragon fruit, which made his combat strength even more terrifying. Even if he couldn't defeat a powerful figure like Yun Yi, he could still ensure that he wouldn't be defeated. Long. Yun Yi and the blood demon king clashed fiercely in an instant, neither of them winning or losing. Bang. With such a delay, Jianghu's foot had already landed heavily on Yun Zhangxiao's body. This was the peerless power of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Yun Zhangxiao was already trembling in fear. Plus he thought that Yun Yi could save him. So he didn't even put up any effective resistance and was trampled by the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Arg! A miserable wail resounded through the sky. One of Yun Zhangxiao's arms was crushed by Jianghu. His body was covered with blood and his eyeballs were about to pop out. But Yun Zhangxiao was after all an immortal emperor expert. Even though he wasn't trampled to death immediately, it didn't make any difference. His entire being was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He was grabbed by Jianghu like a dead dog. 7th Prince. Chapter 1589. The geniuses of Great Cloud Empire couldn't keep their composure. The 7th Prince was their master. The higher-ups of Great Cloud Empire had said that he would have great luck and opportunity after entering the Golden Horizon, but at this moment, the 7th Prince's life was in the hands of others. Yuni was also blocked by an evil spirit that came out of nowhere. It seemed like he couldn't spare any effort to save the seventh prince. Jiang Qin, let go of the seventh prince or else you will die miserably. Yun Yi was in a terrible state, but he still couldn't get rid of the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King was just too powerful and belonged to the same level as him. It was already very good that he could fight the Blood Demon King to a draw. It was obviously impossible for him to save Yin Zhangxiao. Yun Yi roared at Jiang Qin. At this time he could only threaten Jiang Qin with words, even though he knew that such a threat wouldn't have any effect on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, how dare you hurt our seventh prince? Hurry up and let the seventh prince go, lest you make a grave mistake. Damn it. Jiang Qin, do you know what you are doing? Each of the half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Great Cloud Empire was anxious, but none of them dared to take the initiative to attack. Even the seventh prince wasn't a match for Jiang Qin and was almost trampled to death by Jiang Qin's foot. There was no doubt that Jiang Qin could kill them with a single breath if they rushed forward. Ah, you fools. How dare you threaten me at this moment? I really don't know what's in your mind. Could it be that only you are allowed to kill the crown prince of Great Qin Empire, but I can't kill your prince? Do you know what you were doing when you killed my crown prince? You have made a grave mistake. Now is the time for me to avenge my crown prince. Jiang Qin laughed aloud, carrying Yun Zhangxiao like a dead chicken. Presently Yun Zhangxiao didn't even have the strength to struggle in Jiang Qin's hand, let alone resist. He was already considered lucky that Jiang Qin's Azure Dragon 5 steps didn't take his life. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and save the seventh prince. Yun Yi shouted at the few half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Great Cloud Empire. Upon hearing this, their facial expression changed dramatically, and they began to curse in their hearts. Yun Yi had really opened his mouth. Asking them to save the seventh prince was no different than asking them to die, but if they watched the seventh prince being killed by Jiang Qin, they would no longer be able to show their faces in Great Cloud Empire anymore. Not to mention the future, they reckoned that Yun Yi himself wouldn't let them go. Let's attack together. Let's buy some time first. Some of them gritted their teeth and took out their immortal weapons. Several of them rushed out at the same time towards Jiang Qin. Right now they had no other choice. Even though they knew that their opponent was a ferocious tiger, they still had to act. Trash like you guys aren't even qualified for me to personally deal with you. Blood demon, come out and kill them all. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Along with his command, another blood light rushed out of the Zulong Tower, followed by an earth-shattering roar. Another blood demon king rushed out. Although its cultivation base wasn't as strong as the one that was fighting Yun Yi, it was still an early immortal emperor. It was just too easy for it to kill these half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Great Cloud Empire. Damn it. Another evil creature. How can this be? Why are these powerful evil creatures obeying Jiang Qin's command? It's too late. This evil creature has already reached the early immortal emperor realm. We are no match for it. All of a sudden they panicked. They could feel a strong sense of crisis from the Blood Demon King. That was a threat to their lives. The Blood Demon King didn't care whether they were panicking or not. Immediately, it let out a roar and struck out its sharp claws. Its speed increased to the extreme, reaching one of them in a blink. The disciple tried his best to resist, but how could he be a match for the Blood Demon King? He was torn into pieces by the Blood Demon King and died miserably on the spot. Run! Upon seeing this, the other two didn't dare to delay any longer. They had already disregarded the life of the seventh prince and turned to run. These two were very smart. They knew that they were fleeing in different directions. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The Blood Demon King wouldn't give them the chance to escape. The speed of the Blood Demon King was incredibly fast. With a swipe of its claws, it caught the two of them respectively, then exerted its brute force and slammed the two of them together. Arg! Two wails were heard at the same time. The two half-step immortal emperor geniuses collided with the brute force of the Blood Demon King. Their sturdy bodies were crushed on the spot. Both of them died miserably. The Blood Demon King roared at the sky. Both of his hands kept pounding his chest, as though killing 3 people wasn't enough for him. An evil creature like the Blood Demon was born bloodthirsty. What it liked the most was killing. Just like the Blood Demon King, it had been cooped up in the Zulong Tower for too long. Now that it had suddenly emerged to kill people, it was naturally fierce and domineering. Jiang Qin. Yun Yi's eyes turned red. He was infuriated to the extreme. Today they were supposed to kill the Crown Prince of Great Qin Empire. They had indeed succeeded in killing the Crown Prince. It was supposed to be a matter worthy of celebration. But who would have thought that a half-step immortal emperor like Jiang Chen would appear out of nowhere? Furthermore, he was so terrifying that he could even subdue the blood demon for his own use. All of their geniuses were killed in the blink of an eye. The seventh prince was also captured. It seemed almost impossible for them to survive. The blood demon king didn't even give Yun-Yi a chance to speak. He continued the fierce battle. The order he received from Jiang Chen was to deal with Yun-Yi. As such, the blood demon king would attack recklessly. Even if he couldn't kill Yun-Yi, he couldn't let Yun-Yi affect his master. Jiang Chen ignored Yun-Yi. He didn't intend to keep Yun-Yi here. Given Yun-Yi's strength, he wouldn't be able to stop him even with the help of the blood demon king, unless Monkey jumped out of the rock at this time. Jiang Chen, if you kill me, it will directly lead to a war between the two empires. At that time, the entire East Xuanhu won't have peace. Can you afford this responsibility? The seventh prince spoke. You killed the crown prince, so this war is inevitable. Besides, I, Jiang Chen, don't care about the war. I only know that you want to kill me, so I will kill you. It's very fair, don't you think? Jiang Chen said faintly. He was determined to kill Yun Zhangxiao today. No matter what reason Yun Zhangxiao gave, it couldn't stop Jiang Chen's determination to kill him. Jiang Chen would never leave an enemy who deliberately wanted his life in this world. Haha, I didn't expect that I, Yun Zhangxiao, who has been smart all my life, would eventually die in your hands. Yun Zhangxiao suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was incomparably sad. He was very unwilling. He had a great future and might be the emperor of an empire in the future. Now everything was over. All his dreams had become a bubble. Everything would no longer exist. Jiang Chen slapped Yun Zhangxiao's head mercilessly, killing him on the spot. His brocade pouch also fell into Jiang Chen's hand. By killing Yun Zhangxiao, Jiang Chen had obtained the luck of both Yun Zhangxiao and the crown prince. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about this luck. Although both of them were the crown prince and the crown prince, their luck was too weak compared to Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen, you have killed the seventh prince. Be prepared to face the revenge of Great Cloud Empire. You will die miserably and without a burial place. Yun-Yi struggled to shake off the Blood Demon King's attack. After leaving a ruthless remark, he flew away and vanished in the blink of an eye. The Blood Demon King bellowed, preparing to give chase. There's no need to chase after him. Jiang Chen spoke, signaling the Blood Demon King to stop pursuing Yun-Yi. If Yun-Yi wanted to leave, it would be useless to chase after him. Jiang Chen had already achieved his goal. Letting Yun-Yi go would be beneficial to him. He could use Yun-Yi's mouth to spread the news of today's battle. Jiang Chen would be able to avenge the Crown Prince by killing the seventh Prince of Great Cloud Empire. This news would be very beneficial to Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan. When they returned to Great Qian Empire, their status would rise once again. Jiang Chen didn't care about the identity and status of Great Qian Empire, but he wanted to do something for Yang Bufan. After all, the Crown Prince was dead. Next would be the battle between Yang Bufan and King Ping. By helping Yang Bufan, he could suppress King Ping's arrogance and improve King Fan's status. This was what Jiang Chen wanted to see. In Jiang Chen's heart, Great Qian Empire was merely a relay station. He still had a long way to go. He wouldn't stop at a place like Great Qian Empire. But now that he was here, he wanted to do something for Yang Bufan. He wanted to witness Yang Bufan's growth and personally help Great Qian Empire build an unparalleled emperor. That bastard actually escaped. That bastard is really lucky. Master Monkey can't come out yet. Otherwise, Master Monkey would have sent him to the Western Paradise with one strike. Long Shursan's voice came from the wondrous rock. This bastard was starting to be narcissistic again. However, Jiang Chen had absolute faith in Long Shursan's words. Even the powerful northern and southern dynasties weren't a match for Long Shursan, let alone a mere Yun-Yi. Letting him go won't do me any harm. I can use his mouth to spread the news for me. Now, I'm going to keep the corpses of the Crown Prince and the others so that I can claim credit when I return. Jiang Chen chuckled and kept the corpses of the Crown Prince and Yu Hao into the Zulong Tower. He could claim credit when he returned. Sinister, but I like it. Long Shursan praised Jiang Chen's sinister behavior from the wondrous rock. All right. My depression has been vented after killing Yun Zhangxiao. Where are we going next? Monkey, do you have a destination? Asked Jiang Chen. Keep going in the same direction. There's an immortal vault there, said Long Shursan. Chapter 1590. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest doubt about the monkey's words. He kept the two blood demon kings into the Zulong Tower and quickly flew towards the direction that Long San had pointed out. His intuition told him that according to the direction that Long San had pointed out, he would surely be able to obtain some fortune. Now that the Golden Horizon had been open for 8 to 9 days, the great fortune should have appeared. Besides, if it wasn't for Long San, Jiang Chen wouldn't have met Yin Zhangxiao at all, and wouldn't have been able to get rid of such a formidable enemy, let alone release the depression that was brought to him by the northern and southern dynasties. At least now, Jiang Chen felt refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Long. Just as Jiang Chen flew forward for 10,000 miles, a dull roar suddenly rang from the front. Then a beam of light soared into the sky. Even though the light was thousands of miles away, Jiang Chen could still see it clearly. The beam of light was as thick as an arm, swaying back and forth in the void. It was as white as jade, like a white dragon. Wherever the white light swayed, the void would also sway. It was caused by the void being torn apart. Just a single beam of white light already had such a powerful force. Ah! Did you see that? An immortal vault is about to be unearthed. Little Chenzi, let me tell you, as long as you follow Master Monkey, I guarantee that you will benefit endlessly. Seeing the white light, Long San immediately burst into laughter excitedly. His laughter didn't forget to contain a trace of narcissism. Jiang Chen nodded secretly and tolerated the monkey's narcissism. He had to admit that the monkey was indeed powerful. In terms of sensing treasures, it was almost comparable to the De Huang dog. These two guys, one was a dragon horse variant and the other was a battle ape. They were the most unusual species in the world and could not be judged by common sense. It's the chi of the immortal vault. Master Dongfang once said that the Golden Horizon is an ancient battlefield. There are many ancient relics in it, many of which were left behind by ancient experts. Back then, countless powerful immortal venerables had fallen here. It's said that even great sovereigns have fallen here. This place is mysterious and unpredictable. I wonder what kind of treasures will be unearthed this time. Jiang Chen spoke. The Golden Horizon was an ancient battlefield. Any changes that occurred here couldn't be underestimated. The opening of each immortal vault represented great luck and opportunity. It would certainly attract geniuses to come and fight for it. Don't waste time. Hurry up. Long San hurriedly urged. Why are you more excited than me when you come out from the stone? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This monkey wouldn't be able to come out for the time being. Even if there was a huge immortal vault outside, it had nothing to do with the monkey. That's for sure. Master Monkey is currently relying on the chi of your Zulong Tower. The stronger your Zulong Tower is, the faster I can come out. Any immortal vault here is full of danger. There must be plenty of powerful evil spirits. When the time comes, you can go on a killing spree and at least restore the Zulong Tower. Long San spoke. So you have your eyes on the Zulong Tower. No wonder you were willing to be kept by me back then. Jiang Chen came to a sudden realization. He recalled the time when he first encountered the wondrous stone in the ancient tomb. No one could lift its chi. Only he could use the Zulong Tower to keep it. Now, it seemed that it wasn't because he was powerful, but because Long San had taken a fancy to the environment inside the Zulong Tower. It seemed that the environment of the Zulong Tower had indeed helped Long San a lot. Otherwise, Long San wouldn't have grown so fast. Now, cracks had appeared on the Zulong Tower during the battle with the northern and southern dynasties. This was detrimental to the true emergence of Long San. If he could kill some powerful evil spirits and restore the Zulong Tower to its perfect state, it would be of great help to Long San's cultivation. Alright, I'll go and have a look now. Jiang Chen's body flickered and vanished like a ghost. Back then, he had lent the environment inside the Zulong Tower to Long San. Now it seemed that it was worth it. After all, Long San had saved his life. There was no doubt that it would be beneficial for him to be together with an immemorial battle spirit like Long San. 2,000 miles ahead, the chi of the unearthing of the immortal vault spread rapidly. Many geniuses nearby were attracted by it. One after another, powerful silhouettes began to fly towards this direction. Of course, the Golden Horizon was too vast. There were plenty of spatial zones that were divided into countless regions. There were geniuses and immortal vaults in each region. Even at this moment, when the immortal vault was unearthed, other immortal vaults might also be unearthed in other regions, attracting a large number of geniuses. Tens of thousands of geniuses were distributed in countless regions. It was impossible for an immortal vault to attract all the geniuses. It had already been 8 to 9 days. All the major powers had been disrupted. To any genius, it was a very difficult thing to find their own people. However, it wouldn't be a problem for the Immortal Vault to attract at least 2,000 to 3,000 geniuses. 2,000 to 3,000 geniuses were already an incomparably large group. There must be some peerless experts among them. The geniuses of the 3 immortal domains would be distributed here. Perhaps there were even geniuses from the immortal courts. Jianghu was very clear about this. He was also looking forward to it very much. Ever since he entered the Golden Horizon, the geniuses he encountered were all from East Xuanhu. The unearthing of the Immortal Vault was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Jianghu to witness the graceful bearing of the geniuses of the 3 immortal domains. Regarding this, Jianghu was incomparably excited. Whoosh, whoosh. Along the way, silhouettes streaked across the sky like meteors from different directions. Each of their faces revealed a look of excitement. Obviously, they had come for the unearthing of the Immortal Vault. The light drifting in the sky was getting stronger and stronger. The chi of the Immortal Vault had spread to at least tens of thousands of miles away. In other words, the geniuses and even the evil spirits within this area had discovered the situation and were scrambling to fly here. No one would miss such an opportunity in the face of the unearthing of a powerful Immortal Vault. Hurry up! We've been here for so long. Finally, an Immortal Vault is going to be unearthed. Judging from the chi of the white light, I'm afraid that it's a relic left behind by at least a mighty immortal venerable. That's right. It should be an ancient tomb. There's no doubt about it. The relic has existed for countless years. Now it's finally going to open. There must be a lot of benefits. Didn't we come to the Golden Horizon for this? Everyone who was heading towards the direction of the Immortal Vault seemed incomparably excited, because they had very strong expectations for the Immortal Vault. Those who entered the Golden Horizon were the geniuses among geniuses. Each of them was very confident in their own luck and firmly believed that they would obtain great opportunities and benefits. They longed to make a name for themselves in the Golden Horizon, hoping that they would be put in an important position by the major powers and even have the chance to enter the legendary Immortal Court. Jianghu's speed was very fast. In just a blink, he had arrived at the place where the Immortal Vault had been unearthed. It was a mountain range. The pillar of light came from the lowest part of the mountain range. What was surprising was that there was only light there, but no entrance to the Immortal Vault. At this moment, a lot of people had already gathered in this mountain range. There seemed to be at least 1,000 of them. More and more powerful experts were coming towards them. It seemed like the unearthing of the Immortal Vault had caused quite a commotion. The Immortal Vault hasn't been unearthed yet. The exit hasn't appeared yet. We still have to wait. I don't think we can wait for too long. I estimate that the exit will appear in an hour at most. Damn it. The unearthing of the Immortal Vault has attracted a lot of powerful experts. Look at that man. I heard that he is an expert of the Immortal Court of Luo Immortal Domain. He has already reached the late Immortal Emperor realm at such a young age. Truly terrifying. His name is Yi Peng, a genius of the Immortal Court of Luo Immortal Domain. He isn't someone we can afford to offend. Did you guys see that? There are a few intermediate Immortal Emperor geniuses here. All of them are powerful figures of major powers. It seems like it's going to be very difficult for us to obtain any benefits even if we enter the Immortal Vault. That's not necessarily true. No one can predict the fortune. If we can obtain the inheritance of a powerful immortal venerable, our cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. We won't have to be afraid of them. The exit of the Immortal Vault hadn't appeared yet, but the crowd had already begun to discuss it. The topic of discussion wasn't about the situation inside the Immortal Vault, but whether there were true experts among these people. Jianghu looked over and sighed. The immortal world was just too vast and there were too many geniuses. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to be the best among the young generation. Jianghu's eyes also fell upon Yi Peng. The fact that this man could enter the Golden Horizon indicated that he wasn't even 50 years old. The fact that he was able to reach the late Immortal Emperor realm at such a young age was enough to show his heaven-defying talent. Such a genius was destined to be a brilliant star no matter where he went. Apart from Yi Peng, there were also plenty of geniuses from the major powers of the 3 immortal domains. A few of them were intermediate immortal emperors like Yang Lang and Shan Chong. Such figures were incomparably terrifying. At least, given Jianghu's current cultivation base, he was certainly no match for them. When Master Monkey is born, these guys won't even be able to stand in front of Master Monkey. Long Shan spoke proudly. Jianghu didn't doubt this at all. The fact that he was able to send the northern and southern dynasties flying with a single strike was enough to show the scariness of Long Shan. Thinking of the tragic situation of the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. The northern and southern dynasties could have cultivated the Eye of Heaven, but unfortunately they encountered Monkey. The fiery golden eyes of Monkey had blinded their Eye of Heaven, causing all their efforts to go to waste. It was imaginable how aggrieved and angry the northern and southern dynasties were. Chapter 1591. More and more people arrived. Many of them were no longer as excited as before. Their faces began to reveal gloomy expressions. These people were generally not very strong. The more experts there were, the greater the threat to them. Their chances of obtaining treasures and opportunities would be reduced by a lot. After all, there were too many experts. They still had some self-awareness. They knew that competing with these geniuses for treasures and resources was an act of courting death. But still no one backed out. What a joke! Who would want to back out at this time? Compared to the tens of thousands of people that came in, these people were not that competitive. Moreover, after entering the immortal trove, they just needed to be careful and try not to collide with those monstrous experts. If their luck was good, it was not impossible for them to obtain some precious treasures. Rumble. The pure white light in the sky was about to condense into a substance. It shook its head and swayed its tail. Every time it swayed, a powerful roar would be heard. The momentum of this white light alone was enough to show that this immortal trove was not ordinary. But as for what kind of treasures were inside and what kind of powerful expert left this immortal trove, no one knew. Perhaps they would only know after the exit was opened. This was what everyone was looking forward to. At this moment, an incomparably eerie aura flew over from afar. A black shadow streaked past like a black gust of wind in the night, arriving in front of the mountain in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was a young man dressed in a loose black robe. There were several skulls embroidered on the black robe, and it was extremely eerie. This young man was very thin, but his neck was very long. His lips were black. At first glance, it was obvious that he was not a righteous person. His body emitted an evil aura. It seemed that he cultivated an evil technique, which was even more sinister than the people of the devil religion. Jia, there are quite a lot of people here. The young man's sharp eyes looked around and gave a cold smile. It's He Lang from the Corpse Yin sect in East Xuanhu of the ethereal immortal domain. I didn't expect him to also appear. He's really annoying. That's right, the people of the Corpse sect are really annoying. They cultivate evil techniques that are even worse than the devil sect. They specialize in refining other people's corpses and are extremely ruthless. If we go against the people of the Corpse sect, there is an 80% chance that we will die. After we enter the immortal treasury, we should stay away from this fiend. I have heard of the East Xuanhu sect. The people of this sect live in the dark. Their way of doing things is despised by the world. They are all insidious and ruthless. This He Lang's cultivation base has already reached the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm. His means are also extremely terrifying. In any case, we just have to stay away from him. The appearance of He Lang immediately aroused the disgust of many people. The Corpse sect itself was a repulsive sect because their way of doing things was not tolerated by the world. Even in East Xuanhu, very few people were willing to deal with the Corpse sect. Everyone stayed away from them and didn't want to provoke them. After the emergence of the black silhouette, a few intermediate immortal emperors appeared one after another. All of them came from different regions or even different immortal worlds. As the number of people increased, the vigilance of each other increased. So far, however, there was only one late immortal emperor, Yi Peng. After all, such experts were too rare and they might not be in this region. It was already amazing to have one of them appear. Additionally, the emergence of Yi Peng had made many of the geniuses feel tremendous pressure. After all, no one was willing to clash with Yi Peng. Plus, Yi Peng was a member of the Immortal Court. Who would dare to provoke the Immortal Court unless they were tired of living? Even a major power like Great Qin Empire wouldn't dare to provoke the Immortal Court for no reason. The mighty Immortal Court could easily annihilate Great Qin Empire. With a flash of brilliance, a peerless beauty appeared. She was clad in blue clothes, walking in the air. The appearance of this woman immediately attracted countless gazes. Or rather, it could be said that she attracted everyone's gazes. Beautiful. Very beautiful. This was a very beautiful woman. Her blue dress fluttered in the wind, but it couldn't hide her graceful and exquisite figure. Her impressive breasts gave her the greatest pride of a woman. The woman's face was as white as jade, and her lips were red even without lipstick. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes were like black gems, deep and bottomless. She had flat eyebrows and proud eyes. The arrogance radiating from her bones was a kind of noble temperament. Her face was cold, giving people the feeling that she was 1,000 miles away from them. What a beautiful woman. Who is she? She has already reached the terrifying intermediate immortal emperor realm at such a young age. Is she the saintess of some major power? It's Lan Lingji, the saintess of exquisite paradise of East Xuanhu. I've long heard that Lan Lingji is unparalleled and beautiful. Now that I've seen her today, she's truly extraordinary. I wonder how many heroes would covet such a peerless beauty. Not only is this Lan Lingji beautiful, but her talent is also extremely terrifying. I heard that she is the disciple of Venerable Ling Long. She has already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm at such a young age. It's truly an honor to see her today. Innumerable exclamations of amazement were heard. A woman like Lan Lingji would undoubtedly cause a great commotion wherever she went. This was an undeniable fact. The saintess of exquisite paradise was a famous figure among the younger generation of Eastern profound domain. She was a representative. There are really a lot of geniuses here. Jiang Qin nodded. The unearthing of the immortal vault had allowed him to truly witness the outstanding talents of the young generation of the immortal world. Compared to these early immortal emperors like Yun Zhangxiao and King Ping seemed to be more than enough. Of course, figures like King Ping and Yang Bufan couldn't be underestimated, because they were people with great luck. As long as they could obtain some fortune here, they would be able to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm at any time. At that time, both their cultivation base and status would advance further, allowing them to stand shoulder to shoulder with figures like Lan Lingji. Brat, you already have 3 wives. Why are you still staring at Lan Lingji? Don't you have any shame? Long Shirsan's voice was heard disdainfully. Fuck you. Who has 3 wives? Who's staring at Lan Lingji? Do you think I'm looking at her seriously? Jiang Chen was speechless. Ja. Lan Lingji, I didn't expect to meet you here. I've missed you very much. A discordant and insidious laughter sounded all of a sudden. The voice came from Hei Lang's mouth. Lan Lingji raised her beautiful eyes to look at Hei Lang and harumphed coldly. Hei Lang, I'm going to dig your eyes out if you continue to look at me. Io? The saintess of exquisite paradise has quite a temper. Lan Lingji, you are getting more and more charming. You have made me miss you every day and night. If you marry me, exquisite paradise and Corpsine sect will form a marriage alliance. The day of us competing for hegemony in East Xuanhu will be just around the corner. Hei Lang's lustful eyes kept sweeping across Lan Lingji's body, not concealing his desire for her at all. Courting death. Lan Lingji's temper obviously wasn't good. Immediately, she struck out a blue light at Hei Lang. With a sway of his body, Hei Lang had already teleported away, leaving an afterimage behind. Lan Lingji's blue light could only destroy the afterimage of Hei Lang. Eventually, Hei Lang turned into a black light and vanished. Your temper isn't small, but I like it. I'm going to get you sooner or later. Hei Lang licked his lips as if he had seen a gluttonous prey. Hei Lang, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish now. Immediately, Lan Lingji's body erupted with ice-cold killing intent. It seemed like she was going to kill Hei Lang at any moment. I won't play with you for now. After I enter the immortal vault and obtain the treasures, I'll go and subdue you. Hei Lang said. Innumerable murderous gazes fell upon Hei Lang. If gazes could kill, Hei Lang would have been dismembered. One should know that Lan Lingji was a goddess-like existence in the eyes of many people. Hei Lang's act of profaning the goddess in front of so many people naturally aroused public indignation. However, they couldn't deny Hei Lang's guts. In East Xuanhu, there weren't many who had the guts to flirt with the saintess of exquisite paradise. Hei Lang had done what most of them wanted to do but didn't dare to. As for those murderous gazes, Hei Lang didn't care at all, as if they weren't looking at him. Hei Lang, why are you so arrogant? Your brother Hei Kuei has been killed, but you couldn't do anything about it. Now you're here to make a fool of yourself. Even I feel ashamed for you. Lan Lingji spoke coldly, not letting go of the chance to attack Hei Lang. Upon hearing this, Hei Lang's face turned incomparably cold. Substantial killing intent burst out from his body. I don't need you to remind me. I'll kill that Jiang Qin sooner or later to avenge my brother. Hei Lang spoke coldly. Little Qinzi, it seems like you have one more powerful enemy. Long Shirsan reminded. Hei Kuei's elder brother? Very well. I hope he won't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll let him reunite with his brother. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He already had a lot of enemies, so adding one more wouldn't matter. Although he didn't expect that He Lang was He Kuei's elder brother, it didn't matter to him. He wouldn't hesitate to kill as many people of Corpse Yin sect. It was fine if He Lang didn't provoke him, but if he did, Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy. The means of Corpse Yin sect were naturally incomparably ruthless and powerful, but they were destined to be unlucky if they encountered Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's existence was simply the natural enemy of the people of Corpse Yin sect. He was no different from dealing with demonic devils and evil creatures. But all of a sudden, the white light in the sky began to emit a buzzing sound. The powerful white light gradually dimmed. Look, the white light is dimming. The exit is about to appear. That's right. When the white light disappears, the exit will surely appear. The immortal vault is finally going to be unearthed. Everyone get ready. When the exit appears, we'll enter it immediately. Chapter 1592. All of a sudden the white light dimmed a lot. This meant that the immortal vault was about to be unearthed. When the white light vanished, the exit of the immortal vault would appear. At this moment, everyone was fully prepared, ready to rush into the exit as soon as it appeared. Very soon the white light completely disappeared. In the place where the light disappeared, a spatial gate appeared. It was an illusory gate that looked very unreal. That gate exuded an ancient aura along with rays of golden light. It was calm and dignified, giving off an extremely dignified feeling. The door has appeared. Someone yelled. Silhouettes began to rush towards the door. There were two people at the front, one of them was Yi Peng and the other was He Lang. You want to compete with me? Yi Peng glared at He Lang Lung, who was almost on par with him, and spoke with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. I don't dare. You go first. Immediately, He Lang revealed a smile and made a gesture of inviting Yi Peng to go first. Although he was arrogant and condescending, he wasn't a fool. It wouldn't do him any good to become Yi Peng's enemy at this time. Each of the geniuses of the immortal court was incomparably terrifying. He Lang knew that he absolutely wasn't Yi Peng's opponent, at least not now. Yi Peng flicked his sleeves and was the first to rush into the spatial door. Seeing Yi Peng vanish, He Lang's eyes flickered with a sinister and cold light. Humph! How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? When I advance to the late immortal emperor realm, I will kill you first and take away your luck. He Lang's character was just like his name. He was a mad wolf. Anyone who made an enemy of such a figure wouldn't have a good end. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Once someone was marked by him, one must always be on guard. Such a person's style of doing things was incomparably ruthless. He never cared about morality. In his heart there was only his own benefit. Everything he did was to pave the way for his own goal. After Yi Peng and He Lang entered, a large group of people started to rush towards the door. All of them fought to be the first because they knew that this kind of door to the immortal treasury had existed for countless years and was left behind by experts when they were still alive. There was a time limit to opening it, and if they couldn't enter within the time limit, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to enter again and miss a great opportunity. In just a minute, all the geniuses on the mountain range had entered the immortal vault. Jiang Chen was the last to enter. He roughly estimated that there would be at least 2,000 geniuses entering the immortal vault. The number of geniuses entering the immortal vault could only be more, not less. Such a lineup was already very scary. After entering the void gate, everyone entered a space of nothingness. This was an alternate space, or rather, it was a space personally created by an unparalleled expert. It was incomparably sturdy, completely isolated from the outside world. The space was very vast and one could not see the end of it. The atmosphere was lifeless. Haze was everywhere in the space, but everyone had already prepared themselves for such a situation. After all, this was an ancient tomb, a spatial relic left behind by an ancient person. No one knew how many years it had existed. It was very normal for it to emit an ancient air of decay. Judging by the structure of this space, I'm afraid that it's a relic left behind by an intermediate immortal venerable expert, or even a late immortal venerable expert. He must be a peerless figure. I wonder what kind of treasures are inside. Someone spoke. Those who came in were all experts. The lowest cultivation base among them was at least a half-step immortal emperor. They were proficient in the control of the spatial law. They could judge the cultivation base of the expert who created this spatial zone through the range and hardness of the spatial zone. There's nothing here. It's just a vast expanse of whiteness like a country of nothingness. Where are we going to look for treasures? Someone looked around. This place was too illusory. Even the path under their feet was illusory. Everything was like an illusion, incomparably unreal. Under such circumstances, even if they wanted to look for treasures, they wouldn't know where to go. More than 2,000 people stopped in a country of nothingness. Even Yi Peng and He Lang, who came in first, had no choice but to stop, because they didn't know where to go. Everyone felt as though they had entered an illusory realm instead of an immortal vault. Voila! Suddenly, a huge ancient stone tablet appeared out of thin air without any sign. The stone tablet was very large, about 30 meters tall. It was floating in front of them. There were cracks everywhere on the stone tablet. No one knew how long it had existed, but the surface of the stone tablet was spotless and incomparably clean. It's a stone tablet! Someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes fell upon the stone tablet. Voila! All of a sudden, the surface of the stone tablet flickered. It was a golden light. Jiang Chen could tell at a glance that it was the Buddha light, an incomparably pure Buddha light. Every ray of light that was emitted seemed to be the chanting of a great Buddha. It's the Buddha light. It seems like it's a Tao legacy left behind by an ancient great Buddha. Jiang Chen's eyes trembled. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the stone tablet. This reminded him of the blood-red stone tablet in Tyrant's hand. However, these two stone tablets didn't have the slightest connection. They were completely different existences. The stone tablet in Tyrant's hand was a true supreme treasure, a supreme divine weapon. It emitted the same chi as the Zulong Tower. As for the stone tablet in front of him, it was just an ordinary stone tablet without any chi of an immortal weapon. Look, there are words on the stone tablet. Someone exclaimed. As the Buddha's aura continued to increase, rows of large words appeared on the stone tablet. The words were written, "This old monk has been fated with Buddha all my life, but in the end, I was unable to attain enlightenment. Hence, I left behind my Tao legacy. 9 by 9 returns to 1, 81 difficulties. There are 81 ancient roads here, and each road is filled with danger and danger. However, this old monk's treasures are also hidden within these 81 ancient roads. Those who are able to enter this place will have to go through hardships to obtain the treasures left behind by the original deity. At the end of the 81 ancient roads, there are 9 drops of the great earth immortal milk left behind by the original deity. Those with great luck will be able to know about it." Every golden word on the stone tablet was vigorous and powerful, giving off an incomparably heavy chi. When everyone saw the words "Great Earth Immortal Milk," their breaths began to turn heavy. Countless eyes began to turn blazing. Great Earth Immortal Milk. I can't believe such a peerless treasure like the Great Earth Immortal Milk actually exists. According to the legends, this immortal medicine contains the essence of the heavens and earth. Not only can it cleanse one's body, but it also has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Even an idiot can become a peerless genius after getting a drop of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, let alone us. If I can get a drop of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, my entire body will undergo a transformation and my future path of cultivation will be smooth. I never thought that the legendary Great Earth Immortal Milk would actually exist. The ancient Great Buddha had left it here, giving hope to the later generations. This Great Buddha's cultivation base is at least at the peak of late immortal venerable realm. He said that he couldn't attain enlightenment in the end, which shows that he had failed to break through to the sovereign realm. How disappointing. The Great Earth Immortal Milk is indeed a good thing. Sure enough, there are immortal vaults everywhere in the Golden Horizon. It's a pity that it's absolutely not an easy task to get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. There are 81 ancient roads and each of them is full of danger. It's still uncertain whether we can reach the location of the Great Earth Immortal Milk through the ancient roads. That's right. Even if we are lucky enough to pass through the ancient roads, there are just too many experts here. With Yi Peng, He Lang and Lan Lingji around, I'm afraid that we won't have a share of the Great Earth Immortal Milk. However, this great Buddha has also said that he left his legacy and treasures in each of the ancient roads. If we are lucky enough to get some of them, we will also benefit immensely. The scene began to stir. The appearance of the Great Earth Immortal Milk had made them unable to maintain their composure. This was a peerless treasure, but no one was blinded by joy. They knew that it was an incomparably difficult task to obtain the Great Earth Immortal Milk. As the saying goes, opportunity and danger coexisted. Buddhism emphasized on karma, on rebirth and tribulations and on returning to one. Now that the ancient Buddha had brought the karma of Buddhism to this place, the 81 ancient roads were no trivial matter. Putting aside the great earth immortal milk, it would be considered a success if one could successfully pass through all 81 ancient roads. Little Chinzi, get a drop of great earth immortal milk for Master Monkey. Master Monkey will be born immediately. Long Shirsan, who was in the wondrous rock, seemed incomparably excited. Although he was currently in the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower, he didn't know if he would be able to walk out of it in a day or two. Being born was a major event for him. Not only did it require time, but it also required a lot of energy. If he could get a drop of the great earth immortal milk, Long Shirsan would have enough confidence to leave the wondrous rock completely. All right. If I can get it, you will be the first one. Jiang Qin nodded without hesitation. He knew very well how powerful Long Shirsan was. If he could come out at this time, it would bring him endless benefits. Even the northern and southern dynasties weren't a match for him. Once Long Shirsan came out, it would be hard for the geniuses of Golden Horizon to find an opponent. Jia, this great earth immortal milk is mine, Hei Lang's. Hei Lang let out a sinister laugh, his eyes gleaming with greed. Hei Lang, I can see that you can't even pass through the ancient roads. How can you think of getting the great earth immortal milk? You must be daydreaming. Your Corpse-Een sect is an evil sect. This place is the orthodoxy of Buddha sect left behind by the ancient Buddha. There are many traps inside which are the nemesis of evil like you. If I were you, I would leave this place as soon as possible. If you are burned by the great Buddha, not even the gods can save you. Lan Lingji spoke in a mocking tone. Chapter 1593. At first, Hei Lang didn't think that this place was actually an immortal vault left behind by a Buddha venerable. If it wasn't for the great earth immortal milk, he would have turned and left. After all, he wasn't interested in the things of Buddha sect. Even if he obtained it, it wouldn't be of any use to him. Instead, it would restrain him. However, the temptation of the great earth immortal milk was just too great. Hei Lang had no choice but to stay. Even if he felt uncomfortable, he wouldn't leave just like that. His only purpose of staying was to obtain the great earth immortal milk. As long as he could obtain it, his cultivation base would improve tremendously. It wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the late immortal emperor realm in a short period of time. Humph. Lan Lingji, do you believe that I, Hei Lang, will get rid of you in this immortal vault? Hei Lang harumphed coldly. Hei Lang, you will die sooner or later for blaspheming me. Lan Lingji's tone turned incomparably cold. The saintess of exquisite paradise was pure and aloof. No one had ever dared to blaspheme her. Judging from her expression, if they weren't in the immortal vault, she would have already attacked Hei Lang. Look, the ancient roads. At this moment someone exclaimed. Behind the ancient monument, ancient roads appeared one after another. These ancient roads were densely packed like the roads of the void. They were illusory and solid at times, giving people an illusory feeling. Each of the ancient roads was like a passageway. Ancient Sanskrit chants could be heard coming out from them, calming one's soul and making one feel indescribably comfortable. The ancient roads are densely intertwined. There are 81 of them. Which one should we choose? Some people were dazzled and couldn't make up their minds. The 81 ancient roads in front of them were exactly the same, even their auras were the same. Just from the surface there didn't seem to be any difference. However, everyone knew in their hearts that these ancient roads that looked exactly the same were actually different from each other. They all contained unimaginable dangers, and different dangers were equivalent to different opportunities. These ancient roads might look the same, but in reality the differences are huge. If I'm not wrong, the ancient roads aren't as simple as the Buddha's last words. Among these ancient roads, some of them have great fortune and great benefits, while some of them are places of death, filled with killing intent. If you choose the wrong one, not only will you not be able to obtain the treasure, you might even be consigned to eternal damnation. Everyone's expression became incomparably solemn. The immortal vault had been opened, the 81 ancient paths had also appeared. Now the biggest problem they faced was to make a choice. Any choice they made could determine their future fate. Some people might obtain the treasures and soar up to the heavens. Some people might be consigned to eternal damnation, their bodies would vanish, and their Tao would vanish, forever buried in this ancient tomb. I can't care so much anymore. I have to make a choice and I'll choose this one. Whether I live or die, I'll leave it to fate. Someone couldn't wait any longer. He leaped up and randomly chose an ancient path directly flying over. After entering the ancient path, that person directly disappeared without a trace, as if he had been swallowed by the ancient path. It was extremely terrifying. It all depends on my luck. I believe that my luck isn't that bad. I won't enter a land of death. A hint of ruthlessness was revealed in someone's eyes. It wasn't easy for the immortal vault to be unearthed. This was a rare opportunity to any of them. Even if there was danger, they wouldn't be able to stop them. There were dangers everywhere in Golden Horizon. If they were afraid of danger, they wouldn't have chosen to come here. Those who decided to come here were all courageous and resolute. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Silhouettes flew towards different ancient paths like a tidal wave. On the surface, it seemed that the number of geniuses who entered each ancient path was about the same. Those intermediate immortal emperors didn't enter the ancient path so quickly. They would only make their choice after most of the geniuses had entered the ancient path. Yi Peng's eyes sparkled, falling on the 81 ancient paths. He wanted to find out what was inside, but the final result would probably disappoint him, because even after exerting all his strength, he still couldn't sense the situation inside the ancient path. In the end, he had no choice but to randomly choose an ancient path. After Yi Peng disappeared, the others also made their choice one after another. They had been waiting for Yi Peng to make his choice, because no one was willing to go to the same place as him. Among all the experts who entered this time, Yi Peng's strength was the strongest and the only late immortal emperor. Furthermore, he was a figure of the immortal court of Mi Luo immortal domain, a figure that wasn't to be trifled with. Just as Jiang Chen was about to take a step forward, he was stopped by Long Shisan, who was in the wondrous rock. Don't rush. Let's wait for them to enter first. Master Monkey has the fiery golden eyes. I can find out what's inside. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's face revealed a hint of delight. He had actually forgotten about Monkey at such a critical moment. Although the ancient path was mysterious and was left behind by the ancient Buddha, if the experts of the northern and southern dynasties were here, he would be able to find out what was inside with the Eye of Heaven, let alone the fiery golden eyes, which was even more powerful than the Eye of Heaven. Now that there were so many people here, Long Shisan naturally couldn't use his fiery golden eyes. He could only wait for everyone to step into the ancient path before Long Shisan could make his move. Lan Lingji also moved. She chose the centermost ancient path. After she entered the ancient path, He Lang followed suit. It seemed like he was waiting for Lan Lingji to make her choice. This bastard seemed to be very interested in Lan Lingji. It seemed like he was determined to follow Lan Lingji's footsteps. If there was a chance, He Lang would definitely attack Lan Lingji. Very quickly, the crowd of 2,000 to 3,000 people vanished from sight. All of them had chosen their own ancient paths. Seeing that the ancient paths were about to disappear, Long Shisan finally made his move. 2 golden lights shot out from the Zulong Tower. No one could imagine that these were actually 2 rays of light from his eyes. Just a mere pair of eyes could already contain such a powerful force. In the entire heavens and earth, apart from the fiery golden eyes, there was probably no one else who could do this. Very quickly, the fiery golden eyes scanned through all 81 ancient paths. Finally, 2 rays of eyes were fixed on the centermost path. Then they were retracted by Long Shisan with a swish. How is it? Jiang Chen asked. Follow Lan Lingji and He Lang. Most of the 81 ancient paths have certain treasures. This one is the heaviest and also the most dangerous. Let's also choose this path. My fiery golden eyes can sense that the evil spirits in this path are stronger. Once they are eliminated, restoring the Zulong Tower won't be a problem. Long Shisan said. Monkey, don't tell me you purposely chose such a dangerous place to restore the Zulong Tower? Jiang Chen said. Fuck. What kind of person do you think Master Monkey is? Hurry up and go in. The ancient path is going to disappear soon. The affinity with Buddha is the strongest in this ancient path. After you enter it, you will surely obtain great benefits. Long Shisan said gloomily. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Without hesitation, he turned into a phantom and vanished into the ancient path in a blink. It was the same ancient path that Lan Lingji and He Lang had entered previously. Right at the moment when Jiang Chen disappeared, another figure appeared. If Jiang Chen hadn't entered the ancient road, he would be able to see that the person who just entered was none other than Tyrant. Tyrant was the monk. Tyrant had barged into the spatial gateway at the last moment. Coincidentally, the ancient path was also about to disappear. Tyrant gave a casual glance at the words on the stone tablet. Without thinking too much, he chose a random ancient path and barged into it. After Tyrant vanished, the stone tablet and ancient path vanished as well. This showed that Tyrant's luck was extremely good. It was like he had caught the last train. If he was a little later, the immortal vault would close and it would be hard for him to enter. After Jiang Chen stepped into the ancient path, the scene changed dramatically. This wasn't a path at all but a new spatial zone. It was filled with mist as though he had entered a small world. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying means of a mighty immortal venerable. They could even set up layers of spatial zones in their spatial zone. Such a feat was absolutely impossible for an ordinary immortal emperor. In the illusory spatial zone, even the path under one's feet was illusory. The entire spatial zone was lifeless, giving people a dull and uncomfortable feeling. At the end of this spatial zone, there must be a passageway that connects to the innermost part of the immortal vault. As long as I find that passageway, I will be able to enter the immortal vault and find the great earth immortal milk. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. All these spatial zones were connected, but they were separated by the 81 ancient paths. As a matter of fact, the 81 ancient paths were equivalent to 81 new spatial zones. Each of the new spatial zones was a complete entity. There was a passageway that connected to the innermost part of the immortal vault. This was also what the stone tablet had said. By walking on the path that one had chosen, one would be able to enter the heart of the immortal vault and obtain the great earth immortal milk. All of a sudden, a dull roar sounded from the depths of the void. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. He knew that this was the voice of an evil spirit. The golden horizon had existed for too long. Countless evil spirits had been born in different places. It was imaginable that an evil spirit born in the remains of an immortal venerable wouldn't be weak. Any one of them would be an incomparably terrifying existence. There was no doubt about this. At this moment, only the roar of the evil spirit could be heard, but the figure of the evil spirit couldn't be seen. Jiang Chen stood there motionlessly. To him, he didn't care what kind of evil spirit it was. He was the nemesis of evil spirits. He casted out the great soul derivation technique. Powerful soul power spread out like tidal waves. Under the perception of the technique, the evil spirit had nowhere to hide. An evil spirit bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws suddenly rushed out from the depths of the void, pouncing at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's 5 fingers were like sharp blades, crushing the head of the evil spirit with a cracking sound. A puny half-step immortal emperor wants to sneak an attack on me. Chapter 1594. A half-step immortal emperor evil spirit was killed effortlessly by Jiang Chen, but this level of evil spirit wasn't very useful in repairing the Zulong Tower. After all, the damage that the Zulong Tower had suffered this time was greater. Although its foundation wasn't damaged, it wouldn't be easy to restore it to its original state. At least, a half-step immortal emperor evil spirit was far from enough. The roars of the evil spirits rang from the inside of the void. The surrounding void began to tremble. It seemed like the entire spatial zone was going to collapse at any time, but Jiang Chen knew that this was the doing of the evil spirits. The spatial zone here was incomparably solid. It was impossible for it to break. These evil spirits were born in this spatial zone. So no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't escape the shackles of the law of this spatial zone. Good. There are indeed a lot of evil spirits here. There will be more evil spirits attacking you soon. This is too wonderful for words. Little Chinzi, kill all these evil spirits and the Zulong Tower will be restored. Inside the wondrous rock, Long Shisan was incomparably excited, clapping his hands and applauding. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had the urge to rescue this damned monkey from the wondrous rock and give him a good beating. How could this be? He was about to be besieged by the evil spirits, but in the eyes of this monkey, it had become a joyous occasion. This bastard only cared about the restoration of the Zulong Tower and helping him out of the wondrous rock, but he didn't care about Jiang Chen's feelings at all. How shameless. In an instant the void rippled. At least a few dozen powerful evil creatures walked out from the void, instantly forming a circle, trapping Jiang Chen in it. These evil creatures were baring their fangs, looking extremely ferocious. Damn it. Why are there so many evil spirits? Could it be that we have encountered all the evil spirits in this spatial zone? Jiang Chen had the urge to spurt out blood. Long Shisan had used his fiery golden eyes to check the situation, but he didn't expect to see such a result. Although Long Shisan had reminded him that there were a lot of evil spirits in this spatial zone, it shouldn't be this many. Jiang Chen would never believe that the others would also be besieged by so many evil spirits the moment they entered this spatial zone. Even if there were a lot of evil spirits here, it was impossible for them to be everywhere. The only explanation was that most of the evil spirits had gathered together and coincidentally encountered them. Even if they wanted to restore the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen would never believe that such an encounter was an opportunity. Only Long Shisan would be so excited when facing such a siege. Little Chinzi, this is great news. In my opinion, I'm afraid that all the evil spirits in this spatial zone have gathered here. I even saw an intermediate immortal emperor. If we can kill all of these evil spirits, not only will the Zulong Tower be restored, it will also condense the 38th floor. Long Shisan spoke. Monkey, be honest with me. Did your fiery golden eyes see that all the evil spirits have gathered in this place? That's why you let me in. I was lucky enough to walk straight to this place. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He felt that the monkey must have done this on purpose. Master Monkey is doing this for your sake. These evil spirits are the best nourishment for you to condense the Zulong Tower. If you kill all of these evil spirits now, the Zulong Tower will be restored immediately. The 37th and 38th floor will be completely condensed. Perhaps your cultivation base will advance to the late immortal king realm. Isn't this a great opportunity? Long Shisan said. Although I really want to beat you up now, what you said is indeed the truth. Jiang Qin spoke, immediately transforming into his dragon form. There were more than 100 evil spirits in front of him. There were more than 10 early immortal emperor evil spirits, one of which was an intermediate immortal emperor and the rest were half-step immortal emperors. If all of these evil spirits were refined, Jiang Qin felt that the 39th floor of the Zulong Tower would be completely condensed. However, because the current Zulong Tower wasn't in its peak state and had suffered serious damage, it would require a great amount of blood qi and essence to recover. Even so, condensing the 38th floor wouldn't be a problem. More importantly, with so much energy, Jiang Qin would be able to obtain great benefits from the Zulong Tower. Currently, he was only 10,000 dragon marks away from the late immortal king realm. If he was lucky, the energy he absorbed from these evil spirits would be enough for him to advance to the late immortal king realm. This was what Jiang Qin was looking forward to the most. After all, in this golden horizon, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more advantage one would have. If Jiang Qin's cultivation base had already reached the late immortal king realm, he wouldn't have been hunted down by the northern and southern dynasties so miserably. The evil spirits roared. These evil spirits had been living in this space ever since they were born. On this illusory ancient path, their intelligence wasn't very high. In other words, although they were relatively strong, they were still machines that only knew how to kill. All the evil spirits locked onto Jiang Qin. They could smell the powerful blood qi in Jiang Qin's body. That was what they liked the most. Eating Jiang Qin would bring them great benefits. Come on. Jiang Qin transformed into his dragon form. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. The surface of the sword was covered with flames. That was the fusion of 3 types of supreme flames, which was the biggest nemesis of these evil spirits. With his current dragon form, killing an early immortal emperor expert was as easy as playing a game for Jiang Qin, but it was far from enough to deal with an intermediate immortal emperor genius. However, it was a different story when it came to dealing with these evil spirits. The intermediate immortal emperor evil spirits were indeed incomparably powerful, but because of Jiang Qin's great restraint on them, the gap between them was pulled back. Given Jiang Qin's strength, these hundreds of evil spirits weren't enough for him to kill. 5 to 6 powerful evil spirits lunged at Jiang Qin first. The physical body of the evil spirits was incomparably strong and destructive. 5 to 6 half-step immortal emperor evil spirits were enough to tear everything apart. In the face of the attack of the evil spirits, Jiang Qin moved. His eyes were filled with flames. With a swoosh, he slashed forward. A sword light that carried powerful flames destroyed everything. 6 half-step immortal emperor evil spirits were slashed to death by Jiang Qin. The door of the Zulong Tower was opened. The huge bodies of the 6 evil spirits were instantly sucked dry. Ka-ka. With the replenishment of blood qi and essence, the cracked Zulong Tower began to make cracking sounds and began to repair itself automatically. Seeing Jiang Qin killing 6 evil spirits with a single slash, the other evil spirits became even more furious. Each of them lunged at Jiang Qin without any regard for their lives. Humph. Chapter 1595. The 6 evil spirits were killed by Jiang Qin with a single slash. But this deterrent didn't have any effect on the other evil spirits. These evil spirits didn't seem to know fear and didn't even know what death was. In other words, they were inanimate objects. After being born, they only knew how to kill. If they could eat human flesh, then they would have a fundamental change. Rumble, the void was shattered in an instant. Hundreds of evil spirits unleashed their attacks at the same time. Terrifying chi waves and sharp claws interweaved into a huge energy net, shrouding Jiangchen fiercely. Eternal immortal wind. Jiangchen roared out. He did not place these evil spirits in his eyes at all. Against such a group, he would naturally need to use his most terrifying area of effect skill. The eternal celestial wind was undoubtedly the most suitable. At this moment, he was not worried that the northern and southern dynasties would be able to sense him through the eternal celestial wind. After all, he was currently within the ruins of an ancient Buddha. No matter how powerful the northern and southern dynasties were, they would not be able to sense him. Even if they did sense him, Jiangchen would not be afraid. The celestial eyes of the northern and southern dynasties had suffered severe damage. At this moment, they were most likely hiding somewhere to recover from their injuries. Furthermore, the northern and southern dynasties knew that he had a powerful existence like Long Shirsan by his side. Unless they increased their strength once again, they would not come looking for him. Whoosh whoosh, the eternal immortal wind unleashed a tidal wave of wind, forming a large domain. The 5 elemental domains fused together to envelop all the evil spirits before them. The powerful eternal immortal wind formed a wall of wind in all directions, almost like a cage. Whoosh, the violent immortal wind wreaked havoc in this domain. Those half-step immortal emperor evil spirits couldn't withstand the attack of the immortal wind at all. Many of them were instantly torn apart by the wind. Ah! Those evil spirits let out mournful screams. One by one, their huge bodies were sliced into pieces by the eternal immortal wind. Blood mist fluttered in the air. However, the blood mist was quickly absorbed by the Zulong Tower. The bodies of those evil spirits that had been sucked dry couldn't withstand the fierce blow of the eternal immortal wind. They turned into powder on the spot and completely disappeared. It was an incomparably violent scene that made one's scalp go numb. In just a minute, all the half-step immortal emperor evil spirits were blown to death by the immortal wind. Because of the Zulong Tower, these evil spirits didn't even leave their corpses behind. They had completely vanished from this heaven and earth. This scene was too horrifying, too frightening. If outsiders were to see this, they would definitely be shocked to the extreme, and their souls would leave their bodies. Awesome. This group attack technique is truly awesome. So many evil spirits have been killed by you in an instant. Now the damage on the Zulong Tower has been completely repaired. If you kill the remaining evil spirits, the 37th and 38th floor of the Zulong Tower will be fully condensed. Long Shirsan, who was in the wondrous rock, was incomparably excited. Despite his pride, he had to admit that the eternal immortal wind was an incomparably terrifying technique, especially when used in a group attack. It was simply an invincible existence, much more terrifying than any other powerful technique. After absorbing the blood chi and essence of these half-step immortal emperors, the cracks on the Zulong Tower had been completely repaired, returning it to its previous peak state. The next thing to do was to upgrade the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky. He had the intention to advance to the late immortal king realm. All the energy he had obtained from killing so many half-step immortal emperor evil spirits had been used to repair the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen didn't get any benefit at all. Now that the Zulong Tower had been fully restored, Jiang Chen would be able to obtain some pure energy from the evil spirits he killed next, which would then be converted into dragon marks. There were still a dozen powerful evil spirits in front of him. All of them were early immortal emperors and one of them was an intermediate immortal emperor. Putting the others aside, an intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit alone was enough to condense a floor of the Zulong Tower. The rest of the early immortal emperor evil spirits would at least be able to condense another floor. The 37th floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be fully condensed. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, not only would the 38th floor of the Zulong Tower be fully condensed, but half of the 39th floor would also be condensed. Constantly upgrading the Zulong Tower was one of Jiang Chen's most important goals. The usefulness of the Zulong Tower was just too great. He had been looking forward to the day when the Zulong Tower was fully condensed and reached the peak of the 99th floor. How terrifying would it be? Seeing so many of their kind being killed in an instant, the remaining powerful evil spirits were completely infuriated. Unfortunately, their rage wasn't of much use. Now that they had fallen into the eternal immortal wind, they had to divert most of their energy to resist the wind. Additionally, they had to be severely restrained by the flame in Jiang Chen's hand. Under such a situation, the outcome of these evil spirits was pretty obvious. The mighty eternal immortal wind itself had an extremely strong lethality. Except for the intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit that could easily resist it, the other evil spirits had to divert most of their energy to resist it. Clang. The heavenly saint's sword in Jiang Chen's hand was like a true dragon. His speed had reached the extreme, allowing him to appear anywhere in the domain of the eternal immortal wind at will. Wuxia. An early immortal emperor evil spirit was beheaded by Jiang Chen, dying tragically on the spot without the slightest strength to resist. A massive amount of blood qi and essence was instantly absorbed by the Zulong Tower. The evil spirits themselves were incomparably powerful. Their combat strength was also incomparably astonishing. Under the siege, they had a tacit understanding with each other. Unfortunately, they had encountered a monster like Jiang Chen, who had swept them with the eternal immortal wind the moment he arrived. Currently, all of the evil spirits were deeply traumatized. Let alone maintaining their teamwork, all of them had lost their composure. 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Chen bellowed once more. Phantoms appeared in the eternal immortal wind. The long sword in his hand moved as fast as lightning. In just a few blinks, another 3 powerful evil spirits had died in Jiang Chen's hands. They were all early immortal emperors, but now they were killed by Jiang Chen as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Such a degree of power was just too shocking. Fortunately, there was no one else here. Otherwise, no one knew how shocked they would be. Long. The 37th floor of the Zulong Tower let out a rumbling sound and radiated bright light. The 37th floor was already on the verge of being completely condensed. Now that it had obtained a powerful resource, it had succeeded. Jiang Chen absorbed the pure energy from the Zulong Tower and circulated the dragon transformation skill to transform it into dragon marks. As the number of dragon marks continued to increase, so did Jiang Chen's combat strength. Under such a situation, the outcome was imaginable. Those evil spirits could only be killed by Jiang Chen. Even the intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit was infuriated. He was completely restrained by Jiang Chen. Plus, this domain was completely under Jiang Chen's control. Jiang Chen's speed was just too fast, like a phantom, making it impossible for his opponents to track him. Puqi, the tragic battle continued. The number of evil spirits continued to decrease. Jiang Chen was like a mad god of slaughter. No matter how many evil spirits there were, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. 3 minutes later, all the early immortal emperor evil spirits had died in Jiang Chen's hands. There was only one intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit left on the battlefield. This evil spirit was panting heavily, completely out of anger. He was pounding his chest with both hands. His killing intent soared to the sky, but it couldn't change the outcome. The current Jiang Chen had obtained a massive amount of energy. His combat strength had become even more terrifying than before. Facing the last intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit, Jiang Chen kept the eternal immortal wind. The flames on the heavenly saint's sword in his hand crackled. All of a sudden, the evil spirit let out an earth-shattering roar. Then its huge body lunged at Jiang Chen. In the face of such a powerful opponent, the evil spirit didn't choose to run away. Instead, it chose to launch the final attack. All of its companions and clansmen had been killed. It had no reason to run away. Swoosh. Jiang Chen swung his arm. The heavenly saint's sword turned into a fire dragon. Jiang Chen grabbed the tail of the sword and rushed at the evil spirit. Under the powerful suppression, the evil spirit was no match for Jiang Chen. One of its arms was chopped off by Jiang Chen. Die. Jiang Chen's attack was merciless. The heavenly saint's sword turned around and pierced the evil spirit's body from a tricky angle. Chi. Destructive flames burned from the heavenly saint's sword and the evil spirit's body. In just a few blinks, the enormous evil spirit had turned into a sea of fire, burning from the inside out. If it was an ordinary flame, it wouldn't be able to cause any damage or threat to the evil spirit. Given the evil spirit's means, it could easily extinguish the flame. Unfortunately, how could Jiang Chen's flame be ordinary? The perfect fusion of 3 types of supreme flames was the natural enemy of this evil spirit. No matter how hard the evil spirit tried, it wouldn't be able to extinguish the flame. Instead, it would burn even more fiercely. I'll give you a quick death. Jiang Chen rose again. With a sword, he pierced through the evil spirit's head and killed it. The Zulong Tower began to greedily absorb the evil spirit's blood, chi, and essence. The Zulong Tower itself was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Soon, the 38th floor of the Zulong Tower was completely condensed. However, this wasn't the end. The 39th floor had begun to condense as well. This time, the continuous upgrade of the Zulong Tower had brought boundless benefits to Jiangchen. Not only did he obtain great benefits, he had also condensed a large number of dragon marks. More importantly, the higher the floor of the Zulong Tower, the stronger the Zulong Tower would become. If the Zulong Tower was in its current state during the war against the northern and southern dynasties, it would be extremely difficult for the northern and southern dynasties to destroy the Zulong Tower. Chapter 1596. Very quickly, the battlefield regained its tranquility. The Zulong Tower had obtained tremendous benefits this time. Not only had it fully recovered from its injuries, it had also successfully condensed 2 more levels. The 39th level had already been condensed by more than half. However, this didn't end there. Currently, Jiangchen had also obtained tremendous benefits from the Zulong Tower. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached exactly 10,000. Including the previous 190,000 dragon marks, the current number of dragon marks in Jiangchen's body was exactly 1,200,000. This number was exactly at the late Immortal King realm. In other words, Jiangchen was about to break through to the late Immortal King realm. Once he advanced to the late Immortal King realm, Jiangchen's combat strength would certainly improve tremendously. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to kill him in this golden horizon. Even though he might not be a match for the northern and southern dynasties now, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state like the last time when he was almost killed. Ooh! A golden aura was rolling on the surface of Jiangchen's body, like waves of wind, wave after wave. This bastard is going to advance again. Long Shersan, who was in the wondrous rock, couldn't help but speak. Regarding Jiangchen's advancement, Long Shersan's tone was filled with incomparable excitement and happiness. After all, he knew very well how terrifying the golden horizon was. He knew that nothing was more important than strength in this place. Plus, Jiangchen had too many enemies. The golden horizon had just opened not too long ago. At the final moment, the geniuses here would absolutely have an earth-shattering war. Given the number of enemies that Jiangchen had, Jiangchen would certainly be the focus of attention. In other words, Jiangchen's current progress was to prepare for the final war, but Jiangchen would never be complacent, because he and Long Shersan knew very well that while he was improving, the others were also improving, especially those late immortal emperor geniuses who came from the immortal court. Once they obtained the opportunity to advance again, they would become an invincible existence. Buzz buzz, Jiangchen's body buzzed. Powerful chi waves rolled like tides. A large number of emperor-grade immortal metastones were absorbed by Jiangchen as if they were worthless. Very quickly, the total of 1.2 million dragon marks was completely stabilized. Jiangchen's cultivation base had finally reached the late Immortal King realm. His combat strength was many times stronger than before. Not bad. Now that you have advanced to the late Immortal King realm, your combat strength is even more terrifying. Long Shersan praised. It's a pity that the number of dragon marks is still not enough. My current cultivation base is only at the threshold of the late Immortal King realm. My combat strength isn't as terrifying as I imagined, but it's enough to deal with those intermediate immortal emperor geniuses. Let's go deeper and see if there are any other benefits. Jiangchen's body shuddered and his aura grew much stronger than before. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, heading deeper into the space. Is that ancient Buddha joking with us? He said that every ancient path is full of danger. I thought there would be powerful evil spirits everywhere. I didn't expect it to be so peaceful. It seems like we are lucky to have chosen a relatively safer ancient path. Since this place isn't that dangerous, I'm sure there will be great benefits. In the void, 2 geniuses were talking to each other. They were somewhat surprised by the tranquility of this place, because this place wasn't as dangerous as they had imagined. They had been wandering around for such a long time, but they hadn't seen a single evil spirit. This made them feel that they were lucky to have chosen a relatively safer ancient path. As a matter of fact, this ancient path was the most dangerous one. More than 100 powerful evil creatures had gathered together. Before they could disperse to different parts of the spatial zone, they encountered Jiangchen. Unfortunately, all of them were killed by Jiangchen. Otherwise, It would be a disaster for those geniuses who had just entered the spatial zone if these evil creatures were dispersed to different parts of the spatial zone. One should know that less than 3,000 geniuses had entered the immortal vault this time. Each of the 81 ancient paths only had a few dozen geniuses, which was too weak compared to the evil spirits. One had to admit that the geniuses who had entered this place were considered lucky. They should thank Jiang Chen for resolving the crisis and removing the obstacles for them, giving them the chance to focus on searching for treasures. Monkey, use your fiery golden eyes and see where the treasures are. Jiang Chen spoke. With the great advantage of Long San, it would be a waste if he didn't use it. The direction he had chosen was different from the others. In addition, the number of geniuses that had entered this place was lesser, so it would be somewhat difficult for them to encounter each other. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's current strength was formidable. Even if he encountered anyone, he wouldn't be afraid of them. Currently, apart from the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise, Lan Lingji, no one else was a match for Jiang Chen. As for that Hei Lang, Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all. Even if he hadn't advanced to the late immortal king realm, he wouldn't be afraid of Hei Lang. The means of corpse insect were indeed terrifying, but Jiang Chen specialized in restraining them. If Hei Lang encountered them head-on, Hei Lang would definitely cry. "Alright, let me see." Long San spoke, then cast out his fiery golden eyes. The fiery golden eyes were incomparably powerful. It was inherited from the old ancestor of the battle Saint Ape. Even though Long San hadn't been born yet, the radiance of the fiery golden eyes couldn't be blocked even though he was in the wondrous rock. After scanning the surroundings with the fiery golden eyes, Long San retracted them. After all, he was still in the wondrous rock. Even if he used the fiery golden eyes, it couldn't be used for a long time. Otherwise it would affect the time of his birth. Go in this direction. There seems to be an ancient palace in front. Dragon San said. His divine sense rushed out of the wondrous rock, pointing a direction for Jiang Chen. As the spatial zone was too illusory, Jiang Chen couldn't tell which direction was which. So, Dragon San could only rely on his divine sense to guide the way. All right. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and flew in the direction that Long San pointed. Long San's fiery golden eyes could see through everything. Since there was an ancient palace here, it proved that there must be something good here. The things left behind by the ancient Buddha were definitely not ordinary. This point, Jiang Chen was almost certain. According to the direction pointed by Dragon San, an ancient palace soon emerged in front of Jiang Chen. It was a very small ancient palace without any foundation. It was just floating in the air, but the surroundings of the palace were filled with chaotic airflow, variegated and variegated. There's a matrix outside the ancient palace, Jiang Chen said. He could tell at a glance that the air currents around the ancient palace were ancient matrices. This ancient palace is covered by a matrix. There must be treasures inside. Little Chinzi, although this matrix is strong, it has been around for too long. Its power has weakened a lot. It shouldn't be difficult for you to break this matrix easily. Long San said. You're right. If this matrix was created at the beginning, even an early immortal venerable might not be able to break it, but because of the passage of time, most of its power has already disappeared. Plus there are plenty of flaws in it. It won't be difficult for me to break it. Jiang Chen nodded his head, then strode towards the ancient palace. When he saw the formation, he couldn't help but think of Big Yellow. If Big Yellow was here, with his proficiency in the heavenly book of source formation, all the grand formations would be useless to him. I wonder where De Huang and Sister Ning are now. Although Big Yellow's combat strength wasn't too strong, given his strength, he could go anywhere in the Golden Horizon. Nothing could stop him, and killing Big Yellow would be an incomparably difficult task. Jiang Chen thought to himself. But he wasn't worried about Wu Ningzhu following Big Yellow. Although Big Yellow's combat strength wasn't too strong, given his strength, he could go anywhere in the Golden Horizon. Very quickly, Jiang Chen came to the front of the ancient palace. The great soul derivation technique spread out like tidal waves. Very quickly, Jiang Chen found the weakness of the matrix. Then Jiang Chen conjured seals with both of his hands, striking out a series of complicated seals. Very quickly, these seals merged into a miniature matrix and collided with the weak point of the matrix. Bang! A loud bang was heard. Cracks instantly appeared on the spiraling formation. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and struck out another restriction. Due to the passage of time, the ancient formation couldn't hold on any longer and shattered on the spot. After breaking the matrix, Jiang Chen came to the front of the ancient palace. The ancient wooden door looked very shabby. Traces of time could be seen everywhere on it. Jiang Qin casually gave it a push. The decayed wooden door immediately shattered. A decaying aura rushed towards Jiang Qin, causing him to frown. Jiang Qin didn't rush in. Instead, he used his soul force to scan around first. He wanted to make sure that there was no danger inside before entering. In this golden horizon that was filled with strange things, it was never wrong to be cautious. His soul force didn't detect any dangerous aura. Only then did Jiang Qin stride in. The interior of the ancient palace was very small and seemed very empty. There was nothing inside. It was eerie like a haunted house, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. But very soon, Jiang Qin saw a box at the front of the ancient palace. It was a golden box. This was probably the only thing in the ancient palace. Quickly bring it over. There's a treasure in that box. Long Shan hastily reminded. Jiang Qin strode forward and came to the front of the golden box. After such a long time, there weren't any scars on the box. It could be seen that the material of the box was extraordinary. Jiang Qin held the box in his hand. It wasn't as heavy as he had imagined. It was very ordinary. There was no lock on the box and it could be opened directly. Jiang Qin casually struck out a stream of qi and the box was opened. Immediately, a bright light burst out from the box. Golden Buddha light rushed out from the box and filled the entire ancient palace in an instant. Golden Sanskrit could be seen fluttering in the Buddha light, like beautiful butterflies. Chapter 1597. Sanskrit fluttered in the air. The originally dilapidated ancient palace was instantly filled with endless Buddhist light. It looked like a kingdom of Buddhism. Sanskrit fluttered in the air as if there was a great Buddha chanting. Invisibly, an illusory great golden Buddha was suspended in the golden light with a dignified posture. What a fucking ancient Buddha. Looks like Buddha. Jiang Qin's gaze fell on the ancient Buddha and he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Everything was illusory but everything seemed so real. The kingdom of Buddhism was pure and solemn, and no one dared to blaspheme it. If Hei Lang were to appear in such a place, the illusory figure of the ancient Buddha would make him tremble in fear and prostrate on the ground. Swish. Soon, the illusory figure of the ancient Buddha disappeared, but the golden light emitted from the box was even more vigorous. It was almost unimaginable that the item in the box was definitely not ordinary since it could emit such a powerful aura. Quick, take a look at what's in the box. Long Shan couldn't help but feel a little excited. Okay. Jiang Qin nodded and couldn't wait. He looked into the box and found a piece of paper neatly placed in the box. It was a golden piece of paper with tadpole-like words engraved on it. The golden light in the entire ancient palace was emitted from this piece of paper. It's a Buddhist heart sutra. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Each of the supreme scriptures of Buddhism was incomparably precious and could be said to not be passed down to the world, just like the Great Compassion Mantra and the edifying light that Ancestor Green Lotus possessed. The Heart Sutra in front of him was engraved on the golden piece of paper. Just by looking at the strong and pure Buddha's light that it emitted, one could tell that the Heart Sutra was definitely not ordinary. Even in the vast Buddhist sect, it probably had a very high status. Take it out and let me have a look. When Long Shan heard that it was only a Heart Sutra, he immediately lost interest and his tone became much more casual. Jiang Qin reached out and took the Heart Sutra in his hand. He only felt that the Heart Sutra was as light as a feather. It was completely weightless and smooth and he couldn't tell what material it was made of. However, Jiang Qin didn't care about the material of the paper. What he cared about was the content of the Heart Sutra. There were 5 words engraved neatly on the top of the Heart Sutra: Great Freedom Heart Sutra. Jiang Qin couldn't help but frown as he couldn't understand the content of the scripture. However, this was within his expectation. He wasn't a disciple of Buddhist sect. He had only come into contact with the edifying light of Buddhist sect. It was normal that he couldn't understand the profound Heart Sutra of Buddhist sect. However, there was no doubt that this scripture was a rare treasure. Even if he couldn't use it, he could still give it to Tyrant. If Tyrant cultivated the Heart Sutra on it, his cultivation base would surely improve once again. Heart Sutra. Great Freedom Heart Sutra. Let me have a look and quickly send it to the strange stone. When he heard the words Great Freedom Heart Sutra, Long Shan, who had lost interest, instantly became extremely excited and couldn't wait to read the scripture. Judging from his tone, if they were outside, he would probably directly start to snatch it from Jiang Qin's hands. You're a battle saint ape. What relationship do you have with Buddhism? Can you understand the Heart Sutra? Jiang Qin was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that the scripture would make Long Shersan so interested. Long Shersan's excitement was also unexpected. Long Shersan was a battle saint ape and had nothing to do with Buddhism. Even if he was interested in the treasures left by the ancient Buddha, he might not be interested in the Heart Sutra of Buddhism. What do you know? The ancestor of the battle saint ape finally achieved the position of Buddha and cultivated the body of Holy Buddha. As the descendant of the battle saint ape, I naturally have the fate of Buddha in my body. You can't understand the Heart Sutra of Buddhism, but it doesn't mean that I can't. This great freedom Heart Sutra may be of great use to me. Quick, let me have a look. Long Shersan urged. The inheritance of the battle saint ape was very strange. Long Shersan obviously had the complete bloodline of the battle saint ape and directly obtained the inheritance of the ancestor. It was extremely magical and terrifying. Jianghu didn't hesitate anymore and quickly threw the Heart Sutra into the strange stone. Not long after, the strange stone began to shake violently. Obviously, such a big movement was caused by Long Shersan. Jianghu couldn't understand why this guy was so excited when he saw the Heart Sutra of Buddhism. Haha, sure enough. I'm going to be born soon, haha. Long Shersan's wild laughter came from inside. His excitement couldn't be concealed at all. Monkey, don't be excited. Tell me what's going on. Jianghu was dumbfounded. Little Chinzi, you've helped Master Monkey a lot this time. Do you know what the meaning of this great Freedom Heart Sutra is? Long Shersan calmed himself down and said, Tell me about it. Jianghu asked with great interest. It's the supreme sutra left behind by the great freedom ancient Buddha. Legend has it that the great freedom ancient Buddha cultivated this sutra and became a free and unfettered body. The law of myriad realms couldn't bind him and he could walk freely between the heavens and earth. I didn't expect that the great freedom ancient Buddha had obtained the great freedom heart sutra. Unfortunately, this sutra is very difficult to cultivate and it's even more difficult to achieve the true freedom. Otherwise the great Buddha wouldn't have died here. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the emperor realm just by relying on this sutra. Long Shersan explained. He knew the origin of this sutra. That was why he was so excited. Hearing this, Jianghu was also shocked. Even he didn't expect the sutra to be so powerful. The heavens and earth were too big and there were too many worlds. Who could be above the myriad realms? Who could be beyond the myriad realms? Who could be outside of the 5 elements? Who could be truly free and unfettered? Who could be truly free? That was a kind of supreme realm. It was a kind of comprehension that surpassed all other realms. The change in the state of mind was the most important and also the most difficult. The Great Freedom Heart Sutra was left behind by the ancient Buddha of freedom. Its preciousness was unimaginable. If this Heart Sutra were to be spread out, the White Dragon Temple would not be able to remain calm immediately. The entire White Dragon Temple would be alarmed and even the unparalleled Buddha would have to take action personally. To put it bluntly, this sutra is the most precious thing in this immortal vault. Even the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk are far less valuable than this ancient sutra. Of course, this is only relative to Buddha sect. After all, this ancient sutra can't be used by anyone. Those who have nothing to do with Buddha sect would suffer a backlash if they read this sutra. Long Shersan said. According to what you said, this ancient sutra is indeed the greatest treasure in this immortal vault. I didn't expect that Buddha Venerable to hide it here, on one of the 81 ancient roads. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that the most valuable treasure would be hidden here. The attraction of the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk has covered everything. Jianghu sighed. He was really lucky this time. Of course, most of this was because of Long Shersan. If it wasn't for Long Shersan's fiery golden eyes, he was afraid that it would be unrealistic to find this ancient sutra and it would have fallen into the hands of others. Monkey, you want to rely on this sutra to break the shackles of the wondrous stone, right? Said Jianghu. Given his intelligence, he had already guessed the key point. You're right. Given my current strength, I'm fully capable of coming out of this world, but everything has its limit. For a heaven-defying immemorial battle spirit like me, even if I'm fully nurtured, I won't be able to come out of this place. But even so, it won't be a short period of time. Even if the journey in Golden Horizon is over, I still won't be able to get out of this place. Watching all of you wandering around here has made Master Monkey very anxious. If I have this great unrestrained heart sutra, I will be able to break the shackles and become a free body. Of course, this free body of mine is still far from the original intention of the great unrestrained heart sutra. It's impossible for me to reach the level of unrestrained ancient Buddha, but with this ancient sutra, it won't be a problem for me to get out of the wondrous stone quickly and break the shackles. If there are no accidents, I will be able to break out of this place in 3 days at most. Long Shirshan said. 3 days in the Zulong Tower was only a few hours outside. Upon hearing Long Shirshan's words, even Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. He finally knew why Monkey had such a huge reaction when he heard the words Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra. It turned out that this ancient sutra could help Monkey come out of the world faster. If Long Shirshan could come out of the stone faster, it would be a great thing for Jiang Chen. There was no doubt about this. Given Long Shirshan's ability, there were only a few experts in Golden Horizon who could compete with him. Just when Jiang Chen and Long Shirshan were still excited, two silhouettes suddenly walked into the ancient palace from the outside. They were two men in yellow robes. They looked exactly the same. They were twins. Their cultivation base was extremely powerful, having already reached the terrifying early immortal emperor realm. As soon as the two of them saw Jiang Chen, they immediately revealed killing intent. Both of them unleashed their chi at the same time, enveloping Jiang Chen. Hand over the treasure and we can spare your life. One of them spoke. What treasure? Jiang Chen asked nonchalantly. Brat, stop pretending. Just now there was a burst of golden light. We brothers happened to pass by. There must be a precious treasure in this ancient palace. Now that the golden light has disappeared, the treasure must have been kept by you. You are just a puny immortal king. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the treasure. Otherwise, humph. Chapter 1598. Jiang Chen immediately understood what was going on. The sudden appearance of an ancient palace would surely attract the attention of others. Most likely, those who passed by this place would come over to see if there were any treasures. These two twin brothers just happened to pass by this place and saw countless golden lights rushing out from the ancient palace. Naturally, they believed that there were treasures inside. This was understandable. In fact, it was just as they thought. The Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra was indeed a peerless treasure. The Buddha light released by the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra vanished the moment Jiang Chen placed the ancient scripture into the wondrous stone. The two brothers happened to see Jiang Chen alone in the ancient palace. Even an idiot would think that it was Jiang Chen who kept the treasures. Looking at Jiang Chen again, he was merely an immortal king. Given their cultivation base, why would they put a puny little immortal king in their eyes? Since they encountered Jiang Chen, they must seize the treasures. Or what? Jiang Chen stared at the two brothers with interest. These two bastards really didn't want to go far today. Of all people, why did they have to rob him? Weren't they courting death? It had always been him, Jiang Chen, robbing others. No one had ever robbed him, Jiang Chen. Otherwise you will die without a burial place. Let me tell you, we are from the Huang family of southern Xuanhu of ethereal immortal domain. You are just a puny little immortal king. You better behave yourself. As long as you hand over the treasures you obtained from the ancient palace, we will spare your life. Naturally, don't think that we brothers are kind. A trash like you isn't qualified to be our enemy. You don't even have the qualifications to die in our hands. One of the Huang brothers said. His attitude was extremely arrogant, and he had a condescending attitude. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. His attitude showed that he was looking down on Jiang Chen, so what could Jiang Chen do about it? Little Chinzi, don't waste your breath on these two idiots. This master monkey is going into seclusion to comprehend the ancient scripture. Hurry up and finish them off. Long Shirshan spoke. After that, he went into seclusion to comprehend the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra. According to Long Shirshan's character, if these two bastards dared to rob him here, he would immediately kill them. He wouldn't even bother to waste his breath on them. You two are right. I have indeed obtained a good treasure, but it's impossible for you two to snatch it away because you don't have the ability to do so. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you leave now, it's still not too late. I might be merciful enough to spare your lives. If you two persist in going about things the wrong way, I'm afraid that you will die here. Jiang Chen spoke in a persuasive tone. He was giving these two brothers a last chance. He hoped that they would cherish it because he was in a good mood right now. He could spare their lives, but he wasn't a merciful person. If the two of them persisted in going about things the wrong way, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind killing two more of them. It was just too common for two people to die in this golden horizon. However, after hearing Jiang Chen's words, the reaction of the two Huang brothers was the same as the others. They burst into laughter. They felt that they had heard the biggest joke in their lives. An immortal king actually used such a tone to talk to them. This itself was a very funny thing. Kid, I think you are tired of living. One of them spoke in Lung Lung's voice. "Big brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him and the treasure will naturally be ours." The other man had a cold smile on his face. He unleashed his killing intent and walked towards Jiang Qin step by step. In his point of view, this immortal king brat who came out of nowhere was simply courting death. Going against them brothers was already a road that led to death. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but shake his head. Given his current cultivation base, perhaps he didn't even need to use his dragon transformation to deal with these two early immortal emperors, but under the situation where he couldn't use his dragon transformation, he would still need to use his powerful means to deal with these early immortal emperor geniuses in one strike. "Kid, I will give you one last chance. Hand over the treasure now and you might still have a chance to live." That person's expression immediately turned cold and gloomy. "You talk a lot of nonsense." Jiang Qin spoke. His entire being turned into a phantom and took the initiative to attack. His arms suddenly became incomparably thick and strong, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Jiang Qin struck out with the terrifying Qilin arm, not giving his opponent the slightest chance. According to Long San, he was going to end the battle as soon as possible. What? The Huang brothers' facial expression changed dramatically. Although they were arrogant, they weren't fools. The moment they saw Jiang Qin's qi, they knew that they had made a grave mistake. They knew that they had completely underestimated this immortal king in front of them. The moment the opponent attacked, the qi that erupted from him had already surpassed any one of them. The incomparably majestic Qilin arm instantly appeared in front of the Huang brothers. The terrifying qi waves instantly enveloped the Huang brothers. Under such pressure, the Huang brothers had no way to escape. The only thing they could do was to fight against Jiang Qin head-on. Sadly, the Huang brothers had underestimated Jiang Qin from the start. They basically didn't expect that Jiang Qin would be so powerful to this extent. Now that Jiang Qin acted decisively, the Huang brothers could only rely on their quick reflexes to react. They lifted their fists and unleashed their combat prowess, smashing towards the Qilin arm. Upon seeing this, a sneer appeared on Jiang Qin's face. Clashing head-on against the Qilin arm? What a foolish method of combat. In truth, the Huang brothers also knew that this method of combat was extremely foolish. But right now they had no other choice. If they couldn't even do such a foolish action, they could only wait for death. But in reality, even if they made such a futile attempt, their fate would still be unchangeable. Long. In an instant, the fists of the Huang brothers collided with Jiang Qin's Qilin arm. A loud bang was heard. One of the Huang brothers' arms was smashed into pieces, followed by half of his body. The remaining half of his body was sent flying and fell at the feet of the other Huang brothers. After wriggling a few times, there was no sign of life. Then a brocade pouch flew out from the corpse and fell into Jiang Qin's hand. Second brother. The remaining Huang brother's facial expression changed dramatically. Both of his eyes turned red instantly. It was too fast. Everything happened too fast. Before he could react, his brother had already died tragically in the hands of his opponent. As a matter of fact, the Huang brothers weren't that weak. They were born from the same mother. The cooperation between them had already reached a perfect level. Although they were only early immortal emperors, their combat prowess was enough to fight an intermediate immortal emperor. Unfortunately, they had underestimated their opponent too much, which led to such an ending. They were killed by their opponent's punch before they could even display their combat prowess. It was truly miserable. You have killed my brother." The eldest brother stared at Jiang Qin with bloodshot eyes. The flames in his eyes were burning. It was a kind of hatred. The fact that Jiang Qin had killed his brother made him unable to keep his composure. "Since you two have such a deep brotherly relationship, go down and accompany your brother," Jiang Qin said and struck out violently once more. It was the Qilin divine arm again. It reached the eldest brother in the blink of an eye in a destructive manner. He couldn't care less about the Huang family of southern Xuanhu. To him, those who robbed his treasures were merely his enemies. Jiang Qin didn't care about the identity and background of the other party. Not to mention the Huang family, even the experts of the immortal court would face death if they offended him. As the saying goes, one won't worry when one has too many debts and one won't itch when one has too many lice. Jiang Qin was like this now. He had too many enemies. He didn't care about the Huang family at all. Long. Arg? Not long after that, another blood-curdling scream was heard from the ancient palace. The violent energy had overturned the decaying ancient palace. The ancient palace that had existed for countless years was completely destroyed. Jianghu walked out of the palace as if he was taking a stroll in the garden. As for the two Huang brothers, they would never be able to come out again. They were buried here together with the ancient palace. It was a tragedy for the Huang brothers. Given their teamwork, they should have been able to live well in the Golden Horizon. If they had the chance, they would have obtained plenty of benefits. Unfortunately, they had offended Jianghu, a person that they shouldn't have offended. Eventually they lost their lives here. There were tens of thousands of geniuses in the Golden Horizon. It was too normal for two of them to die. Even if one had an illustrious reputation in the outside world, he was just a member of a single log bridge here. If he didn't go well, he would sink into the bottomless abyss. In the following time, without the help and guidance of Long San, Jianghu wandered aimlessly in the spatial zone. He didn't expect to find any more treasures. After all, these things depended on luck. However, the direction that Jianghu was heading towards was the center of the spatial zone. He knew very well that as long as he reached the end of this spatial zone, he would be able to walk out of this place and reach the center of the immortal vault, where the great earth immortal milk was located. A few hours later, the Zulong Tower suddenly shook. Jianghu's divine sense moved and discovered that the 33rd level of the tower was shaking violently. Then, countless golden rays of light rushed out from the stone. Little Chinzi, quickly let me out. Master Monkey is about to be born. Ah! Long San's voice was heard. He laughed heartily, seeming incomparably excited. He had already comprehended the great unrestrained heart sutra. Although he had just grasped the basics, it was enough for him to come out of the stone. After enduring for so long, he was finally going to be born. The time limit and destiny had been fulfilled. There was no way that Long San wouldn't be excited. All right. Jianghu was also incomparably excited. From the time he obtained the stone to the birth of Long San, it could be said that he had successfully accomplished one thing. Jianghu didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily opened the Zulong Tower and released the stone. He could almost imagine that the birth of the Monkey King would create an earth-shattering commotion. If it was inside the Zulong Tower, wouldn't it turn his tower into a mess? You're tuning in to the Sworddance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.